normally we'll do some official interviews with the players, but today we are going to go to the Suzhou Yangcheng International Esports Stadium. So that would be my first time to be there. So I'm super excited about that part. I'm going to change for this, so looking forward to that. Now we are on our way to the LNG stadium, but I will be the audience to watch the game together with you guys. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope it can be a super intense best of 3. So see you guys later. Now I'm in front of the Yangcheng International Esports Hall, and today's matchup is between LNG and Suning, and I'm going to have a very simple arena tour later. They're preparing some plant products for today's matchup, so maybe we can just take a look. This is icon. This is icon. He just made a cosplay, right? I'm going to take this one and let's go. Guess where I am? I'm in the arena now, and you can see the game is about to start in 1 hour. And now you can see all the players, they're testing their equipment on the stage, so maybe let's keep quiet. And we have noticed there are so many fans here, so maybe we can have some short interviews with some of them. 哎，我能感觉出来你应该最喜欢的是 Icon 吧？口罩都是 Icon。
是的，是的，我也是最喜欢 Icon， 然后李宁的选手都很喜欢。我觉得就是希望他们能继续漂亮下去，然后就是能去自己想去的地方，获得自己想要的事，然后希望他们都身体健康。
我特别喜欢阿乐，我想祝他这个夏天不留遗憾，然后打出跟自己实力相匹配的成绩，然后 LNG 能越来越好。
我有特地从上海过来看的，希望他们能走到深圳。
LNG 加油
！LNG 加油
！LNG 牛批 ！LNG 冲呀 ！LNG 加油！必胜 ！LNG 必胜！
Tower for 1 point. You got all 5 plays back. So Angel goes down with it. Can't do anything. That's going to mean that LNG takes down Nexus and pushes to 3 games against Zoom.
Oh my god, I'm still super excited at this moment, and I must say all the teams, they performed so good and have shown us a very intense best of 3. And I think like watching the League of Legends games at the venue is definitely a very special experience, because you can feel the enthusiasm from all the esports fans. Once the highlight have shown in the game, all the people in the arena, they were just cheering for that. So I think I'll never forget today. This is Wendy, and guess where I am? I'm here in the boot camp of LNG. I believe many of you may be super curious about the daily routine of a pro player. So today, let's take a look together. So let's go. So this is the first room. You can see there's some very comfortable sofas here. And this is the activity room. So basically they will organize some activities here, and like the fan meetings or some ceremonies. And then after that we can see here is a very beautiful part. There's so many League of Legends related products. I like this sticks, right? He's so super cute.
你好，夏。
哦，刘老师，哎，刘老师，刘老师中午是要去做什么啊？
就我现在去叫队员起床，给他们聊一下他们身体情况。
哦，
你跟我一起吗？
哦，好啊，好啊，那我就跟着凑个热闹了。
走。
天，刘老师每天早上都要这样叫他们起床是吗？
对，就是他们有一个固定的时间点起来，然后他们就养成一个好的作息嘛。
那一般谁是那种起床最积极的？
积极的比较有规律就是他冉和奶茶。
昨天几点睡的？他冉醒了醒了。昨天几点睡的？1点。睡这么晚。
走吧。
醒醒啊！该起床了，走吧。
我听说刘老师你们还会统计这些数据是吗？
是，就是他们的心率、血氧量，然后体温，然后通过他的心率反馈他的一些身体疲劳情况。
哦。
对，因为这个数据要形成一个很系统，不是说1天2天就可以。
没休息好啊？
我腿还有感觉。
肯定没休息好啊。这里很痛。
这里是肌肉的支点。哇！
Anyone's here? And we heard like the auntie is cleaning the room for the players, so maybe we can talk a bit with her. 哦，这些是选手们就是晾完洗完的衣服是吗？
对。
哦。哇，那阿姨平时就是每天都会给选手们来打扫一下房间吗？
是的，是的。
哇，好辛苦啊！
应该的，
应该的。但是就是我想问一下啊，就平时选手们可能谁比较爱干净？稍微给我们透露一点，偷偷。
李晨勇比较个人比较讲究一点。
哦，就是非常好，非常感谢阿姨对我们选手对基地的付出，谢谢阿姨。那我们就不打扰阿姨了。对我们整个俱乐部的早餐有什么样的评价吗？
评价我觉得还挺好吃的。
比如说像过2天是阿乐的生日嘛，我们提前偷偷在这里说个生日祝福给他吧。太突然了是吗？
就祝他生日快乐，然后可以成熟一点。
This morning exercise is not an intense one, but now I'm still feel so tired. You know, I must say, like, I think all the people in the sports industry, we just need more practice. It's good for our health. Water room, and this room is the training room. I think the players are doing the screams now. And now we're in the pantry. The smell of food just guides me there. Oh. 哇，这个真的好香啊！因为你是 LPL 现在来讲中单年纪就是最年长的一个选手嘛，那尤其是像很多就可能03年、04年的选手逐渐登陆赛场，你会觉得有种压力吗？没有。而且像夏季赛你也拿了10多个不同的英雄，就是你就没有什么影响吗？没有。
00后一般都不行。
00后一般都不行吗？经验是吗？胜在一手的经验。那比如说像你们一天可能就是整个的日常是什么样的？
起床吃早饭，做操，打一把排位训练赛，打完训练赛吃饭，然后睡2个小时，再起来训练赛，然后就一直打排位。
作为教练，平时都做什么？
他中文不好。
First blood。
我听得懂，我听得懂。一般就准备比赛，我说的。
哦， 你们就是他是和你们是比较朋友之间的关系吗？
没事，因为他听不懂。
啊，因为听不懂，所以就欺负一下，是吗？
你觉得我听不懂吗？
And Tarzan is doing some physical training, so let's have a short interview with him. 那我们就简单问几个问题啊，这也是我们向网友征集的。第一个问题是想问一下，Tarzan现在的中文水平到一个什么程度了？
大概我觉得小学生吧。
小学生嘛，但是真的听的，我觉得听力已经是100%的水平了。对于整个夏季赛有什么自己的一个目标吗？
个人的目标什么意思？
个人的目标。
更努力一点，然后进步吧。
我们这里看到刘老师在指导 Icon 来进行一些训练，那我们也趁着这个机会来和我们的 Icon 选手来进行一个简短的采访，好不好？首先第一个问题呢，就是逃不过的女装问题，就是很多国外网友也对你的那个阿狸的 cos 给给予了非常高的一个好评，然后所以想问一下，你接下来还有什么女装的计划吗？
没有，暂时没有。
暂时没有，也就是说后面如果有机会的话，还是有可能的，是吗？那如果要是下次再 cos 的话，你会想 cos 有没有稍微有倾向性的一些英雄？So after taking a break, all the players are going to prepare for the next scrims later. So I think this will be the end for our bootcamp tour of LNG. I think it's a very special experience to me. I feel all the players, they have just put full effort into practicing League of Legends, and also they are not fighting alone. Instead, they got the whole team to be the backup to support them. I really like the atmosphere of the whole team. And please subscribe LPL English. Definitely will prepare more interesting clips for you guys in the future. So see you guys later. Bye bye.
IG 被打出团灭，感觉甚至有机会一波。时间给大了，来，日子开始了，送丢丢，丢嘎啦，1000块，49分钟的大战，哇呀，对货的这个开车送丢丢，闪现，再去连风暴，奈特将波波站于防塔之前，视频投资，再接一个强弩，撸到金克斯的脸上，奈特换掉一手鳄鱼，金克斯闪现召开，奈特再杀一个，再一个近身，一个克空就能打到。3杀的奈特，超过的救世主。季后开启定乾坤，英雄登场破万象。
The 9 weeks of LPL regular season have finally come to a close, and that means it is time for the LPL 2021 summer playoffs to begin. You can tell because me and Dagda have got jackets on and everything. We've even dressed up for the occasion. Dagda, mate, how are you doing? It's going to be you and I taking the first series.
I know, and I'm delighted that we get to open up what is going to be a spectacular playoffs. I am so excited. Like, after the regular season we just had, how's playoffs not going to be hype?
It's going to be insane, mate. It's going to be absolutely mental, especially when we get to that double elim. Let's start off, though, by talking about that regular season and having another look at the standings as things finished up at the end of week number 9. And it still blows my mind that the last series in week number 9 was to decide the first seed at the end of things. In the end, it was FPX that managed to grab themselves that first seed, and we can hopefully take a look at those standings. There they are. FPX in first place with EDG in second. RA managing to finish in the top 4 as well, alongside RNG. But today, Dagda, we're looking a little bit further down the standings. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, and that was all decided on that second last series of the split as well, so you can tell how close it was. But we are going to roll over into our playoff bracket just to give you a bit of an inkling of how it is going to work. So as you can see, Suning LNG going to be kicking us off today, and to finish out our round 1, we'll have OMG versus WE tomorrow.
Yeah, and as you can see, we start off with the gauntlet. Those first 3 rounds of playoffs that you can see, finishing with RNG and RA, those are single elim. Whoever loses those series will be out of playoffs contention. And then once you get to round 4, where FPX and EDG are, then there's a lower bracket. Then there's a safety net. But a really important key thing that everyone should remember moving forwards is if you want to make it to Worlds, if you want to qualify for regional finals, you've got to make it to round 3. There are 6 teams right now, and 4 of them will definitely not make it to regional finals. So round 1, round 2, this is all or nothing for the teams involved. But with the bracket ahead of us there, we'll be talking more about that across the course of this week and next week as well. But let's continue to recap the season, Dagda, because we have our rookie of the split, our All-Pro, and our MVP to go through. And there are a lot of big names to discuss here, Dagda. There's a lot of different things to talk about. We'll start with the rookie of the split. That is going to go the way of Kareem from OMG. And I think, honestly, in my mind, Dagda, this one was uncontested.
Yeah, just, PZX, entertaining. But, definitely Kareem was the guy that was definitely the MVP rookie of the split. Like, this guy was an absolute monster and, like, defined the way that OMG played when he brought out these assassins like the Akalis, looking amazing and things like the Silas. This was the guy that I loved watching, and that really gave hope to a lot of OMG fans.
It really did. I genuinely think he was one of the most influential players, not even just in terms of rookies. Like, I think he was an exceptionally influential player in the way that he completely changed that team and got OMG into playoffs. Let's look at our All-Pro squads, though. Starting with our third squad, it's going to be Breathe, Tien, Fofo, Elk, and Hung.
Yeah, and I think it's a really tough call for a lot of these players, right? I think Hung has had a phenomenal split, same with Fofo. Tien and Breathe, I think, have been monstrous, but I think it just says a lot about the depth of talent that we have here. This is our third roster, not even our second or first.
Yeah, personally, my boy Breathe being done dirty a little bit, I think. For me, he's number 1, but I'm a little bit biased on that note. Let's look at the team number 2, though, as we can have a quick browse through these rosters. Bin going to be getting the second All-Pro for top lane, Wei in the jungle, Knight mid, LWX in the AD carry position, and then Mako as the support.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 big contention points there. Like Knight, obviously getting the second place spot. A lot of people back and forth between himself and Doomby for that number 1 spot. And same with Mako. Honestly, I think Mako and Viper have been the most dominant bot lane that we have in the LPL right now. And it's unfortunate to see one half of it being left on the second place spot, but I still think these guys have had phenomenal splits alongside the likes of like Wei, LWX, and Bin.
Yeah, exceptional players. And honestly, it's so difficult to pick the All-Pros because of how insane the talent is. This is your number 1 team, though. Xiaohu, Tarzan, Doomby, Viper, and Ming. And Dagda, just for a second, picture this squad on the Rift together. How absolutely cracked would that roster be?
It'd actually be terrified. Like, could you imagine if you walk into a World and you're just like, all right, cool, we got the, like, the dominant people from every single position the LPL made this super team, and they're just smashing people. But I have to say, like, so many of these players have been absolutely phenomenal, right? I don't think like anyone has kind of been disagreeing the Viper number 1 AD card that we have right now. Ming, personally, I think is the best support in the world. Am I biased? 110%, but I don't care. I think he's an absolute monster. And same when you look at Xiaohu as well. This guy has been so damn good in the top lane and has become a insane top laner, not a mid lane who finds himself in the top lane.
Exactly, yeah. He has very much finished that transition, but it's time for a little bit of a drum roll as we move to our MVP. I'm sure a few of you already saw it on Twitter, but our MVP of the split is going to go the way of Doinb. I think it was a toss-up between him and Knight at the end of the day, but Doinb, I think, when you include results, when you include the fact that this guy got first seed, when you include the fact that FPX had countless roster changes during this split as well, and they still managed to come out on top, and it was all off the back of Doinb and Tien. I think Doinb has had, certainly in my opinion, the best split of his career.
Yeah, I think Doinb, like, especially as a world champion, the fact that we're talking about him having potentially the best split of his career, it's absolutely insane. But this guy's only gone from strength to strength, adding a whole bunch of new champions to his pool. His lane phase has increased magnificently, and we're still getting these orchestrated roams from FPX that have Doinb as the conductor. It is really good to see Doinb stepping up to the mark and making FPX a very, very threatening team as we look forward towards our playoffs, worlds, and everything else.
Yeah, FPX are the team to watch. They are the team to be scared of right now. I remember LEC teams were saying that FPX is one of the teams that they are looking towards to figure out on how to play the game better. I feel like they are one of the teams with the best grasp on the game. I'm going to stop gushing about FPX. Let's talk about what's happening today, Dagda. First off, we're in playoffs, new patch. Patch 11.15. Now, there are a couple of changes. It's not the biggest patch in the world, but I think there's a couple of things we should quickly talk on. Sylas got a little bit of a change. Syndra as well got a bit of a buff.
Yeah, the Sylas nerf hitting him pretty hard. It means that a lot of his bad matchups are just way worse. Not having the same sustain coming through in his W, we'll probably see a little bit of a shift back over towards the fleet footwork Q max style of Sylas, but there has been a bit of back and forth around that. Also then, as you said, Syndra, we've seen her crop up a lot in other regions who've already moved on to 11-15, being played in the mid. Some places she's been even played in the bottom lane. We saw that actually with IG Wink during the regular season as well. So keep your eyes on that pick, both for just how powerful it is and the flexibility it offers in both roles.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much the meta changes on 11-15, but we'll have to wait and see over the course of today. Let's talk about our first series. We'll start off by talking about our higher seed coming into this one. It's LNG. And just like their logo, Dagda, LNG have been straight chilling coming into these games. Now, I apologize if I've slightly butchered the pronunciation there, but chilling is the creature, the mythical creature that is on the logo of LNG, to explain the joke for anyone that doesn't get the context there. But Dagda, this is a team that really puts the I in team.
Yeah, this team is incredibly individualistic, and you can see it reflected in their kill participation of 15. Ale, Tarzan, Icon, all pretty much bottom of the barrel across the board, and they're much more interested in trying to find their own advantages, whether it be through a CSD difference or being able to outplay their opponent. Like, they're more interested in that than interacting with their lanes across the board. And same can be said for Tarzan. Apart from a couple of different picks, he tends to be more interested in invading the enemy jungle and finding those camps that can set him up for success.
I want to talk about Iwandi as well, the auxiliary orchestrator, as we've named him on the graphic, because this guy is everywhere. He is the guy that is making things happen for the team. He sets up the early plays. He's always going to be the first one to swap up to Rift Herald, regularly ganking the mid lane for Icon as well. But also when it comes to the late game, Iwandi is always that big team fight engaged tool for LNG to start things off.
And one of the things to make Iwandi's job a little bit easier is these pressure points that we see at the bottom of your screen. These are the champions that I want to see picked up for LNG, because they do give a little bit more of an early game pressure on the map that LNG can then line up for their mid game. So strong early game junglers like the Xin Zhao, the Volibear, the Zac, that allow Tarzan to go for these ganks down towards the bottom lane, work with Iwandi to set up these plays. And same when you look towards the mid lane. Icon on his Rise, on his LeBlanc, likes to get these early roams, and then they can start to set up plays around the map, having Iwandi unlock from the bottom lane and continue to move that pressure around the map.
Yeah, and with the context that this is quite a slow team. You can see the clips here with their Zach coming in for a 10-minute gank. 18 minutes, they're making plays on the bottom side of the map. But then later on, when they get to the team fights, some of the mechanics we get out of this squad are just beautiful to witness.
Especially Iwandi in this fight, like, this was one of my favorite clips from him. You just see, like, he's so smart in the way he plays these fights, holding that headbutt pulverize combo for so long, making sure he's catching the key carries at top esports, which buys space for LNG in these fights, allowing them to take these scraps against some of the most mechanically gifted players we have in the LPL.
Look, you don't have to say it yourself. I know he would be your all-pro #1. I know you've got the hots for Iwandi. Let's talk about their opponents though. Suning coming into this one, and we're not just making a pun on the logo right here, because Suning are literally lions, and there are genuine similarities between real-life lions and Suning, because lions sleep 23 out of the 24 hours in a day, Dagda. And to be honest, Suning's early game feels a lot like that.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit National Geographic on you here, but the reason that we're making this comparison is, as you said, like, very, very slow to get up and rolling. Like, kills per minute, really, really slow. Their average first blood time is super late. Same with the first turret time. They don't tend to go very aggressive in these early stages, but they do end up having these really explosive moments when it comes to these objectives. That's where this team comes alive. That little hour of the day where they start to take over the game.
And I think a key thing about those fights is that second box that you can see there, pick the stragglers, because the way that Suning seems to operate is, first off, they're really great at controlling vision, but they set up the map in a way that they can catch people en route to objectives. They're never quite taking a fair fight, always finding these isolated kills. And the key thing there about isolated kills, that isn't solo kills. That's isolated opponents being taken out. So finding these opportunities to catch a straggler en route to an objective.
And that's why we have the perfect picks for this team. That's the terrible pun that you were actually waiting for, where you are looking at things like the Camille, the Twisted Fate, the Rise, these things that can have this heavy roam pressure set up for these picks incredibly well. And as well, looking at the champion pool for SOFM. Again, I prefer to see him on picks like the Zac that can set up for these more like pick focused comps, or the Lee Sin where he has a bit more early game pressure, and as well can have these phenomenal performances that we know SOFM for, where he is getting these great insect plays that set up the team and catch people out in rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest highlights for me from Suning across the course of this split has been seeing the individual skill across this team. It's pretty exceptional, and SOFM especially, like you're saying, when he's on the Lee Sin, he'll just take over a game.
Yeah, these are a couple of the big picks that I'm looking for, but you can see again on your screen, right against FPX, they're not letting their opponents set up for these objectives properly. They're very quickly collapsing on them. There's never this like song and dance around things like the Baron or the Rift Herald. It's, can we go and pick off one person? If yes, great. If not, we're backing away. We don't want to deal with this. They're very focused on picking off these last few members and making sure they have uneven fights.
Okay, so we've set out the identities for these two teams, right? We've kind of discussed what they're about currently, but I do want to take a second and sort of zoom out the lens a little and look at these two teams holistically as organizations and historically against each other, because Dagda, the only time LNG has ever beaten Suning in a series was 2019 summer, the first split of the organization LNG. Obviously, previously, they were Snake Esports. Now, there's a really, really important factor about that series, and that's that SOFM was on LNG. Since that series, SOFM has been with Suning the entire time, and Suning have not dropped a single series. This series, Dagda, is literally SOFM diff, and if you think back to spring playoffs as well, Suning got a pretty clean 3-0 against LNG, finishing it up with a 17-minute win in game number 3.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a stomp, but I want to bring it back to their most recent split, where it wasn't actually that much of a stomp. This was actually an incredibly close game that we saw in our summer split regular game. And we went to all 3 games, and I think there was a couple of big things that we have to look at. I think we're going to pull up our graphic for our compositions that we saw in both of those, all 3 of those games. Because as you can see on your screen, like there was a couple of big picks for this series. The Camille for Bin in game number 1 went absolutely insane, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of band away coming into today. The Ziggs pick as well was monstrous for Suning. Since this game, LNG have banned this Ziggs pick in every single game. They do not want to deal with Ziggs anymore because of the way Huanfeng played it. And it was these picks that allowed Suning to take over the game in game number 1, game number 2, especially focusing on these early Rift Heralds, these early jungle picks that were getting control of that top side of the map, and using the Rift Herald and that early turret gold to snowball themselves into a really good spot.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see Huanfeng and how he uses this Ziggs pick. Also, that Twisted Fate that we got to see in game number 3 as well. It's a core pick for Suning. It's something we talked about earlier on as well, and certainly had an influence in this series. As you say, game number 1 was all about Bin and SOFM, setting him up to carry. But then as we went further into the series, Dagda, that's when things got a little messier for Suning.
Yeah, in game number 2, Ali managed to get that counter pick of the Kennen, and it really set up LNG for some insanely strong fights. And I feel like the counter pick really did matter in that top lane matchup, especially as we started to move in towards game number 3 as well, where I have to give a shout out to On. This guy was insane on the Alistair, catching every single bit of CC that LNG were trying to use to close the distance on towards Suning. On took it in his stride and then popped that Unbreakable Will, setting up for Huanfeng on this Ziggs. Bin on the Jace, and they were barely able to win out these late game team fights of Suning to get themselves that victory.
And that last clip, I still can't believe SOFM actually survived that fight. Going out of the back of the pit onto the Blasco, jumps back in, steals the Dragon Soul, and then manages to survive and finish off the enemy players. I want to stick on the conversation of SOFM, though, because I think coming into this one, the junglers are going to be the crux of the issue, right? We have 2 superstar junglers, Tarzan and SOFM. And not only are they both superstars, but actually playstyle-wise, they're relatively similar players, though.
Yeah, they have relatively slow early games that is much more about, hey, how can I track the enemy jungler? How can I find this moment of opportunity to get in, steal away a camp, set myself up for success? And when they are on these early game picks, like we talked about, like the Zacs, the Lee Sins, the Xin Zhaos, yes, we can get this early aggression for them, but it is much more about trying to outplay your jungler through your map movement and just tracking them consistently.
Yeah, it's all about trying to control the map in this matchup. And there is an important thing that I want to talk about when it comes to SOFM, especially as a jungler, and when it comes to Suning. Their vision control is exceptional, right? And I mean, we've all seen the SOFM builds, right? We've seen the Kane where he goes Umbral Glaive first, and to be honest, it's not just Kane that he goes Umbral Glaive first. Yeah. We've seen him build Umbral Glaive in many situations that you wouldn't expect it. Always going for the red trinkets. The Warmog's coming through as well, but SOFM has a huge prevalence on making sure vision is set up for Suning, and I think that's one of the things that we should try and keep our eyes on across the course of the series, is keeping our eyes on that minimap, checking where vision is, checking if LNG are able to get vision control of areas, and if that happens, how fast does Suning regain control? Because that's been one of the biggest strengths for Suning across the course of the split, is maintaining that vision control. They have the highest wards per minute of any team in the league, and also the highest wards cleared of any team in the league. So really high focus on vision control for Suning.
Yeah, especially when we look at both these squads that are fairly pick-oriented, right? We've already talked pretty extensively about Suning, how they like to try and pick off stragglers on transition towards these objectives. Well, when you look across at LNG, they are very similar as well. They tend to open up the map into this 1-3-1 style in the mid-game, where they're then using that opportunity to just overload a side of the map with Tarzan and Iwandi, find these picks, and start to snowball the game in that direction. So vision control is going to be crucial for this series. It really is going to matter who kind of controls these objectives, if you're able to spot out your opponents, and if you can find those picks, or if you're going to be the ones getting picked.
So Dagda, I'm going to move the conversation on a little bit here to start to talk about the draft, because I believe we're just a couple of minutes out from starting this series off. So I know you've been doing a lot of work. I know you've been doing a lot of prep coming into this series. What are you expecting to see during this first draft phase?
So there's a couple of big bans that I'm looking out for on both sides, right? If I'm on LNG side, I want to be banning away this Ziggs. We already talked pretty extensively about, like, since that game, that LNG have banned it every single game they've been into. They hate Ziggs, they don't want to deal with them.
Never again.
And especially against Spawn Fog. The other one that I want to look at is this Twisted Fate pick for Angel. It's not something that they banned away in the last series that these guys had, but I think it's become such a crucial pick for Suning. They have a bunch of different comps that they can operate with this Twisted Fate in, and we actually saw it in Game 3 against these guys where they just had such a big performance coming through from Angel on that selection. So I think we'll see that taken away. On Suning's side, I think you got to look towards like the LeBlanc for Icon in the mid lane. I think the Volley Bear as well. Volley Bear is one of those picks that we get to see Tarzan playing very aggressive in this early stages, and if you want to try and contain that jungle matchup, getting rid of the Volley Bear, the strong duelist, will help out massively for SOFM. Then we got a whole bunch of other picks like Lee Sin, highly contested, Camille, highly contested between these top laners as well. Then you're like the Syndra now starting to rise up in priority. This was a big pick for Angel as well, so there's a couple of these selections that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on as we start to roll into draft.
And especially in that mid lane, it's going to be interesting what we get to see. Because, I mean, you're talking about the LeBlanc ban, but we saw Angel was one of those players in the LPL that was willing to bring out the Malzahar, which notoriously has a good matchup against that LeBlanc. But also, when we just look at Angel and Icon, Icon had 17 unique picks across the course of this split. Angel had 19 unique picks across the course of this split. These two players are so versatile in the mid lane. They are willing to go in all kinds of directions. So who knows what that mid lane matchup is going to look like. But Dagda, I'm hearing in my ears that it is time to head over to the stage, get our players out, get them on their seats, and get on into this series. So without further ado, let's teleport ourselves over to Shanghai, where you can see that LNG have joined us, and all of playoffs will be broadcast from Shanghai. The players will all be coming over to the Shanghai arena to play. Obviously, I know a lot of the viewers have got used to teams like W, teams like LNG, LGD as well, playing from their home arenas. They're all coming to Shanghai for the finals, or for playoffs. There's LNG onto the stage, and now Suning will join.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see how this one's going to turn out. There's like so much history there, as you talked about, between these teams. SOFM having played on LNG previously, the rivalry that's been set up with LNG really wanting to get back towards that, well, at least take down Suning and try and push themselves further along. And especially for guys like Icon, right, who have been in the scene for so long, playing on OMG since 2017, then moving to LNG. It would be amazing to see him try to go to Worlds, but it's a long, long haul from this round one to get yourself into that regional qualifiers.
If you're in the round one series here, you need to win at least 2 best of 5s just to have a chance at going to Worlds. That's the important thing, is you have to make round 3 of playoffs to qualify for the regional finals. And that's like, in regional finals, you're still going to be going into the lower bracket at that stage. Like, you've still got a massive journey ahead of you, even just in regional finals. So at minimum, either of these teams would need 4 best of 5 wins over the next couple of weeks to be able to make it to the World Championship. That is a mountain to climb, but it's still possible for that mountain to be climbed. I am curious to see how this one is going to kick off, Dagda, and I feel like coming into this one, I think certainly community sentiment is that Suning are going to be a favorite coming into this one. And I want to quickly talk about LNG and why that is the case, because obviously LNG are the higher seed coming into this one. And early on in the split, LNG looked amazing. But if I'm not mistaken, it was like, I think 7 of their wins were in the first 3 weeks of the LPL. And since that point, it's kind of been a downhill slope.
Yeah, it's been a very rocky journey since, as you said, 7 out of the 10 wins that they picked up in the split were in that first 3 weeks. And since then, it's been back and forth, like pick up a win against Rogue Warriors, but then lose to like Suning, top esports. Like, it was very all over the place. And it meant that we never really got to see them settle. And I think for a lot of people, myself included, like, I wanted to see more from LNG when it came towards those early plays, which is why I'm harping on so much about like the junglers that I want to see, like mid lane roamers for Icon, because when we get them actually working together, this team looks phenomenal. They can take early leads and snowball them out of control. I mean, for a large portion of the split, they were the team with the best win percent when they were ahead at 15, but that has slowly started to teeter off as we're not quite getting that same kind of orchestration, I'm going to say, between everyone. It is very much more individual play. So I'm hoping coming into today, and especially as we get, you know, the bottom lane secured with Light and Iwandi for LNG in this series, maybe LNG can, well, quote unquote, upset despite being the higher seed over Suning here today.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can defy expectations at very least. We're into the series, Dagda. We're into our first pick and ban. It is going to be Camille and Jace, banned by LNG, trying to make sure that Bin cannot get a foothold in that top side. Whereas for Suning, they start off targeting Tarzan. He's played 7 games of Xinjiao across the course of this split, and he has won 7 games on that Xinjiao. So a very understandable ban alongside a Renekton.
So a lot of these kind of top lane / mid lane picks banned away from LNG targeted pretty heavily towards Bin, a little bit towards Angel, but not a huge amount. On Suning's side, I want to see the volley ban here. It's what they went towards last time, and it gave them like that earlier, or at least easier early game. But Viego also up and available, which I don't know if you want to let slip through the draft.
Gwen available as well, and with these 3 top lane bans from LNG, Syndra getting taken off the board makes you think that maybe that's got higher prevalence in scrims now that it's been buffed. Lee Sin, the first pick here for LNG.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Lee Sin going to be really strong. We were talking about the flexibility that you can have. I mean, both solo laners towards Tarzan as well, but that Ziggs that we talked about, that LNG have banned away every game since they played against Suning, is actually going to be going back into the hands of Guanfang.
Look, I thought about deducting you points for getting the bans wrong, but honestly, I think they should have banned the 6. I think you were right, and maybe LNG's ban strat was wrong. But the 3 top lane bans, I'm really intrigued on what we end up seeing in terms of that top lane matchup. Ziggs locked in, though, for, you'd assume, Guanfang. There's a remote possibility it goes to Angel, but unlikely, as a Graves is locked in. You'd assume for SOFN.
Oh. Yeah, this is completely out of left field. I thought we'd end up seeing him go back towards something like the Zac or something along the like Olaf or something along these lines, but the Graves kind of coming across a little bit strange. Now, it does mean that you can actually start to pivot your draft a little bit here for LNG if you want, right? You can end up taking this mid lane pick for Icon, go towards the Lee Sin. Maybe you want to take something a little bit different for Tarzan in the jungle. Like the Graves being picked up early kind of says a lot as we get an early Vayne pick in towards the Ziggs as well. All right, look, draft notes be damned. We're going completely different. Yeah. Like, well, this is nuts. I love it, though.
The crazy thing is, we talked about patch 11.15 a tiny bit. There's not that many significant changes. Well, apparently, there's a patch we didn't know about where Vayne got a massive buff. Apparently, Graves is back. Apparently, Kennen is a blind pick instead of a counter pick up on that top side. Okay. But Ally, it looked amazing for him in their regular split series.
I actually do agree with the Kennen. Kennen did get a really nice buff to his Q and was kind of bordering on that really strong portion. Good means that you can't blind pick the Gwen here for Suning and then start banning away things like the Kennen, especially with the Jace being there. So we'll have to see what Bin decides to take up into that top lane. Hovering the Gnar for the moment, I actually wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, there it's locked in. It gives that nice top lane matchup where you can avoid some of the range damage and you've got this big engage tool now you can set up for when Suning are running this carry jungler as well. But certainly you're looking towards these kind of strong team fights, especially that mid to late game for Suning with this Gnar kind of leading the front line. So I think if I'm LNG, I'm going to start looking towards these mid lane picks that can set up a lot of that early pressure as well. So like things that we're going to be looking at, like potentially here actually for a set ban, honestly, against Angel in the mid lane, the Malzahar, the Rises, these kind of things that can actually like lock down some of these picks and make sure they're not able to have big impact in these fights.
We'll see where the band's going to go with this one. Dagda, let's kind of look holistically at these comps so far, though, because I feel like there's a lot of all-in on the side of LNG right now. Whereas for Suning, it's very much about playing at range.
Yeah, for Suning, you definitely want to be trying to keep yourself on a little bit of a back foot here, like tossing in those bombs with the Ziggs, trying to make sure that you're all good. For LNG, it's kind of like a protect your buddy combo for LNG, right? Because you've got this Kennen who can play frontline in this big engage tool, but if you have Kennen and Vayne standing beside each other, it becomes really difficult to lock down this Vayne, and she's got a lot of protection when you've got this big old ring of CC around her. So I think for LNG, it's going to be very much like Light and Ally playing hand in hand in these team fights. So as you can see, like on LNG side, instead of going towards mid lane bans, they are actually looking towards this bot lane. They want to make sure they can get rid of things that like will definitely lock up Vayne. So something like the Nautilus, I think, will probably be the next ban, because you can deal with like things like the Leona relatively easily on the Vayne.
It's a Malzahar being banned away, which to me screams that Icon wants to lock in his signature LeBlanc in that mid lane. I do just want to very quickly mention, Graves has been a mid laner in solo queue on this patch. That is an option as well, as Trundle is locked in. I'm going to assume that is for Ons.
Yeah, Trundle and Ziggs have become like a really strong bot lane duo, because you do get the slows, it stops people from being able to engage, and obviously just Trundle being able to shred people with the subjugate is really nice. So definitely something that we started to see more and more, where you can actually have a little bit of that peel come through with the troll pull. But for LNG side, there's the LeBlanc that you were hoping for. Now, still the Lissandra open, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken for Suning. But on LNG side, right, like you have a really strong composition that's got a lot of like go buttons, a lot of pick potential coming through with this LeBlanc. And I think you just have to round it out with an engaged support here to set up for this Vayne so that can keep her safe. And especially when you don't have a huge amount of backline threats apart from the Ziggs. Right now, you can play forward with your support rather than needing something like the Janna or like the Peel supports that LNG will.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give credits to that Janna hover as well. For anyone that doesn't know, Iwandi used to be a big Janna one-trick as a solo queue player. That was the way that he got recognized and became a pro. So I think also just giving a shout-out to himself in the past. Over to Suning, though, for their mid-lane pick. Lissandra, another answer that we've seen against the LeBlanc. It's something Angels played in the past, and it will be locked in.
And I like this because it also gives another avenue of engage for Suning. When you're reliant on an R who's a little bit, you know, I'll say hit or miss, available, having this Lissandra that can definitively set up for your engages. As you've poked out LNG with the likes of the Ziggs, gives a little bit more credence, a little bit more flexibility for Suning on how they want to approach these fights. Whereas when you look across the set for LNG, a lot of kind of protect the Vayne coming through with the Kennen, a lot of go forward. And the idea for LNG is as long as we are going forward and aggressing on towards Suning, Vayne will be safe.
Okay, so LNG pushing forwards, being aggressive in these fights, looking for big slicing maelstroms. For the side of Suning then, are we still on the same page that we were after the first 3 picks, or it's playing further back, playing defensive, playing for poke, and having as long fights as you can find?
Yeah, I still think that's going to be the case. It just means that you've got a little bit more flexibility with that, right? Like, Lissandra's toolkit can still be offensive and defensive, slowing you down with the Ice Claw, Ring of Frost to keep you in place. So I think you're still going to see a very similar story here. And they just have a little bit more opportunity for, well, one of the big things that we were harking on about is pick potential, right? Lissandra allows you to set up really well when you're starting to move towards these objectives. A 1-2 punch between Lissandra and Ziggs using full combos. Sorry for you, lad. There's not a hope you're surviving that.
Yeah, Lissandra, very good at picks. Guess what we talked about for Suning? How they play the game is finding these picks, finding stragglers out around the map and punishing them heavily. We're heading into game number 1, Dagda. We're heading into playoffs. It is finally time for LPL's Summer 2021 playoffs to begin. It's LNG versus Suning, 8th versus 9th seed. And I want to remind everyone at home that the only time LNG as an organization has ever beaten Suning was back in 2019 summer, the first split of the organization, and it was when SOFM was in amongst their ranks. Now, Tarzan, filling SOFM's shoes, has to try and outdo SOFM's legacy.
And again, like, this is the exact same position that we saw these teams in spring. Round 1, it was LNG versus Suning, and Suning were able to take the 0-3. Suning hoping to have a repeat performance, but for LNG, it is all about revenge. It is all about bringing it back and seeing that they have grown since the last big playoff bout that these two had.
Well, we see Vision being cleared up on the top side by On, who actually moved all the way over to the top lane to clear away that ward. But SOFM was still spotted on a ward on the bottom side of the map. So full information for LNG as we start this one off. You can see jungle pathing-wise, got Tarzan starting on the top side. Oh, we actually saw a little distortion in from Icon, but he got away with it.
Yeah, and I think that's why we actually are seeing a little bit more of a help with SOFM towards his jungle clear, right? Oh, hang on. Bit of a trade here for all.
It's in big trouble, actually, getting really, really low. And that's bad news because the reason you pick Trundle half the time is that insanely strong level 1.
Yeah, it's great when you can try and go aggressive and trade back, but unfortunately just don't quite have that against the Rel, who got that really nice engage. So now you're in a bit of a problem here as we're trading heavily in this top side, but I want to take him low back towards these junglers. You can see SOFM clearing towards this top side. He'll have a bit of a faster clear because it's Graves versus Lee Sin, but also he got help with his clear. Tarzan didn't. So Tarzan's going to be much slower to interact with the lanes. So the fact that you've got this big win for Light Knight 1 in the bottom lane is massive because it does mean that you've got this winning lane that Tarzan can now get this Scuttle Crab for himself.
Now, oh, hang on. Tarzan starts off his chickens, but instead going to move straight on towards potentially this bottom lane. Dagda, are we going to see an early dive coming through here from LNG? Tarzan in the Tri-Brush right now. Iwandi on the Rel, only level 2 right now, getting DPS down. He can't tank very much. Swampfog flashes over the tower. Iwandi's going to go down for first blood. It's a 1-for-1 as Light has to flash away. And LNG, they try and make the dive happen, but it went a little bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, and usually you're like, hey, well, you know, at least he'll lose the minions, he'll lose a little bit more. Huanfeng had gotten most of the minion wave. He just TPs back to lane as well, so you don't actually lose a huge amount as Suning. Whereas what we just talked about for SOFM is he wants to be clearing faster. He wants to be getting pressure on the map. So he hasn't invested this time in trading equal on the bottom side. He can reset, have more impact on the map, and especially as he gets this quicker buy, start to threaten the respawn of these camps for Tarzan on the top side of the map.
You can see the dragon percentages on your screen. Suning better at controlling that objective, especially in the early stages of the game. It's going to be a minor gold lead now for Suning right off the bat, and it has to be said, Ziggs, it's one of these picks that usually you kind of have to wait a little bit until you got some items before you're really having that effectiveness. But this early play, that early first blood going the way of Suning, certainly will not help out LNG. Let's take a closer look. Iwandi just gets so chunked before the play even began.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the stun, but, like, there's no escaping there as the Rel. Like, you've committed to this. Even if you blow the flash, you're going to go down. So they go 1-for-1, but you don't really lose a huge amount there as Huanfeng in the bottom lane. So kind of a little bit of an unfortunate play for LNG. I actually thought Icon was going to TP down, but right as they went for that play on the bottom side, Icon went for a heavy trade in mid, which meant that he wouldn't have been able to get down there.
Rough situation for LNG at the start of this one. Now, obviously, they're not too far behind. Certainly not going to run out of steam just yet, but definitely felt a little bit forced. And to be honest, it's a bit uncharacteristic from what we see from LNG. They are not the fast, early, aggressive team. But Angel will get away with his life here. That was a little close, but he's all right. Gets out on the glacial path.
Yeah, but you can see the point that you're trying to make on that jungle proximity at the bottom of your screen, right? They're not a team that tends to interact a huge amount. Like, jungle proximity, pretty much abysmal across the board, apart from Iwandi, who tends to link up with Tarzan a little bit more. But to see these early plays is a bit uncharacteristic, but at least they're going for it, right? One of the big problems that I had with this was that neither team, as you can see again, jungle proximities for Suning, would go for these early plays. Whereas that series that we saw between these two in the regular season was defined by these early jungle pressure. More so towards the top side, but at least both teams are thinking, hey, we do want to get ourselves ahead. We want to make these proactive plays because that's what makes or breaks this series.
Icons just use distortion and SOFM moves into that lane. But he manages to escape from that one. I think our feed was a second behind on that play there. SOFM now gonna help Angel just push this wave in the mid lane. And, you know, Graves plus Lissandra, you're gonna one-shot that wave.
Yeah, gonna completely be fine. And again, I want to see what happens here for Angel. Now, we'll need to reset pretty low on mana, but you can see again, like, we're getting the threats of potential invades here. Angel moving across, always thinking, hey, can we get that vision control down? Can we start to spot these plays out? ISOFM, having picked up a small CS lead for himself, again, wants to try and get involved in Tarzan's side of the map, make things uncomfortable for the Lee Sin.
Oh, Tarzan knows exactly what's happening, but so does SOFM. Good little ward there, keeps himself safe. That was a close one. And it kind of reminded me of a situation that happened a couple of times in the matchup in the regular split. But I'll hold that thought because we've got our junglers moving to this bottom side. Tarzan, I think he knows that SOFM is here. He should have a good inkling that SOFM's in the brush. Couple of shotgun blasts as we go in the bottom side on the target here. Ignite already ticking away. Swampfong getting some good damage out with these bombs. Iwandi has to flash the satchel charge. That was close to beautiful from Swampfong.
Yeah, a good combo with On as well. It gets that pillar in place if Huanfeng's able to set that up. But it does mean that Huanfeng is tore through his mana. So not going to be able to keep as much pressure in this lane. So despite the fact we don't get much in the way of kills, it actually is quite beneficial for Light and Iwandi despite the flash going down.
And now luckily for Huanfeng, he's got those biscuits. So he'll have a little bit of mana still. He'll be able to at least survive this laning phase. He's looking to hold on long enough he can get that lost chapter. That's when things get a little bit easier at that boss side for Ziggs. Look into the jungle though. SOFM double camping here with the Gromp and the blue buff. He's going to give that blue over to Angel.
I want to go back though, because you're saying, look, you know, for Ziggs, definitely this game gets easier the later this goes. Same goes for things like the Graves versus the Lee Sin matchup. Graves becomes a monster the later on that this game goes in comparison to the Lee Sin. The big issue that you're going to see for these guys is more so, how do they try and deal with Light? If you can get this lockup coming through from Angel, lock down this Vayne, stop the Vayne going nuts in these fights, I think you're going to do perfectly fine here as Suning. But if it's Ale setting up these engages, Light is able to free hit on the backline in these later fights, it's actually going to be pretty tough for Suning to try and sustain that, because Vayne, as you know, like, if she gets 3 items under her belt, she just rips apart health bars.
Yeah, Vayne is terrifying in the current state of the game. But here we go. Suning just going to start this Herald off. Both teams can fight for this one, but Light is currently recalling at the bottom side. Huanfeng is already here. You'd expect Suning should be able to take this without much of a contestation, but LNG still posturing here. Ale is level 8. We've seen what his cannon can do. Smite away, though. Suning grab themselves a Herald. They're looking for Ale as well. Angel follows up. Blast Cone gets Ale out to safety. It will be Suning grabbing themselves a Herald. Pretty much scot-free.
Yeah, and LNG fully rotated up as well, right? So they're not actually trying to trade this for plates anywhere else. And unfortunately, they're just a bit late to the party, even under threat from Bin as well, who was almost had that full Nar bar, could have gone for that big engage. He's now the pick.
He's okay. He's flashed out over the wall, and you saw Huanfeng actually TPing to that bottom side. I think realizing that there was no way he'd be able to walk through the river, he's going to try and crash that wave. Light on his way over should be able to soak up the vast majority of this wave at very least. But Drake not started. I wasn't sure if LNG were going to try and go for that one, but deciding against it because of that massive wave crashing.
Yeah, also, it's kind of difficult on both sides to really start this up, right? You don't want to be sitting in the pit when a Ziggs bomb starts coming in, or you end up with, like, Icon having all these distortions that can pop over the wall and pick off some of those key members of Suning. So certainly I think we're going to see an ease off of Dragons, and again, more of a focus, like we saw in their last series, towards that Rift Herald on the top side. And with that being in the hands of SOFM, I'd love to see him play around this bottom side. Huanfeng, like, usually comes out with a lane deficit, but in this matchup, you can see he's been totally fine. He's starting to farm up, and getting that extra gold and the potential for a satchel charge on the turret sets up so well with this Rift Herald.
And not to mention the fact that you got a Ziggs. Like, as you say, the satchel charge. Like, it doesn't even matter about the rest of the composition. It doesn't matter about the state of the game. That is just such a good combo that I feel like any situation, it's worth heralding your Ziggs. And SOFM is moving down towards this bottom side. On top of that, they can find themselves Prio and maybe go for a Drake. This feels like the perfect play for Suning right now. And LNG, a team notorious for not really having the strongest of early game performances. And right now, it's Suning starting to pick up the pace, but they've decided against the play for now. Tarzan was up on the top side. Felt like it could have worked out, but Suning playing it safe.
No real vision on Tarzan. They didn't spot him out in his jungle. A lot of that vision control for Suning right now is in river base, but Icon trying to see if he can set up for a potential gank from Tarzan, not quite able to get it. But again, we're seeing, like, okay, Suning are actively trying to set up these plays. We got that Umbra Glaive that you were talking about on SOFM as well, so expect him to be trying to sneak his way into a bunch of different spots.
You know, this is one of those things as a commentator where you've done prep on something and you mention it right at the start just in case you see it, but you never really quite expect it to happen exactly. Immediate Umbral Glaive comes out from SOFM. This guy wants vision control, Dagda.
But I mean, you can see that, right? I mean, On has been doing a phenomenal job of working alongside him. Like, we got all that vision cleared out on the bottom side for Sunni. They have always had Angel placing these wards of Raptors to try and spot out Tarzan as well. It's just making it really hard for Tarzan to interact with the lanes on this Lee Sin. Like, yes, he has 1 kill off that bottom lane dive, but since then, he's been tracked continuously, and it means that this Lee Sin isn't having the impact that we want from him, especially now that he's hit that level 6 and has that Dragon's Rage available.
Now the whole squad grouping up in the mid lane here. I can't remember the last time he's in that bottom lane. He's constantly just in river, dealing with vision, or moving into this mid lane to help push. Now Drake on the cards here for Sunni, or at very least vision control of Drake. Who needs objectives when you can have vision control, Doctor? Vision control is the name of the game for Sunni.
But remember what we said, right? Sunni are using this vision control to try and make picks. Now, they're trying to see if they can make this play on the bottom side happen to get that gold anyway, but Tarzan is in the area.
Yeah, that wave is going to be frustrating, and actually, this Herald might go down. The smite is there. And a bit of an overzealous Herald placement there. Dropping it in the river gives too much time to answer the play. Very nicely done by LNG to deny that gold influx. Was a couple of plates in the mid lane for Angel, but ultimately, LNG, we call that a win.
Especially for Light, right? Light wants time to get into a position where he's not constantly having these waves tossed at him all the time. If that tower goes down, you start to unlock one Fong, he goes topside, Light still can't clear the wave, rinse and repeat with the second Rift Herald. It's a very easy way for Sunni to try and snowball this game, but you're not able to do it because they are able to stop that play on the bottom side for LNG.
Angel toying with the idea of going in here. I don't know if this is a play that you can dive, but Sunni have a different opinion to me on that one as they go under the tower and they annihilate Ale. Been happy to tank this one up. I thought that was going to be dicey against the cannon. They make it look easy, Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, the flash in to just keep that CC chain there. You don't get to move as Ale, and they pick him off. And now that's turret plate's gone on that top side. That's a bit more go for Bin. And if you end up in a situation where Bin is able to play off through these side lanes, you'll be in a good spot for Sunni. Dragon started up SOFM, though, as he realizes that Tarzan is going to be on the top side.
Tarzan was topside. Dragon taken for Sunni. 5 plates across the map, and importantly, a gold lead starting to build up in Sunni's favor. Now, in terms of average gold lead at 15 minutes, Sunni certainly not the forerunner in the whole league, but comparatively to LNG, certainly a favorite in this game. LNG, one of the teams that's lowest down when it comes to the gold difference statistics.
Yeah, and I think this is going to continue for a little bit just because of the way that the game has started to run forward, right? Sunni have an incredibly strong top half of the map where you've got SOFM who's far ahead, you've got Angel who's in a really good spot as well, Bin too, they can start to look towards these early skirmishes around Rift Herald, and you've always got the option for Huan Feng to join in late, right? So he can take this bot lane turret, knows that Rift Herald's on the top side, but he can just TP into that play as well. So this is why Sunni starting to get aggressive and look for those picks around Rift Herald before they start up the eject.
And you can see on your screen there the power of this 6, right? The speed at which he will take these towers down if LNG don't answer him. They've moved up to try and answer the Herald though, but look where Light is on the map. He's in this bottom lane. He could all in Huan Feng if he finds a window, but there's no way Huan Feng should ever be that close. Huan Feng has TP, and it means that LNG have to just back away from this.
And that's the sad part here, right? This is the exact same issue that LNG had the last time with the Ziggs. They couldn't deal with it in lane, and then they end up in a situation where they're just outplayed on the map thanks to the teleport on the Ziggs, the tower take from the Ziggs, and we're going to start seeing it now where you now move this Ziggs in towards the mid lane alongside the Graves, potentially to take that mid lane turret, or you can then very quickly threaten the top side as SOFM as well if you want to, because Bin's already taken part of that top lane turret as well.
Oh. SOFM holding the cannon there for his boy Huan Feng.
What a bro.
Now Huan Feng misses the... Huan Feng missed the CS though. Yeah. It wasn't worth it. SOFM, you should have just took the wave, mate. You could see that he wanted to. You could feel it in the way he was standing, but doesn't happen.
If you actually look just below where the dragon timer is, it actually says SOFM will remember this. He's learned his lesson.
SOFM always remembers. He's got an affair with his blue buff though. In fact, it's not up right now. Does LNG look
That's
like
not the button I think he wants to use. That's a Rift Herald very far away from the turret. I think that might be supposed to be a sweeper, but look, you've got several people now from Suning all collapsing on this. They will get the charge, and a quick satchel will take this turret.
Okay, I saw the Herald drop further away, and I had a horrible moment of thinking it was going to happen to them twice in one game. I thought maybe there's a world where that happens, but LNG not able to clear that one. There was a wave there to tank up the tower, so Herald goes in. 2 towers down now in favor of Suning. They've taken 2 Heralds, 2 towers. They've taken a Drake for themselves. All they've conceded in this game is a singular kill so far. And they're 3,000 gold up almost, about 2.5 in their favor right now. So we'll see if they can continue to snowball this one. The only outer tower remaining on the map right now is that top lane tier 1. And I've got a feeling that Suning are going to set their eyes up to that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, after these resets coming through, it's going to be get this push in towards mid to secure topside vision, and then it becomes impossible for LA to try and hold on to this. No matter how many members you have, there's just, when full vision control goes in Suning's hands, you've got to back away, or you're just going to find yourself destroyed. And now with 1.5 minutes until the next dragon as well, you've always got this timing window that you can start to play with the Suning, because it's only the first dragon for LNG, so look for plays top, trade off the dragon.
We'll see. We'll see if LNG are going to be able to trade anything here. I will say, coming into this series, like, we have to give a realistic expectation of what LNG have shown us in the regular split. Earlier on in the split, they did a decent job of controlling the game, controlling the map, and finding wins through snowballs and through interesting combos like the Yasuo. Angel could be in trouble here, but he's just going to lock Icon up, cancels the all-in. As SOFM moves in as well. A fight for the blue buff is on here. The ward comes in. I1D's there. Tarzan smites it away. Now onto On. Forces the flash here. And I'm not sure, but I think he was spamming left for a second there.
Yeah, he looked pretty happy with himself to be able to pick that one up. It's about the mental warfare as much as it is about the Rift warfare. But the big thing that we're seeing here is Suning full committing towards this bottom side, so we won't get that trade we were potentially talking about on the top side. For that, SOFM gets a steal back here, has to flash over the wall. That was not worth SOFM. That was a grub for your flash and your ult right as dragon spawns.
Like, if I know anything about SOFM Dagda, that is that it was totally worth it to get that grump. It's not just about him getting the grump, it's about Tarzan not getting the grump at the end of the day. This will mean a Drake, though, for LNG. As you rightly say, Dagda, they'll be able to sweep that one up very handily. And, I mean, SOFM even used his ult to get that grump, so no long shot steals or anything. It is traded for a tower on the top side in favor of Suning, though, so that is 3 towers to 0 right now. It's going to be a Mountain Soul this game, Dagda. But that Mountain Soul is a long way away. At earliest, it'll be 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a hefty one. And, I mean, look, I think we're in this for the long haul as well, Munch. When you see a Vayne, you see a Ziggs, you're not exactly going, we're done by 15, boys. We'll pack this one up. It's going to be, we're waiting for these items to come through. And look, it's slowly but surely getting there, right? But looks like Suning have found Ale.
Uh-oh. Ale is on the wrong portion of the map right now, but he's just going to TP on home. Gets himself out to safety. SOFM will have to recall. Now LNG can make a play elsewhere on the map. Mega Inferno Bomb used by Wampong just to clear the wave, deny everything. This is the power of the Ziggs. Now Angel is perhaps the one caught in the bad position, but no vision from LNG means he's fine. Plus, he's on Lissandra. You're always kind of safe, and Bin threatening in the bottom side of the map. Feels like there's so much going on the map at the same time, but LNG just can't quite find an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious to watch, right? It's like, we get a pick. No, I get a pick. No, we're getting the pick. And it's very back and forth. And maybe they do, but Angel, again, managed to sidestep that LeBlanc chain, so they're not able to find that one secure. But again, like, as you said, this becomes really difficult for LNG to try and trade effectively around the map, because Ziggs can just show up with a Mega Inferno Bomb, clear the wave. It's one of the most frustrating things about playing against Ziggs, alongside his ability to take turrets so quickly.
And this is one of the downsides of this blind pick Lissandra as well, right? When you're, the blind pick LeBlanc going into something like a Lissandra, it just feels like you don't get to do anything. This split second you distortion in, Lissandra drops a cheeky little W, Aftershock comes in, it's like, what burst? What burst? Your ultimate doesn't do anything here anymore. Angel's pretty much invincible in those kind of scenarios. Now with an Everfrost as well, the CC chain that can happen to Icon if he tries to go too deep, with SOFM nearby, it's going to be a kill onto Icon, not onto anyone else. So it does feel like it becomes more and more difficult for Icon the longer this game goes on. And it's kind of a similar story with Tarzan on the Lee Sin, right? Doesn't feel like scaling is on the side of LNG.
And that's why I need to see them start to look, at least for the mid-jungle, to be playing these side lanes, and then have the mobility for Icon come into play, right? To store it over a wall, try and threaten the mid-lane dive as you start to push in on towards Wanfeng. Like, open up the map, because at least Angel, yes, he can survive the all-in from Icon, but he still plays on the back foot. He still waits for the wave to push in, so you get that tempo, that little bit of time to start making plays elsewhere on the map. But I think when we look towards the team fights, the scaling is still kind of on both sides, right? Because we still have Vayne here. You still have the opportunity with this Immortal Shield Bow with end build to survive quite a bit of the AP damage, which is a large portion of Suning's damage profile. So I want to see if you're able to keep Light safe here as LNG, or if Suning are just going to be able to work with a 1-2 combo between Angel, Wanfeng, and Hell, throw SFM into the mix.
At some point, there's got to be either a Mikhail's for on, a QSS for light, it's something, right? Against the Lissandra. Yeah. It's got to happen. That's the tax that needs to be paid. There may not be a SCADA in this game, but the tax still exists.
To be fair, there isn't a lot of other CC outside of that, right? Like, yes, you've got the bin slam down, so I think the cleanse might actually just be enough. Now, obviously a little bit of a longer cooldown, so for every fight, you probably will need it, but certainly I think the cleanse will do for the moment.
The thing is, though, if Lissandra is ever in the position to get one of the CCs, there's an Everfrost, there's the W, there's the ult. Like, I'm not sure one cleanse is going to quite do it. SFM has to ult over the wall to keep himself safe. The Condemn flashed away from on now with the re-engage. Bomb onto Light, but it will just be the disengage from the side of Suning. Bin still in the bottom side of the map. Angel wasn't nearby. They don't force the fight.
It was a nice attempt from LNG, right? We talked about them like playing side lanes and then overloading the mid lane. Nearly able to make the play work, but flashes come in from Suning. Still been keeping this pressure on the side lane, so now Ally has to go deal with that. But with the dragon up in 40 seconds, LNG have to back away and Suning get full control, and they can start to look for picks as LNG look to re-enter their jungle.
And look at this in the bottom side of the map right now. We've been talking about it all game. Suning vision control. They have control of the entire red quadrant of LNG's jungle right before Drake is coming up onto the map. It's so difficult for LNG to be able to face check at all into this one. Suning, they would love to find a pick before the Drake spawns onto the map, but they can also just burst through this one. Taiwandi trying to move forward. He's scanning into the brush, but the ward is gone in half a split second there. On there, Wanfeng Satchel charging himself. He thought LNG were going to try and force the play. Bin waiting over the wall, looks for a pick onto Icon. The flash, stun. See ya later, Icon. He's out of there.
Bin makes it look easy. Just wipes Icon off the map, and now Suning once again can get control. And the thing is, you can't really threaten anywhere else as LNG because Wanfeng clears the wave. He's got that Mega Inferno bomb if you try to aggress up towards the top side. And just a nice pick from Suning secures themselves that second dragon.
Certainly does, and they've spotted LNG in this brush as well. So the attempted sort of post-play pick from LNG that was sort of happening in this brush doesn't end up happening at all. And it feels like Suning, time and time again so far this game, are finding small advantages in everything that happens. And it's not the flashiest play we've ever seen. It's not the most exciting, like, team fight-based play we ever see in the LPL. But when you look at each and every one of these interactions so far this game, every single one has just gone ever so slightly in favor of Suning, and it's led to a 4K gold lead.
It's effective and efficient, but it ain't flashy. And look, well, technically flashy, right? He does flash onto his face here, so maybe, but Icon does fall fairly quickly. And that's what we're talking about. Like, when you can set up these quick picks at objectives for Suning, it's where they're strongest, and it does work out for them so often. And unfortunately for LNG, because they tried to go for that earlier pick in mid, don't have the vision control to try and contest, and they end up falling. Now, for LNG, they still have options here. It just means that they have to find quick engages. Like, a lot of this game feels to me like it lies on Iwandi's shoulders when it comes towards these fights. He needs to be looking for creative flanks alongside Ale to get these big engages and allow Light to close the gap. Too many times when we're looking towards these objectives, especially with the Ziggs, Suning will just play it at that long range we're talking about. Poke away with the bombs, not giving LNG an opportunity to actually find a favorable place.
Yeah, no windows so far. SFM doesn't even get the ward. He has the overall glaive. He just needed one auto attack. Instead goes for an ult over towards the blue buff. And On's going to be the one to take the ward. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, Dagda. That was super weird, but doesn't matter in the end. That control ward from Bin is going to get some serious value this game. Nobody's noticed it just yet.
No.
Now, in a couple of minutes' time, I think we come back to this because after 5 minutes, control wards get the honorable ward award of longevity or something like that. They start glittering gold anyway. That's when you got maximum value out of a control ward. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be sitting there for a little bit of time, especially because LNG are playing so heavily around this top side of the map now. I do want to say, SFM, like, for all his annoyances that he's been doing this game with stealing grumps and flashes away and, you know, stopping recalls with his ultimate, it hasn't really bought too much, right? It's just a bit of an irritation. LNG still have control up over this top side, and Icon might have found Angel.
And that is the nature of this 1v1. Icon takes a couple of hits from the Baron as well, and Angel happy to use that ultimate because look how much CDR he's already got in his build here with the Zhonya's finished off already. He's going to have a very low cooldown on that Glacial Tomb. So very nice to see him being proactive against Icon as soon as Icon comes in, threatening the potential fight, right? Threatening the answer to the fight.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Suning aren't given an inch when it comes towards this Baron as well, because LNG can take this so incredibly quickly. And at the moment, because Icon doesn't have his teleport available, you're not really able to play out side lanes as heavily as you'd like for LNG, so you're free as Suning to push in a wave with Ziggs, then start to drift in towards the Baron and get all this vision control back in your favor. And we're seeing it time and time again, and it's becoming more and more difficult for LNG to deal with because they just don't really have wave clear. Like, if you're up against this Ziggs and this potential siege, like, who actually clears the wave?
The crazy thing is, in theory, they have wave clear, right? LeBlanc has some wave clear, and so does Kennen. But you have to literally throw yourself at the wave to use that wave clear. Not an ideal situation when the enemy is bearing down on your towers. Speaking of which, Ally could be in trouble here. SOFM moving over. Doesn't look like they're going to force a dive. For now, at very least, resets are going to come through because Drake is going to be up in a minute here, Dagda. And once again, Suning are the ones completely in control.
Yeah, and it comes back to that vision point that you've been making over and over again, Munch. Like, the vision for these objectives has been fully in favor of Suning. It's all them controlling anywhere that LNG can try and enter this Dragon area. And again, they're having Angel consistently push outside waves. He's got TP flanks. He can always threaten on towards Light, and it makes it really difficult for LNG to try and aggress in.
On could be in trouble here, but he has consistently been here on this Trundle, just happily tanking up blows. So many times we've seen On, like, what looks like caught outright for a split second, and then you look at the bigger picture and you realize he's definitely not. He's on Trundle. He's completely fine. And having to use the ultimate, though, just to keep safe, to steal away some tanky stats. Icon!
Oh, Icon!
Oh, no, he messed up his disruption. His distortion, sorry, has to flash. Bin now in trouble in the bottom side. Light going for the tower dive here, and the true damage shreds the Gnar. That's an opportunity here for LNG to get onto this Drake. It's just being burnt down by Suning, though. Do they have the damage? The smite comes through from SOFM. Now Suning trying to retreat. Only 4 members here. The kick from Tarzan, it's denied, and it kicks SOFM to safety. They get away from the slicing Maelstrom, but at least Light gets an extra one. On goes down on the back of the play.
There's 2 dead, though, for Suning, and LNG, they could potentially look over towards the Baron, but they're so low. You still have a lot of engage here that can come through with Wanfeng. Megan for the bomb nearly up, but he might go down.
Icon, he's burning. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. Jungler for mid. You know what, LNG? They will take that because Baron is on the cards. We talked about the Bane. 3-item spike. He's hit it. He is shredding this Baron. Angel trying to get in the pit. Wanfeng has huge poke damage into the Baron pit here. 2,000 on the Baron. It's going to be taken. Wanfeng gets one, though. Angel locking up onto Alley. Tarzan's low here. Tarzan's low. Bin's chasing for a little bit more. Suning want to pick off the stragglers. They are looking for bonus gold here. It doesn't look like they're going to commit to the play in the end. And LNG, they get a Baron. It was dicey, but they get the Baron, Dagda.
Yeah, Wanfeng will get this mid lane turret in response, but that's exactly what they needed to succeed here. LNG managing to just about find this fight with that nice engage on towards Bin in the bottom lane, and now they can start to set up their own sieges, play it through this 1-3-1, and we'll see it on your screens right now, right? Light shredding through this, just to finish the Quincy's Rage Base blade, pops the cleanse underneath the turret, and he's fine. And now Suning are just running for the hills, and everyone on LNG is just hitting the go button. Whatever they can do, but here's the siege actually.
They're going to try and make a play. TP into the mid lane from Suning. They will answer the attempt, and Ale could be in trouble. Q comes out. The ult. I swear to God, SOFM is just using his ult on cooldown this game. Every single time it's available, just smashes the R key. I want to quickly point out the fact that Suning, while they lost the... Oh, hang on. We don't have time to talk about anything. Tarzan slips out. While they lost the Baron, they did get that Infernal Drake. That's going to be key. Oh, the Mountain Drake. It's going to be key in 3 minutes' time as the Soul will be spawning and Suning will be in prime position to potentially get themselves a Soul. The question is, what can LNG get with the Baron? So far, not even a tier 1.
Yeah, the big factor for all these is going to be a case of how many members can LNG kill of Suning, because the wave clear is really difficult for them to deal with if they just group up all together and try and force like mid lane turret. But you can see now they're trying to play the map, moving around, getting these outer turrets down, because they don't have a turret yet. So this would be the first one of the game going over towards LNG. But Suning starting to move down, trying to see if they can collapse.
Find a pick onto Light if they can. It's not going to happen for the time being. So that gold lead we talked about before, it was 4,000 about, I don't know, feels like 40 minutes ago at this stage. It's now down to 1,500, or I guess closer to 2,000 in favor of Suning. So this Baron has shrunk the gold lead ever so slightly. It's a 1,000 gold power play in favor of LNG right now. The question is it going to be enough to close the gap and force some advantages for the side of LNG? Because it feels like even getting this Baron doesn't feel like enough. Honestly, right now, when I'm looking at LNG, it's all on Light, right? He is literally the Light for LNG at this stage. 4 items on this Vayne. He's practically full build. If he has free fire in a team fight, he's going to take over.
And he's going to rely on Ale and I want to set that up. So honestly, I wanted to see vision control from LNG littering this bot side jungle, but they're looking for the pick.
Storm SOFM goes down. Huge pick here for LNG. But what can they do with it? Looking towards the mid lane here, Angel could be in trouble. Big damage out from Light, but all of these ultimates being blasted back from Suning. They're going to be able to waylay the damage.
And you still got a minute until this dragon, right? So SFM can still come up. There's no Baron on the map. There's no objectives that LNG can take. So honestly, a fair amount invested when you look towards like the cleanse that Light used in that play, which you would really like to have available for this next dragon fight. But again, no vision control for LNG. No real ways for them to find these quick engages on towards the dragon. They're resetting now, and it's going to take them 30 seconds to walk towards the pit. So it's Suning again controlling River, controlling the objectives, and LNG are on the back foot for finding these fights.
And I want to talk quickly about these AD carries, not just in terms of the build that Light currently has, but honestly, this split and last split as well, Light has been making a name for himself on this LNG squad. Ooh, Bin will get away. He's in Mininar right now, exhausted before Drake. But Huanfeng as well. 700 gold bounty on Huanfeng. 650 on Light. These AD carries, even if they're not playing AD, will be crucial in this upcoming fight. Drake going to be started here by LNG. This time, Suning don't have that vision control that we're so used to them having. This time, it's a little bit dicier for them as LNG trying to move in and contest here. Tarzan is in the pit. In we go with the Magnet Storm. There's a slicing Maelstrom as well. Angel turns gold, but On's already down. Suning health bars are being obliterated. It's 2 for Light. It's 1 for the Rel as well. Bin alone in the world here. Jumps over the wall. He'll survive. But it's not a whole lot to write home about.
And it's such a good engage from LNG. Ale finding the flank into position to set it up, and now Light will be able to take this dragon alongside LNG's Tarzan and finally kind of give a breath of fresh air to themselves for at least the next 5 minutes before the next objective spawns.
And look at the gold dagger. For the first time this game, LNG are now officially ahead. Iwandi starting this off beautifully.
I didn't like this from Suning. Like, Iwandi, great engage. Ale was spotted on a ward. Like, you needed to back up as Suning, try and find the poke, but they end up threatening too close to the dragon, and it's easy then for LNG to engage on them. A really good sandwich and flank position sets up Light, and they just tear through the health bars. So Suning, unfortunately, just not quite respecting the engage tools from LNG and getting caught out.
And crucially as well, that 700 gold bounty that we just talked about that was on Huanfeng, going over to Icon, massive, massive influx of gold onto a carry here for the side of LNG. Now, moving towards the next fight, Tarzan's GA will potentially be on cooldown if it's, you know, in the next couple of minutes here. That could be an issue for LNG. We need to see Suning playing better, though. How would you have liked to see them approaching this Drake? Like, what does Suning need to do to actually set up a play here? Because that didn't feel winnable for Suning.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, like, trying to use these choke points around the dragon, right? Like, trying to play where you can always walk back into your own side of the jungle, like stopping Light from being able to aggress forward, not allowing Ale to have these flanks, because they spotted him on a ward, but they still allowed him access to the backline. So I certainly think for Suning, it's about like coming through a little bit smarter and making sure that you are avoiding Ale, especially when he has his flank, or sorry, his flash up and available in those situations.
Not getting caught out preemptively, and also not staying too grouped up, right? Because it's not just about the Rel and Ale slicing Maelstrom as well. If you do get that big AoE lockdown from Rel, from Ale, well, Icon has a huge window to get a mimic distortion off and just one-shot everyone on the side of Suning. There is a massive amount of AP damage available from the side of LNG that is AoE as well. And it's what you said earlier on. If we talk about how we establish these win conditions right at the very start of things, if this aggressive engage can come through from the side of LNG, well, Light is free to just auto-attack away on the backline.
And he's just managed to get his full build. Light has just picked up his GA as well, so now Light can play very aggressive in these fights, nearly bait Suning into that overconfidence, and then take the fight as he respawns as well, allowing LNG to close the distance. So you can see now a lot kind of coming into LNG's favor, but you still have Suning.
I want he's just gone straight in, and down go the members of Suning. Huanfeng answers with one. We've got Bin on the back line as well. Looks for a huge Gnar across the team, but Huanfeng doesn't have the damage to follow it up. He got a Gnar, but it just wasn't enough, and Light is taking over the game.
Just like that, LNG able to find the engage, set up once more a 1D, allowing Ale to get in perfectly there, and Suning, we said they can play at range. They can play back with on kiting, but that has not been what's happened, and LNG have punished them again.
And one mistake in the mid-game felt like the tempo all went the way off of LNG. They got the Baron, they then got a Drake, they then get another team fight, and now Dagda, they might just look for the game. The first game of playoffs, and LNG, from a deficit at the 15-minute mark, have managed to make the miracle happen and take the first game of the series.
It looked dicey though. For so long, Suning managed to hold them back, keep them at the gates. But the second that the structure started to crumble, LNG flooded through, consistently finding these engages coming through from I1D, from Ale, and allowing Light to take over on this Vayne pick.
Feels like LNG, for a huge portion of this game, were playing the waiting game, right? Wait until we get 3 items on this Vayne. Wait till Light can take over these fights. And the second that happened, I mean, I1D and Ale, just take a bow, guys. Like, these engages were beautiful. The coordination between the top lane and support from LNG, really just beautiful to watch.
And this was actually a little bit of a worrying game for me, because if you remember game 3 of LNG versus Suning, we ended up in a very similar role where, like, short range for LNG, they needed to find ways to get in on top of Suning, and Suning consistently managed to keep them at bay. But this time around, when they've got the Kennen, when they've got I1D on this Rel, they're able to find those engages and set them up so much better. But as you can see from the go graph, it was not an easy ride. Like, it did feel like that one mistake from Suning where they didn't respect Ale's flank cost them this game.
And, you know, it felt like SOFM was consistently out of position in this game. Like, so many times we saw SOFM having to flash away. I don't think he used his flash aggressively once all game. He was just using his flash and his ult to get away out of awkward situations, being a little bit too greedy on this Graves, being punished very heavily for it. And a lot of those punishes didn't feel thorough enough from LNG, right? In the early game, we were criticizing them a lot for not really finding much of anything. But then later on into the game, when death timers are longer, when objectives are more crucial, that's when SOFM got punished big time. We saw both SOFM and On getting caught out together to start that final play.
Yeah, I was honestly kind of surprised by the Graves pick. I mean, we said it in draft, right? Like, yes, it is a counter to the Lee Sin, but we said, look, one of the big problems that you have is if you take this early Graves, you can pivot as LNG into a composition that does well against them, right? And when you've got to position with this super short range AD carry, Kennen does wonders. Rel does wonders. Like, this is such a strong composition for just denying SOFM any opportunity to have an impact. And even when you got Light that's in there, if you're not the ones aggressing as Suning or not finding enough poke in the early stages of this fight, you're just going to get run over by LNG.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there was enough consistent damage from the side of Suning as well. Like, we saw Bin getting multiple massive ultimates off, but not really any follow-up. Felt like Hornfong was the only significant damage source, and perhaps they need a multi-threat comp. We'll have to wait and see. LNG, though, starting things off beautifully. They take themselves a 1-0 lead, and they shut up all of the haters as they come into playoffs. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling after the break.
Hey guys, I'm Eric from Wise Sports. I'm here to show you guys that we have a lot of LPL fans here in Brazil.
Hello, I am Tere, and I am here with my friend Doing B, and he's gonna show you the power of the Phoenix.
Hey guys, I'm Jake from Brazil. I'm a big fan of LPL, and I think RNG will win the split.
Hi guys, Cálice here, the biggest EDG fan from Brazil, and I'm here to say EDG Jayo!
Hello, cheers from Brazil. It's very early here because of the games, but we're every day watching LPL, especially cheering for Reaton, and Fofo is the best mid laner in the world.
Hi guys, Lunas here, and I'm supporting BLG in the LPL.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I am the biggest fan of Jackie Love here in Brazil.
Go Shahu!
Go Aiming!
FPX win!
IG!
What are we doing here?
See that gutter running along the canal? That's where Clagger got his foot stuck running from enforcers. They thought it was funny, so they left him there. He was out all night before we found him. That sign? You see it?
Huh?
Milo tripped over his own paint bucket and nearly fell off trying to draw a giant middle finger. His ass made that splotch. And that? When I was a kid, some guy took my favorite toy and threw it up there. I used to come out here at night, stare at it, hoping maybe the wind or a bird might knock it down. We've all had bad days. But we learn. And we stick together.
Oh, I forgot. These were in my pocket. They're from the apartment.
What are they?
I don't know. Should we show Vander?
No. Let's keep this our little secret. Milo's wrong, Powder. You're stronger than you think. And one day, this city's gonna respect us.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you want
everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting that feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist, had that ice work. All this shit on me, like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes.
我觉得就目前来看，我们大家的状态都没有到就最好的时候嘛。我觉得我们季后赛还需要更加努力。就目前看来走到那里也不是很确定嘛。目前看先打一场是一场吧。我还希望我们可以夺冠了。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I've got a little fun fact to start off this next game in the series as LNG. Start off 1-0. You know, we talked about Lions earlier on. We talked about Chillin, which is the mythical beast on LNG's logo. But apparently, the origination of the Chillin, which is that mythical beast, was from when giraffes were first brought over from Africa to China, and they were mistaken as a mythical beast that then became the Chillin. So, in the grand scheme of things, this series, it's like a battle on the African plains between lions and giraffe. What a way to get into this one. I'm joined by Dagda. It's going to be Light, who was our MVP off the back of game number 1. Amazing Vayne performance, amazing compositions to set up this Vayne. Beautiful stuff to see.
I don't know where to go with that metaphor. I'm like, yeah, they can reach trees better than lions, so Vayne could reach the team fight better, I suppose, in that grand scheme of things. But I do think definitely Light, the well-deserved MVP here. I think set up very well by Ale and Iwandi. Like, these two guys finding crucial gates, especially Iwandi, allowed Light to close the distance and become the mega threat that he was in these team fights. And we said it, like, once you get to 3 items with this build, you get that Guinsoo's Rage Blade, you shred through people because of the true bolt damage.
Yeah, those true silver bolts just absolutely shred, especially with the Rage Blade, man, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But things didn't actually start off that well for LNG. We started off with this tower dive that Suning were able to defend pretty handily. It felt like Suning were the favorite for the majority of this game.
Yeah, and look, I don't blame our production for showing that clip, right? Because we didn't get a second kill, as you can see, until like the 18-minute mark. It was incredibly slow paced. LNG looking on the back foot for the majority of this game. But as soon as those 3 items came through, LNG just turned it on. They looked for these big engages with Ale and with Alwandi and allowed Light to take over. And I wouldn't be surprised coming into game number 2 and looking at the draft if we do see a Kennen ban. I think Kennen has kind of risen up quite a lot, especially with the buffs that he got in 11-15, amplifying his damage on the Q. I think he's just a strong, blind pickable top laner, works well in a ton of different situations, and also crucially does well at finding these engages that can stop things like Ziggs from playing at long range.
I feel like, honestly, maybe if you want to play this Ziggs, maybe a Vayne ban. Because in the laning phase, sure, Vayne doesn't do so hot against Ziggs. But later on into that game, like, every single time there was a small window, Light would just sprint at Huanfeng and try and find that 1v1. Like, there is so much threat on the Ziggs from that pick. It was a weird draft number 1, though, Dagda. We had the draft not very similar to the drafts we've seen in the regular season. A few weird picks and a bit of a weird prioritization as well coming to the draft. Like, for example, seeing the Graves so early on in the draft instead of a lot of the priority junglers that we've seen during the regular season. Quite a few things felt strange about this one. Are you expecting that to continue here in game number 2? Is that 11-15 or is that just Suning and LNG being a bit odd?
No, I think it's definitely Suning coming in with a very different style. Like, even like looking back through the drafts from the regular split, like there was super high priority on getting a counter pick for On. He actually had the highest counter pick on the team and like would be left way in the draft to make sure that he would guarantee that support counter pick. And even if you're on blue side, you'd oftentimes see them leave that support pick for like next rotation, and then they'd end up picking off or like banning things that would do well against like Nautilus or the Leona that they wanted to select for On. So a lot of pressure was often put onto this. We didn't see that at all in this game, right? We see the early Trundle, the Rel comes out in response. Same when you look at this Graves. I think it was a nice attempt. I don't think we'll see it again. It just didn't really have a place, especially with this Kennen coming through. So maybe we see them run it back with a Kennen ban, but I think the Graves, he kind of had his time. I don't think he does as well in this current meta, just because you're looking at the early aggression being favored and not being able to punish as much because of the slower camp response.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen here in game number 2. We're on the same side as game number 1 in terms of this champion select here. And we are going to see a rinse and repeat from LNG. Do we see it from Suning as well? Got the Renekton, got the Xinjiao. Let's see if that final ban will remain the same. Once again, this time it's the Lee Sin taking that early aggression away from Tarzan. Viego to be locked in.
And I like this. I mean, you've already gone through like a lot of the early game junglers that could be picked up. I mean, your Lee Sin, Xin Zhao gone. We have seen the potential here for a Diana pick to come through, especially with the Lucian. So there we go, instantly picked up. So now you're looking at LNG going, right, what do you want to run into this Lucian? Syndra, we saw banned away. Lucian does incredibly well against Syndra. It is a little bit more of a skill matchup in the early stages where you're trying to dodge away from the Dark Spheres, the Scatter the Weaks, but it's still Lucian can somewhat bully that matchup.
Oh, but the Ziggs could come out from the other side here. Light gonna lock in a much slower carry pick than last time.
This is the first time we've seen Light play this as well. I actually wasn't sure if he'd managed to pick it up, but obviously has. So now when you look at LNG's side, they've got like at least this late game carry potential from both Viego and from the Ziggs. They've got strong engage coming through. Like their team fight is going to be pretty strong, but certainly teetering towards that late game. Whereas now hovering over on Suning's side, you're seeing like a strong mid jungle 2v2. Crazy strong level 6 coming through as well with that Kai'Sa. A lot of assassination and burst potential for someone like the Ziggs that's on that back line.
Isn't it crazy to see Suning just flip a switch here coming into game number 2, saying, hey, look, this super slow comp did not work in game number 1. We're changing things entirely. We're going aggressive. We're going for a lot more action in the early game. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, Dagda. Now to the bans, though. LeBlanc taken off the board, taking away Icon's comfort.
And these mid-game bridges, right? Things that can power through this mid-game, be incredibly strong, and kind of bounce back against this mid-game composition that Suning offer right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another kind of strong mid-lane ban coming through, or the potential to go towards something like a cannon ban again, up towards LNG's top side. I have a feeling that Viego is going to be going into the jungle for Tarzan.
I'll have to see that. I mean, the Viego has increased in prevality? That's not a word. Prevalence in the jungle role as opposed to the solo ladies. I'm going to move on, Dagda. Kennen has been banned. That's really easy to say.
Kennen has been banned, and look, I'm sorry, you've been hanging out with me and my Irish accent too long, friend, but on the opposite side, LNG got to ban away the Arcane. So a lot of these early aggressive picks coming through from these early aggressive supports being banned away from LNG side. So again, just trying to make sure there's nothing that can try and lock up this Ziggs, but Set could be going both towards Angel in this mid lane, but I'd be surprised, more than likely going towards On in that bottom side of the map. The Zac, I am the biggest fan of here. Okay, so the thing I really like about when you pick a Zac is when you've got a guaranteed bully in the mid lane that can actually stop the pressure coming through from the enemy jungler. Right now, yes, you will have counter pick top, which will secure at least one strong side of the map for SFM, but that mid lane matchup is very back and forth.
Let's just jump back like 4 or 5 steps here, Dagda, because I think you're ahead of me here. We've got 2 junglers locked in for Suning. There's a Zac and a Diana. But is this Diana mid?
Oh, true. I hadn't even copped that. Yeah. It must be. Maybe it's
Diana
mid.
Right? It's got to be Diana mid.
It's not. It's Zac support. I actually think this is Zac support. I think they're going to go, hey, look, Ziggs isn't able to do too much, so we're going to take this Zac in the support role. He'll be able to launch himself in on top of this Ziggs and actually provide that engage tool that's been banned away from things like the Rakan and this Rel. I think this is actually On flexing his muscles a bit with this Zac in the support role.
All right, well, we talked about the Volibear from Tarzan before this series began. It's one of his really, really strong picks, as well as the Syndra that got buffed. Icon locks it in, and the Lucian could be going up to that top side, could be going into the mid lane. We'll have to see with this last lock-in. But the Akali, it's something Bin has played, it's something Angel has played. But with that Lucian, you'd anticipate it would be Akali going up to the top side. In fact, no, it's the Jax comes through. This is a Bin special.
Yeah, and also a good matchup in towards the Viego as well. Now, Viego did get nerfed on patch 11.15, so his base damage on his Q got reduced, and also the healing that he gets done from marked minions and stuff, but more jungle area. The big one is just going to be his damage on his Q, so giving a bit of an easier time towards the Jax, and as well, something that will answer for that late game scaling. So I think now you've got a potential side lane play coming through for Suning where they can put that threat into the top side. And as we said, it looks like On flexing a little bit with the support role, picking up that Zac and being able to bring that to the table, provide that engage tool to follow up or set up for this more assassin focused jungler.
Flexing in more ways than one with that Zac pick locked in. It's not about how much you can lift, Dagda. It's about how good you look. And I'm looking real good on that support pick. I am really curious what on earth this game is going to look like from Suning. We have had some strange drafts to kick off playoffs here, Dagda. It feels like Suning coming in, pulling out all of the stops. What are you anticipating from the early game here? It feels to me like Suning have to be the ones on the front foot.
The thing here for Suning is that they're very reliant on that level 6, right? When you look at the jungle matchup, Diana kind of wants to hit that. Culling is really where this Lucian can come alive. He can bully a little bit, but certainly in team fights, you want that culling up and available. Same for Kai'Sa. So I think we'll see a lot of early game skirmishes down towards the dragon, specifically when we have that level 6 hit from Suning. Whereas when you look across at LNG, right, it's, hey, we've got this Ziggs, he's going to just passively farm bot side. Let's put this pressure through the mid lane with Icon, like the double CC between the volley Syndra, so difficult to handle. You got the same when you look towards this top side, the ability to turn off towers. I think it's going to be more top focused for LNG.
All right, playing opposite sides of the map here as we head into game number 2. Now, the last couple of times these two teams met, Suning beat LNG in the playoffs last time around 3-0. They beat LNG in the regular split last time around 2-1. But here in playoffs in summer, LNG have begun with a win. They've managed to take a game where Suning were ahead, no less. And now with the advantage in this series, we'll see if they can keep the ball rolling there. But we've got to look towards the junglers as we start this one off. As we always do, Dagda, let's talk pathing in this early game. Where do you want to see these junglers going? You said playing to top side. Perhaps Tarzan will start in his red.
I think SOFM going to just go for a standard full clear, right? And all he wants is just as much help as possible to start this up. Diana, very reliant on hitting that level 6 and getting things started, especially when you look towards like the mid jungle 2v2 right now. No CC there until you hit 6 for SOFM. So SOFM gonna play it nice and calm, and then we can start to look for some more aggressive plays and skirmishes that we talked about. Whereas for LNG, Tarzan comes alive at level 3 and has a insanely fast clear on his volley bear. Even skipping his Krugs, which I'm kind of surprised at, means that chances are he's looking for a gank before the 3-minute 15 mark and before those scuffles spawn.
Would be interesting to see such an early gank coming on through. Whether or not that happens, we'll have to wait and see. Icon with this Syndra, though, I'm really curious to see how Syndra does coming back into the meta. And to be honest, the changes to Syndra, not really a quote-unquote buff in the same way as more of just a revert on a previous nerf, right? Coming back to where she was last year in 2020. Zale bullying Bin out of that lane. I was a little bit worried for Bin there, because he was a level down, he was in the middle of the minion wave, but he manages to walk away with basically all of his HP.
Yeah, just about able to get away from that, even getting some nice trades back against Ale as well. But as you can see, Ale in these early stages, able to use the range that this Viego has and consistently trade against Bin. So need to try and find a couple of items and then go aggressive as Bin to make those plays happen. But at least he's breathing a sigh of relief, because we were talking about potential for that gank top. Well, we're actually getting a bit of a different pathing from Tarzan. He's moving back down towards his bottom side to avoid SOFM.
Yeah, does not want to go for the 1v1 in the early game. And I mean, to be honest, let's be reasonable here, Dagda. I don't think we were anticipating many early game 1v1s between Tarzan and SOFM. These guys, not massive in terms of that kind of stuff, but Tarzan is going to go for this top crab here in the end. SOFM ain't thinking about crabs, though. Look at him sneaking into this top side here, hiding in a lane brush. He can move forward in the lane here. Now, Ale, this would be a long play, because Ale is currently underneath his tower. They need to wait a long time. Recall's coming through. I think the play is cancelled here from Suning, but Bin goes in. Flash from Ale. That's already a bit of a win from Suning, but it does mean that SOFM has been spotted out. Tarzan moves in. There's a TP coming through from Icon as well, as the play goes the way of LNG. It's all blown up in Suning's face. LNG read SOFM like a damn book and completely shut Suning out of the early game. Ale jumps over to the ward after stealing Bin's abilities. It's insult to injury here as Bin TP's back in.
And it's a disaster for Suning in the early stages. They try to go for the play to allow Bin to shove in this top wave. But with the lazy recall coming through from Bin, it gets stopped. They stick around too long, and they give 2 quick kills across to LNG on their strong side of the map. Viego now has the steel-plated boots, which means it's going to be so much more difficult for Bin to trade effectively against them.
And I mean, you could see it right there. Angel gets a couple of autos onto Ale. Barely even scratches him. Barely even scratches the itch that he has at this point. His light is going to be able to crash a massive wave on this bot side as well. But nicely done there by Fong to at least deny a recall. And that will be a big CS lead in favor of Suning in the bot side after that wave. See, Bin gets his recall cancelled. Ale flashes to answer, but then the TP comes through.
Yeah, and this is an overstay from Suning. Angel had just re-TP'd in towards the mid lane, so you always have the numbers advantage. And honestly, I don't want to ever face Volley Bear in a 2v2 in the early stages. This dude is insane when it comes to these early skirmishes. The shields, the heals, the AoE damage is just nuts, and you can see it there, right? Yeah, I know. I saw it at the start, and I was like, all right, let's just leave that one. We're just not going to let it. Look, Icon, he's a cool guy. All right, he's a cool guy. Sometimes he messes up his mechanics. We just don't want to, point it out.
Iwandi, we said he makes plays in the early game. He gets into these solo lanes. He's doing it again. And Suning are being taken apart here. Bin with the double stun. And actually, with the corrupting potion, does survive it. Still, really good pressure. Bin didn't even flash.
Yeah, Counter-Strike OP. Like, when you're playing against Leona and Viego, they can't really do much. But there's 3 members of Suning here now.
Yeah, are they going to go for the dive here? LNG trying to make it happen. On's arrived in with the double stun here. That's one. Going in favor of Suning, but the TP to answer. Bin flashes under his tower. Taken out by the Ziggs. Light is TP'd up and got himself a kill. Not too shabby for LNG to go even.
And again, LNG just finding the advantages with these TPs. Light had already pushed in bot lane, so he's free to make this play top. They answer back, and it is a 1-for-1. And now you'll see Light resetting. Iwandi going back to bot lane, but nice job from LNG to turn around what could have been a pretty disastrous play.
Yeah, LNG, it feels like they have figured out the early game, and the early game has been one of the biggest issues for this team across the entire, not even just split, across the entire year. Feels like maybe they've got an answer to the issues that they've been having.
And it's the pressure points. It's the pressure points that we brought up at the start, right? We wanted to see this Volibear pick because it brings that early aggression out from Tarzan. And what do we see now? 3 quick kills from LNG, with Tarzan being present in all of them. This is exactly the LNG that we were hoping to see come out in this series.
And now we've hit the level 6 mark, crucially, for Suning. So, what we talked about before, how LNG had this strong top side to play through. We've seen that coming through. Now we need to see the answer from Suning at level 6 using these ultis. But Suning started this play. They tried to answer the original dive. It's a great TP. Having TP on your AD carry, who knew that could be good?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to eventually go back to this League of TP, right? Before the moment, LNG only running 3 of them means that they're just having more bodies that they can move around the map. And I think for Suning, just disrespecting it, right? Didn't respect the initial play where Icon had his TP to get topside. And then as well with Light being able to move up towards that top side with that TP as well. So now you're looking at Rift Herald about to spawn. You've got a massive lead for Ale in that top lane. Tarzan nicely ahead as well. And that's why LNG, they feel free to just start this one up. However, you do have to be careful because Huanfeng and On have already moved up.
Yeah, I do just want to quickly mention here, Angel could be in trouble. Really aggressive positioning. They're going to Tarzan here, onto SOFM. In fact, is Suning once again on the back foot. Cell Division will not save On here. No TP to keep the blobs alive. It's a double kill for Ale. Iwandi in trouble, but he survives. The Cullen can't hit. Huanfeng can't finish it. And LNG, they get everything they can want. They get a 2,000 gold lead.
LNG blocking all shots onto Iwandi, keeping the support safe. But again, these picks, these plays are going in favor of LNG, despite the fact that Light was only walking up. He gets the Mega Inferno Bomb to set things up. Ale in position to collect this massive top wave. And honestly, we could just have a rinse and repeat as LNG go and spend their money, and particularly Ale. 4-1 on this Viego pick. I've seen Viegos with 2 kills take over a game, let alone 4, and we'll get to see it here, right? Manages to just set up for the CC on towards SOFM. They pick him off nice and early. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes across the top, and the early plays from LNG are just better coordinated and better use of their CC.
It feels like Suning just had no idea Ale was there on the other side of the wall, right? SOFM jumping over the wall straight into the open arms of Ale. Now a Herald will be started off by Tarzan on the top side. Huanfeng on the bottom side of the map right here. Both AD carries, in fact. But Suning starting to move over. On already making moves, but here's a TP from Icon to be a part of this play. Herald down to 3,000 here. It's going to be Angel recalling. He can TP back, but he's going to be late. This will already be taken down here. Could be a smite fight, but I don't think SOFM can get near. Herald taken by LNG, and it feels like Suning with a composition we said needed to be proactive. They're not sure what to do.
And I thought that this was going to be a case of, hey, look, we're going to try and trade this, right? We're giving up on top side. Let's go see if we can make a play onto Light onto bot side, or guarantee some turret plates for Huanfeng, like actually trade effectively. But instead, we see SOFM committing again towards the top side, doesn't get anything, and now LNG are snowballing ahead. 1,000 gold lead for themselves. And especially when you got the Ziggs, we talked about in the last game, let's just run bot. Let's just start to make these plays around the Ziggs and get these turrets rolling in LNG's favor.
And you know what? I've not been a big fan of LNG across this split because they played very, very slow. But if they play like this every game, I'm a fan of LNG. I want to see more of this because this is the kind of gameplay that we got to see a little bit of earlier on in the split. This is the kind of gameplay that I've been missing from this squad. And Ale especially. He's one of those top laners that can be a bit feast or famine. He is feasting today, that is for sure.
And I mean, this is the LNG where it feels like they've been asked to roll a skill check in D&D, right? They get above a 15, phenomenal. They're able to do it. Other than that, doesn't really work out. Like, there's so many times, I always go back to like OMG game 1. They end up having this like insane quick sweep across OMG. And then game 2 and 3, they go back to do absolutely nothing. Like, it's so frustrating to watch.
Oh no. Not even a cell division available. SOFM behind the play here. That's a 3-man Moonfall, but I mean, it doesn't do any damage because of exhaust. So now they back away. Bin's TP'd in, has to jump over to Wonfong. 2 down for Suning and LNG. I mean, there's not even a Drake. I'm not even sure why Suning are trying to fight that one. Angel now in trouble. Scatter Week could be available very shortly. Stun over the wall and follows it through as well. Ale to take the kill, take a form on top of it. And now take a mid-tier 1 tower. The Herald comes down. Light is here on the Ziggs. We talked about this game number 1. Herald plus Ziggs equals tower. That's the equation you got to keep in your mind. And down go the plates.
And we said LNG plus picks equals a win. Well, LNG have been gifted picks by Suning this entire game so far. We've just seen Suning trying to overforce, over-aggress in areas they should not be in. And LNG have just been cleaning them up consistently. And now you're looking at a composition with a late game in the Ziggs, a crazy strong front line in this Leona and this Volibear, and a 5-kill Viego. He nearly has his Divine Sunderer already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure why On was trying to contest for that ward. Like, the whole squad was there. I don't know what he expected.
And I mean, look, from this point forward, LNG just run them down. They're able to get this plan towards mid. And look, I get it, Angel, but there's no reason to try and clear that wave. You just accept that there's going to be a Rift Tower coming down. Get the hell out of Dodge. He ends up giving more kills across towards LNG. And now we've got a 4,000 gold lead for LNG. Divine Sunder completed. Luden's Tempest and the Angel's Anguish completed as well for the other carries of LNG. And now when you start to look towards like the follow-up Rift Herald, how do you try and stop that as Suning? There's so much strength coming in on LNG's side right now.
And this is the power of this Ziggs as well, right? We're actually seeing Light taking plates. We didn't really get to see Wonfong grabbing plates for himself in the early game on his Ziggs pick. Engage from On isn't going to go through in the end. The Elastic Slingshot threatened, but 1 or 2 more procs of the passive and Light will be able to finish that tower on the bottom side. They only have 15 seconds on the plates though, so you don't anticipate that he'll be able to get all of the plate gold, but should be able to finish the tower regardless as On zips on out of the jungle here. In fact, no, they get the plate gold. The threat of the dive is enough. Light has received at least a portion of 10 plates so far this game as SOFM chased out of his jungle by the enemy top laner, who is absolutely wailing on him right now. Ale literally 1v4 kills the enemy jungler. Now the answer from Suning as they get onto Icon as well. No flash available. That is the second flash that Icon has failed this game, but he still gets out with his life. Light to answer, gets the kill. Now Tarzan's here. Suning, this play was gifted to you on a silver platter and it's still gone wrong. They just can't get a win this game.
And they even gift the kill to Light as well. Get the Ziggs fed, and that was insane. Ale is just like, yeah, I got this, bro. Hold on to my Drake here as he goes in, murders SOFM. Icon then thinks, you know what? I've seen my big brother do this. I'm gonna go do the same. Realizes he doesn't have 6 kills to his name and has to back out. But either way, LNG, like, what do you say? They've just taken over. Like, Suning haven't had a look in since the get-go. And I think the fact that Ale here is 1v4 and says a hell of a lot. Like, Angel is afraid to go near him. SOFM is running for the hills. And even as Wonfong arrives, Ale finishes him off. And then Icon, a bit unfortunate here. Not expecting so many other people to show up, but just about able to escape from this one.
Icon barely gets away with it, but get away with it he does. And it is, what was it, like a 4 for 1, I think, at the end.
Why
of
are
that
you
one.
low again?
Icon somehow is 1 HP. I don't know what happened on the top side of the map. And I don't think we'll get a replay, Doctor, because there wasn't a kill, so will just live in mystery from this point on. As, oh, hang on. Iwandi versus On. Nope, he's going to bounce away. I thought we were going to get a duel there. I was ready.
I'm actually kind of down just to see how Iwandi does now against a lot of Suning's players, because Bin still trying to threaten here. And
what? Bin is trying to dive Ale? He's got 7 kills, dude. I'm amazed that he nearly pulled that off. That's actually insane. On now in trouble. Angel there alongside him. The culling. Bit of a whiff, honestly, from Angel, and he stepped way too far forward to make the whiff happen. Sidesteps Solar Flare, sidesteps a Mega Inferno Bomb, but he just goes down to a Scatter the Weak instead. Now Tarzan underneath the tower. SOFM turning around. Huge Moonfall, and On follows up as well. But there's no extra damage there. Huangfeng is late to the party, gets one for himself. On still going strong here, still surviving, but Tarzan turns off the tower, gets himself a triple kill, and takes over this series. It is 17-4. LNG have more than a kill a minute, Dagda.
That was an ace. Bin was still dead. He was in the sin bin for that dive on bot lane, and then they kill the rest of Suning. So now LNG, they get the turret top. They're going to get the Rift Herald. There's only inner turrets remaining for Suning. So essentially, they can crack open the base if they want to, if they find that right opportunity. You still have Dragon that's up and available for Suning. It's a Cloud Dragon, which means that Ocean, Mountain, whatever you're feeling here, are still up and available for LNG.
I'm just amazed that Bin even went even here. Like, the fact that he almost actually kills Ale in this dive. Ale has 7 kills at the start of this play. Like,
yeah, I mean, a lot of nice trading back and forth there, but just not quite able to get the finisher as the flash away comes through. And I mean, here on Angel, I don't know why you're trying to take this fight. Like, LNG have full control of this map. They've been running crazy rampant through the river, and they just managed to pick him off. Even if you manage to make a play, Lida has that Mega Inferno Bomb. He's going to be able to find that follow-up. So, weird from Suning to just keep committing bodies to this play.
I just love that Huangfeng just ulted a little bit too far away. Had to Gale Force to finish the kill at the end of it. But Tarzan grabbing himself a triple kill. Grabbing himself a Drake as well off the back of that one. And now we've broached the 18-minute mark, Dagda, which means LNG no longer have a kill a minute. And that means we need to see a play happening. We need to see LNG keeping this kill record up, because I am having a whale of a time. I want to see this LNG more often. I want to see this LNG in the second round of playoffs if this is the kind of gameplay we get.
But this is why it's been so heartbreaking to watch this team, right? Like, as I said, I'm a bit of an Iwandi fanboy. I love when we get these games because you get to see what Iwandi can do, right? He's been all over the map, 0, 1, and 10, making his presence known. And then we get other games from LNG which are way slower, that individualistic style. This is the LNG I'd love to see more often, though, where we are getting interaction between the lanes, where we are getting them taking over in this early stages, and a large portion of that coming from Tarzan and this volley pick that we talked about, where he does play more aggressive.
Ali's in trouble in the mid lane, though. This would be a huge bounty, and it is taken there. There's a tower taken on the top side of the map. Wait, Light still has a Herald here. Does he have Satchel Charge available? Because this could be a tower taken. Light manages to grab 2 towers for himself. Now a TP into the mid lane. Moonfall onto 2 here. On trying to follow up as well. Onto Icon, but scattered away. SOFM will go down. The team has disengaged. The Satchel Charge is there. And SOFM alone goes in onto Light, but he doesn't have their damage. It's a 1-for-1 across the map, but remember, there were towers taken in the top side as well. Bin trying to threaten in the side lane, but he's still early game as far as Jax is concerned, and he's going to get 1v1 by the enemy jungler. Taz at 5, 0, and 10 is not afraid of a Jax at this point. Light's arrived as well to do the damage, but Light's gone too far forward. Has to use a stopwatch just to keep himself safe there, but Bin will eventually go down, question mark? What is going on right now? Finally falls to Ally.
Yeah, apparently Bin is only allowed to die to Ale. Apparently they made an agreement before the game because they just had to give that one across. Either way, though, did buy a hell of a lot of time, right? Because a lot of members of Suning had just gone down. Bin making sure that you're not getting more from LNG, right? You're not getting the vision control in that enemy jungle. But again, like, you're trying to make these plays happen as Suning, which I can understand, right? You're behind. Trying to make picks happen is your best way to get back into this. But not when you've got the entirety of LNG behind you and they're just able to run you back down.
Yeah, and also the tower's taken on the top side, right? That Herald coming out from Light. managing to get a tier 2 and an inhib tower. There's an open inhib. When we have a Viego in this game that can probably, well, actually he can't 1v3. I was going to say he could probably 1v3. We literally just saw that he can't 1v3. That was exactly what the replay was. Juanfong is getting a little bit creative here. I'm curious what the play is. There's nobody anywhere nearby him. I'm not sure that he can 1v1 a Syndra. Dagda, any thoughts?
I mean, look, he could try. The problem is that it's not just Syndra, right? And now he's going to have to reset. He's wasted a hell of a lot of time up here. I mean, sure, you can grab the wave, but look again. LNG controlling the position. He can't come out of this bush. They're going to kill him.
Look at this play. If it works out, though, if it works out, this would be a hell of a way for Sunny to get back in the game. Angel's in trouble. Mega Inferno bomb. His Angel's in trouble, but Icon has been found. Juanfong actually gets it, and Angel gets away. Suning, creative as all hell, but now LA looking to answer the play at SOFM. He's got no way out of this one, and LA will easily finish a solo kill on the top side of the map. LNG now. They managed to pick off a jungler. They're going to look towards this Baron. Been pushing in the bottom lane while this goes on. I mean, I don't know if they can really threaten an inhib at this point. LNG are going to get this Baron, but Suning have to find something on the map.
Yeah, they're going to start pushing in on this mid lane turn. And also the bot lane. Like, Bin will shred through this thing. You do get the enhanced recalls now coming through, but you may lose an inhibitor turn for this. You're definitely lost mid anyway.
So 2 tier 2s are the answer for Suning. They've got the pick onto Icon. They got 2 tier 2s across the map, but they lose a Baron, importantly. And I mean, Dagda, just look at the gold lead for a second. Brace yourself before you do, because it's 9,000 in favor of LNG. We're 22 minutes into the game, and they have a 9,000 gold lead. Like, at this point, sure, Suning, you got a couple of trade towers. It's cute and everything, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you're not going to see them now use that gold to fight this next dragon, right? They're far too far behind. And yes, they're trying to make these creative plays with Juanfong, but if, like, Juanfong is the creative artist, well, you're seeing LNG as the online comments that are just shredding him apart, making sure that he's not actually getting happy about any of the plays that he's just made, because LNG, they're en masse, they have so much control, and they're trying to keep this game in their hands.
Hope somebody buys Ali an ale after this game, because he has more than earned a drink for himself. 9, 3, and 2. Tarzan as well having an amazing game. Even Light, who TP'd up to the top lane early on to make the plays happen, and has been everywhere that the team needed him to be, annihilating these towers as the Ziggs. That's going to be an inhib taken with basically no response from Suning across the map. I mean, SOFM and Juanfong are recalling off on other portions of the map at this point. They've not even noticed that the base is being absolutely shredded.
Yeah, I mean, I had kind of the same thought process to me. It's like, LNG will take Dragon, then go for the siege. LNG, like, no, we siege now, Dragon later. And it means that SOFM and Juanfong kind of got caught with their pants down. One inhibitor gone, bot lane inhibitor gone. As they engage.
That's a good proto belt there from SOFM to keep himself safe, but that's 2 inhibs taken, and guess what? The top lane inhib is open. There's no universe that Suning can just win a 5v5, so they can just brute force up to the top side on the side of LNG here and just finish off a 3rd inhib. And you know, there's always that conversation of an inhib too early in the game is bad for you. Well, when it's 3 inhibs, it's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, one of the rare occasions where too much of a good thing doesn't matter.
Well, Angel's dead. Here we go, final fight of the game. LNG just gonna absolutely style on Suning. A Moonfall comes through, but it does nothing. Is SOFM exhausted on the back line? Light still going strong here. SOFM goes down. And LNG have completely upset the apple cart. Juanfong does nothing, as it is 24-7, just like the action in this game. We're going to game 3 with LNG having a 2-0 advantage on the cusp of their first win against Suning for almost 3 years.
And what a crucial time to do it as well. Round 1 of our playoffs, where last time it was a 3-0 sweep for Suning, and now it's LNG on match point, one step away from putting them in towards the next series. But they still have to try and solidify that. But a performance like that, it's going to be hard for Suning to bounce back from. That was decimation coming through from the LNG side. Across the board, early game pressure coming through from Tarzan, turning around these early game plays from LNG. That's not me on the screen, but it doesn't matter. We can move across.
Wait, that's not... I think you look quite good in pink, Dagda. You're looking very pretty today.
But I actually am wearing a pink shirt, so like maybe I've metamorphosed.
Your face is a bit pink as well. You've been shouting a bit during that last game. Weird draft though, once again, and LNG, I mean, I don't know. Like, all split long, I've been praising Suning's creative drafting, right? I've been talking about the Zac jungle, about the Malzahar pick coming on through. It felt like they had a different pick for every situation. But then we come into playoffs. Game number 2, they're like, all right, hear me out, Zac support. It's like, look, I'm listening. I hear what you're saying. I'm just not sure I agree with what you're saying, you know?
Yeah, I find this hard to blame on drafts, really. Because, like, if you're just going to int across several kills in the first 10 minutes, no matter what draft you have, it's not going to look great. So, like, I think it's more kind of kudos to Tarzan on this volley bear being able to play up towards that top side. I think SOFM, very disrespectful across the course of this game, if not series, to be honest, where we see him like trying to go for this Diana play topside. Volley is insanely strong. Like, Volley in the early stages can early 1v2. Like, it's actually nuts how strong this pick is. And then you end up looking at in a position where, hey, we've also got Viego, who's going to be able to set up that CC chain. A ton of damage can come through. Plus Icon having that TP advantage mid. There's no, like, math equation that I am working out here that gives the advantage over towards Suning. And then we just see the rinse and repeat topside, where you've got another TP that's going to come through and turn that around for LNG. So it felt like Suning just not respecting the tools that LNG had available or what was actually happening on the map.
I respect the mentality from Suning in this one, though. It was like, win fast, lose fast. Okay, we're behind the early game. That's not going to stop us fighting you. And like, Bin literally trying to dive Ale while he is 0-4 and Ale has 7 kills. Like, name another top laner that's willing to make that play and almost pulls it off. Like, granted, Suning, they're 0-2 in this series. And based on their current performance, they don't deserve to win this series. But, hey, they're making it entertaining for us at very least. So I'm having a whale of a time, Dagda. We're ready to jump into a quick break, but do not go anywhere. We're going to find out if the Young Lions have anything left in the tank or whether LNG are going to change history and finally take a series against Suning.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
Twice.
down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian!
No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
我现在状态不是很好，需要我们每一个人的竞技状态，还有想赢那颗心，还有对待比赛的态度好一点。对于季后赛下路对局的话，我觉得我可能不是很适应工具人，但一般我们队的工具人我绝对能适应，所以什么样的对决我都能接受。
I love that fantastic transition between Huanfeng before this series doing an interview saying we need to be ambitious, and then in game number 2 has maybe the most ambitious Kai'Sa flank we've ever seen as he's like sneaking into enemy territory to try and get the flank as an AD carry. Crazy series we've got on our hands here. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as we head to game number 3 and LNG, a team that the majority of people believe to be an underdog coming into this one. Right now are 2-0, Dagda.
And it's been a confident one as well. I mean, that last game blew me away with the pressure that we saw from LNG in the early stages, especially towards that top side of the map. And even in game number 1 as well, it felt like LNG were kind of biding their time until they could eventually pounce. And I think it says wonders about the way that LNG have been drafting thus far in this series, right? One of the big weaknesses that I've seen on LNG has been Ale, like consistently coming out with like deficits in lane, CSD, goal difference. They're now playing a lot of these compositions to keep him safe on that top half of the map, right? We're getting the early Kennen pick, so there's no real counter pick. We're getting the Viego, but then Tarzan putting a ton of pressure topside, and Bin's kind of been crumbling and silent as a result. And as well, then, just the superior skirmishes and team fighting that we've been seeing coming out from them has made the difference in this series.
And a key part of all of that skirmishing is Tarzan. He's going to be our MVP for game number 2 as he just completely took over. And I think the key thing, at least for me, is watching Tarzan in this series completely read SOFM, especially in game number 2. We saw him know exactly what SOFM was doing in the early game and answer it beautifully.
Yeah, he's been incredible, especially as we talked about. Like, one of the big picks we highlighted is this volley bear pick. I love when we see Tarzan going towards it because he does play this aggressive style, looks to set up his team in the early stages, and Ale was the benefactor in this case. You can see that first kill going across, sets himself up wonderfully, and from that point forward, Tarzan's just a menace, right? Taking swings left, right, and center, stunning, getting these turrets flicked off as well so they can set up for continuous dives from LNG. He was the core component of LNG getting this massive early game lead.
Yeah, he certainly was, and even allowing the kills over. Has to be said as well, Angel having a really rough series so far in this one. Feels like Icon having the better of that mid lane matchup time and time again, although it doesn't feel like it's been mostly about the mid lane. And so many times, I mean, look at Tarzan in this clip. He's just untouched, just autoing the entire time, getting his passive off, just getting so much damage out. You don't think of Volibear as a big damage pick, generally speaking. When the fight goes that long, and you're just completely ignored that entire time, and you already have an item, you're going to do big damage. That's just the way that it works. That's just simple mathematics. So, fantastic game coming out from Tarzan there in game number 2. Now we go to draft number 3, Dagda. What has to change here from Suning? Because we saw a potential late game draft, didn't work out for them. They threw it in the mid game. We saw an early game draft out from Suning, and they just couldn't get control of the early game and lost all of those early trades, and just kept on fighting until they lost the game. What happens in game 3? Because I feel like those are the 2 major categories that we have in the current meta.
Well, I think the big thing that we tried to highlight was this jungle matchup, right? And right now, with the bans that are coming in, I'm consistently seeing that SOFM's just isn't leaving himself an opportunity, right? We're seeing the Xin Zhao banned away and the Lee Sin banned away in game number 2. We got the Xin banned away in game 1 of the split as well, so then he was completely out of sorts as well. And it feels like he's just not giving himself like room to breathe in these drafts. So I think instead, leave open the Lee Sin or the Xin Zhao here. You still have the Viego banned away, maybe you ban away the Kennen, but like give yourself an option to get one of these 2 picks so you can have an early game. Xin Zhao goes away of LNG, but now you get SOFM on this Lee Sin.
So SOFM at least has a comfort pick, but so does Tarzan. Yes, you've banned some of the things that have been a menace in previous games of this series, but Tarzan has a 100% win rate on the Xin Zhao. He's played 7 games this split, and he has dominated 7 games this split. He has that pick again. Suning, though, they go back to the Ziggs, they go back to SOFM on the Lee Sin. At least they've got comfort of their own.
Yeah, and just to echo that on the Xin Zhao's, well, by far his highest KDA champion as well, 7.5 KDA. It's a monster. LNG, though, looking to run it back. The Vayne locked in here. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Kennen locked in third after this and just guaranteeing, hey, look, we've got this big engage tool once again. We're only looking to close the gap onto Ziggs and force these fights.
Well, Light did not play a single game of Vayne during the regular season. He's bringing it out twice now in the playoffs to set this up. But for LNG, they might look towards a top laner. Now, a blind Gwen. This is an interesting one because blind Gwen has been pretty much staple in LPL, but we're starting to see counters come through. And one of them, Ale, played in game number 1. The Kennen is available. It would not surprise me to see Bin lock that in.
Yeah, I actually don't like this Gwen pick. I would have much preferred to see the Kennen because, again, one of the big issues that you see with these Ziggs comps is actually being able to close that gap. But Suning haven't actually kind of opted in towards that strategy. Instead, they are taking like the Lee Sin, the Jax. These are picks that want to go in and get aggressive in team fights. So you will, at least for LNG, have the opportunity to go toe-to-toe against Suning rather than Suning trying to keep them at arm's length with something like the Trundle pick.
So Bin goes for the Jax. We saw it in game number 2, and I'm not going to lie, the scoreline wasn't pretty. But mechanically, it looked pretty good. So we'll see. Maybe it was the matchup thing. Maybe it was just falling behind early. We're looking to the bans, though, here. Is Lulu banned away by Suning, not allowing Icon to be that supportive mid laner for the Xin Zhao.
I mean, the Twisted Fate has been such a big pick for Angel. I'm not surprised to see it banned as well. Like, it's just incredibly strong. And especially when you got 2 late game scalers on either side of the map for Suning, just trying to minimize that is going to work out wonders. Suning now taking away these enchanters, worried that that's going to be paired with either the Xin Zhao in the mid lane for Icon or even Iwandi on the support role. I think the big thing for LNG right now, though, is again looking at like trying to get an engage tool, like trying to find something that can set up these fights. Either something like the Rise to like move you in with the Realm Warp and help you close that distance, or these big engage supports like the Rels, the Leonas, the Alistairs.
And the Rakan that has just been banned away. Suning now have to decide where they're going to go next with this one. Support would be totally unsurprising, allowing a counter pick to go to that mid lane. But instead, they're just going to blind lock in this Syndra, believing that this is... I mean, the Syndra has rocketed in priority. Banned in game number 1, locked in for LNG game number 2. Now Angel will take it for game 3.
It's just a crazy strong blind pick at the moment. And honestly, it's one of Angel's... It's actually Angel's most played champion. He has a 67% win rate on this, so not surprised that he is one of the proponents for trying to pick this up as quickly as he can. But now, we talked about what we want to see from LNG, right? Big engage tools coming through. There's the Rel pick. We'll have to see what they decide to go with as the counter for this Syndra in the mid lane. Could also see them go potentially back towards the Lucian mid if they wanted to, because you've already got that Gwen topside, or at least some sort of AD mid lane.
Well, it's a Galio to lock in that mid lane. It has that roam potential that we were talking about. It still facilitates that same pseudo-supportive role, right? Where you have Tarzan as your primary carry and Icon there to back him up. And also, it's real good at following up a Rel engage. So we'll see how that's going to pan out as Trundle is locked in once more for Suning. Liking the bot lane they had in the first game of this series. Dagda, I need your analysis here. Is this composition from Suning good enough? Is this going to be enough to answer what LNG are bringing to the table today?
I actually think they might this time around. Like, I think the big problem for Suning last time was there was just too many engage tools, right? Iwandi on the rail, you had the Kennen for Ale as well, and even if you got rid of Iwandi, you still had to deal with Ale. This time around, there's less engage tools. Like, you kind of have a 1-2 combo in Icon and Iwandi, but like, not enough that you'll be able to lock them in place for a long portion of time. So I think as adding on to the fact you've got Syndra with the Scout of the Week makes it a little bit more difficult for this team to jump in on top of you. So maybe they can try and play at arm's length and pick off members as they're coming through, buy space for Guanfeng, but we'll all have to see how this early game goes, because my biggest fear is just LNG powering through this top side of the map with this Galio pick.
I just feel like LNG once again have really high powered composition for that top side of the map. And importantly, Ale having that Gwen. Bin going for the Jax once more. Maybe Jax is the answer. Season 1 champ answers Season 11 champs. We go full circle, because it's the counter pick that he had for Viego. It's the counter pick that he has for this Gwen as well. Bin It feels like a huge amount of this game is going to rest on his shoulders. Can he survive the pressure that LNG are going to send his way to the top side? The same for Light on the side of LNG. When we get later into the game, we saw what Light was able to do. On that vein, he took over in the fights. But now LNG on the cusp of getting a win against Suning for the first time since 2019. This would be a momentous victory for LNG and a step forward in playoffs if they could get it. Oh no, SOFM, this is not how you want to start game number 3. Flipped over, ignited, has flash available, and will be able to ward hop out. So it's just going to be the ignite used by Iwandi. The play kind of failed for LNG.
A nice attempt from LNG, but yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for SOFM. You tend to start W on your clear anyway, so having that safeguard already locked in doesn't matter. Ward down does kind of suck. It means your ganks are less potent in the early stages, but not the end of the world. So all said and done, we'll probably just see the exact same story, but we're just going to replay in the bottom right of Iwandi dashing over the wall with Ali.
Yeah, nice little setup there. It's good to see LNG coming in very clearly prepped, right? Knowing exactly where SOFM will stand at the start of the game, knowing how to play around that back. Very nicely done. Now that mid lane matchup is going to be crucial here, Dagda, but let's start off by talking about the junglers, because once again, we have early game junglers. These are the perfect picks, the power picks that we were talking about before. We've got Tarzan on that Xin Zhao. We have SOFM on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and look, it's actually kind of interesting to see how the styles that we've actually seen from these two junglers has turned out very different. On again, taking a terrible trade level 1 of this matchup.
Oh, so it trades it back though. A little bit better than last time.
Okay. He's learning, he's improving, but yeah, I think the identity for these junglers for me is kind of swapped a little bit. SOFM has been going towards a lot more of these like solo clears to allow his lanes to get ahead in matchups that we see like the Ziggs. Whereas when we look at Tarzan, he's traditionally been the one that gets the help. We're actually seeing that flipped in this series where it's Tarzan who's been much more kind of focused on an individual clear, which is slowing him down, but giving more space to the lanes, allowing them to go toe-to-toe, and especially as you look towards bot side of the map, right? They now have the push, which helps guarantee him that first scuttle on the bottom side.
Look at those Gwen stats. 100% win rate in the mid lane, which, you know, doesn't matter all too much. It was the one game that DoB played it. But yeah, incredibly strong top lane pick. Has been tweaked down a little bit on 11.15. But we'll see if that's going to make any significant difference here as SOFM moves up to the top side, going for a full clear. Something on the Lee Sin you don't see all too often, as On gets chunked out very heavily in this lane, but Iwandi getting answered onto as well. Huanfeng and Light now trading, and it's Huanfeng that's winning it out. Both of LNG's bot lane is very low.
Light trying to see if he could get that final proc, but actually end up tumbling across a bunch of those mines, slowed down, and Huanfeng gets a nice little trade back. But Tarzan now has the opportunity to go for this same gank that we saw in the bottom lane. Level 3s are hit. He can tank it up, set up by Iwandi, and it looks like that's what we might see happen here.
It's possible to see a bit of a dive there. I don't think it's going to happen, at least for now. SOFM spotted out an award, will be recalling Iwandi to make this play happen. Tarzan spotted out though, and On flipped back, doesn't have, oh, he had flash, just can't use it. And Light walks away quite happily from that one. That is an easy first blood from LNG.
Nice job as well. The jungler kind of just been there for as a scare tactic, but now Huanfeng has to be careful. He's no mana, no TPs available apart from topside, and LNG have that advantage because Icon still has his own.
This could be really dicey for Huanfeng as TP comes in from Ally on the top side and immediately takes a really rough trade for himself, as it feels like Bin has complete control of this top lane matchup right now. 10 CS advantage. Now, luckily for Huanfeng, On has arrived back in that bottom lane. The play did not come through from the side of LNG. They opt out of trying to force a dive. So things will remain relatively neutral. The silver lining here for Suning is at least Iwandi was the one to get that first blood kill. So in terms of gold, in terms of how that matchup goes down, it's not going to be the end of the world for Suning.
Yeah, I think it'll be enough though where LNG now start to put their attention top. Actually, as I say that, Iwandi linking up with Tarzan, as we talked about, the orchestrator moving everything up to this top lane. They want to make this play happen. It looks like Bin though will need to back away and should be able to TP back in safe.
Okay, Icon gets hit by the Q, spots out SOFM as well. The play not going to happen, at least from Icon, but Iwandi has moved all the way up here. He's only level 3, but the TP from Bin could be an opportunity here for LNG. Bin doesn't know. He lacks critical information here. Has his flash available. Has no ward available for a ward jump, but there is a wave coming. Oh no, SOFM. We saw this in the best of 3. Tarzan and Iwandi waiting in brushes for SOFM. He gets out this time. Has to burn his flash. That's the second attempt onto SOFM we've seen in this series.
It does mean, though, that Tarzan is kind of falling behind. Like, look at the the CS, where he's sitting about 10 behind because he's been constantly trying to make these plays happen. We're still topside, though. SOFM still hovering.
Oh, we're not going to go for a dive. I was going to say we were going to go for a dive, but they back away. SOFM was there. Bin will be fine. And we said a huge amount of this game, looking at the drafts, is going to be onto Bin. How well can he weather the storm? Well, so far, the storm has kind of weathered itself. It's just been SOFM hovering, and Bin just kind of sits on the tower, makes sure to last hit, makes sure to press counter-strike, and no dive has actually come through just yet.
And it's the bot lane that's looking the worst for wear out of all this, right? Because Light's been left on his own. You've now got one plate that's gone the way of Guanfeng. You're losing out on CS as well because Light was forced away from the turret. So LNG, despite the fact that they're the ones being the proactive ones, are actually giving advantages to Suning in key areas of the map.
Crazy thing is, Bin's actually up in CS after all this pressure towards the top side. Now Suning going to be able to start this Drake off for themselves. A good start to the game here. A much needed good start to the game after how game number 2 of this series went. It doesn't feel like Suning are out of the running just yet. You know, when you get to game number 3 in a best of 5 and one team wins the first 2 games, Dagda, quite often it can feel like the first team has just keeled over entirely. Talking about LNG here, back in the spring playoffs, we saw this exact series in the first round. It was a 3-0 to Suning. Ale going for the all-in here. Icon has moved over. Ale 1 HP. Jump onto the tower. Bin gets taunted up by Icon, who's happy to tank it. Justice punch out to safety. And LNG find themselves a kill.
And apparently there is no Iron Team no more for LNG. They're the ones that are moving around the map. They are the ones that are interacting with their lanes as, Ale.
On wants himself a solo kill. He's going up to the top lane, and Ale goes down. On finds a solo kill. He's furious that he didn't get Rookie of the Split, and he's here to make a name for himself.
I actually have to double check this. I think On might have the most solo kills of the supports now, because I think he has 2 solo kills.
I have no idea who's the most solo killingest support, but right now, in my heart at least, it is On. Herald started up here for Suning. LNG want to answer though. We've got Icon and Tarzan here, but with a pillar down, means Tarzan has to flash away. There is a blast cone available, but it becomes very dicey with Tarzan having no flash to try and contest this one. Both bot laners still on the bottom side of the map here. Taunt comes through. SOFM still on the Herald as On just gets absolutely chunked out. Herald taken down. SOFM could not pick it up though. Bin with a triple stun here, jumps out to the rest of his team. SOFM has to ward hop out to safety. Suning get the Herald, but they're denied the eye.
And that is crucial again. This is the exact same as what happened in game number 1, right? Suning, they get Rift Herald, but get denied the opportunity to use it. Again, now we're seeing LNG making these plays to stop it, and it means that this Ziggs isn't able to snowball in the same manner that it has. And again, LNG, they're buying time for them to get the 3 items on this vein, to get to a point that they can look to team fight. And again, like Ale, he's going to be in a reasonably good spot in this sideline as well for a large portion of this game against the Jacks.
Guanfeng, mate, I don't know if that's where you want to be. Okay, they don't commit to him. I wasn't sure if he was just going to get all in there, to be honest. It felt like he was going real deep. As Bin misses the stun, the needlework already used. Flash forward from Ale. Bin might just get solo killed here. Ale, is he willing to go under the tower? Yes, he is, easily. Not even a split second's thought on that one. Ale solo killing Bin, and Bin cannot find a foothold in this series.
And it feels like a very long fall from grace for Bin, right? Back in summer, in Worlds of 2020, Bin was everything for Suning. We had Sword Art playing towards him, SOFM playing towards him, facilitating this aggressive style, but no longer do we see Suning playing as heavily towards this top side on, not apart from a little bit in this game, doesn't play as heavily towards roaming up there to help out Bin. And unfortunately now Ale, he's the one getting those resources. He's the one who's now got the lead in the top lane matchup, and he's just shredding Bin apart with this needle pick.
Yeah, I mean, hits all three, gets the autos in, just flashes forward, and then... I mean, the finish off is just getting wrecked. I don't know why he walked towards Ale. I feel like maybe he misclicked that one.
I think he's trying to dodge the true damage. It's on like the very center of the cone. Maybe he could have survived, but I think it was damned if you do, damned if you don't in that situation. There's no way you're going to get out. As now he decides to trade again.
I mean, he's winning out the trades. It's just the all-ins that he's not able to find advantages on. SOFM on the top side of the map spots out Tarzan. Really, really good Scryer's Bloom there. It means that Tarzan shouldn't be able to make a play on towards Bin. Another huge wave being crashed there, but every single time Bin crashes these massive waves, Ale's there to soak them up. Now Angel clears away this wave, but look at that CS lead up in the top side, right? 20 CS advantage in favor of Bin, in favor of Ale, sorry, at this point after all of the action that's been going up on that top side of the map. Iwandi here to help Icon protect this mid tower. SOFM even takes a turret shot for his trouble.
And there's not much that Suning can do to try and even this match up top, right? Because you always have the threat of Icon being able to play up towards that top side, making sure that you kind of always have that numbers advantage. So Suning trying to make the plays mid, trying to get control for this dragon in 20 seconds. But LNG, they still have really good control here. And at the moment in these fights, especially with Wanfeng being so low in mana, I give the edge to LNG.
Oh, Angel, that was gorgeous. Completely denies the engage from Iwandi with the scatter the weak. And I'm pretty sure he just saved On's life right there. SOFM here alongside the support. Icon maybe has stayed a little too long here. I think Pillar of Filth will still be on cooldown for the time being. So SOFM instead looking for chickens, but he's going to get taunted up. Has to safeguard out to his mid laner to get to safety. Light, though, flashes forward to try and make the play happen. Doesn't get the condemn onto SOFM. Oh, it was so close to beautiful from Light, but just didn't quite work out.
Swing and a miss from Light, not quite able to get the condemn to the wall, and it doesn't matter in the grand scheme. It would have been nice to get some extra gold, but LNG will still manage to get this dragon. I say that.
Oh, will they? Iwandi's in trouble. He's in the pit. He does not have flash. Iwandi surely goes down here. Wanfeng trying to chase for a little bit more. Mega Inferno bomb in, but it does basically nothing. Angel is the one to do the damage instead. As Suning finally get themselves a pick that will lead to a Drake. It leads to a huge CS lead that Angel's found for himself. Maybe Angel finally gets himself into this series.
Yeah, LNG just weren't fast enough on the dragon. You had the double TP reset coming through from Suning. They just finished off their mythics where you're waiting on anything really on LNG to be picked up. So they managed to take that fight. Nice job from Suning, as you say. Like, find a bit more of a foothold. Find some control back in this game. And now you've got Wanfeng who gets free damage on his bot lane turret. He's already taking 2 plates there. Maybe we still get that bot lane turret cracked open and you can start to play for these Rift Towers once again soon.
Well, they've only got, 35 seconds until those plates are going to fall down. Wanfeng would need another few hits onto the tower. It's about a plate and a quarter is the point at which Ziggs can get the tower down with the satchel charge. Doesn't feel like that's going to be doable in the next 25 seconds because there's no pressure coming down to this bottom side. So, won't be happening this game. In favor of Suning, at least, as a third play is taken by Ale. And I feel like we need to just take a second here, Dagda, and appreciate the fact that... Oh, wait. Bin. Is he going to look for another all-in? Bin does not care what his score is. I've never seen this guy respect the scoreline. He's 0-2, and he manages to take half of Ale's health, scatter the weak. Just a millimeter, a Timo, if you will, away from getting the stun onto Ale.
But you end up investing 3 members top as Suning for that play. And you don't actually get anything from it. Like, Ale doesn't burn his flash, he burns the ult, yeah, but it's not the end of the world. Now, you can still muck for plays elsewhere.
Iwandi's here, gets the stun, gets the CC chain onto SOFM. Icon now going to dash in, but it's just going to be a whole bunch of CC. Not a whole lot of damage to be had there. Has been, maybe he has been caught out of position. Does he have a ward available? I can't see because I've got plate gold on my screen, but SOFM can move over. Bin can hop out with the leap strike. And now Herald going to be started up. All 5 members available for both teams here. If either team gets the Herald, we could have a 5v5 for it.
I think Suning just take it. You've already invested mid and support. ultimates for LNG. They just don't have anything in the tank to try and go against a fully fledged Sunni. So they back off. Sunni will get this, but we'll have to see now where Sunni decide to make themselves known, because we've talked about bot lane being available. But, well, actually, LNG, maybe contest.
See, I'm not sure that LNG are feeling quite as respectful of Suning as you are right now, Tactic, because they still want to go for this. Icon TP's in, misses the shield of Duran, but they still get themselves a Herald. The bomb comes in, and Tarzan trying to escape with that Herald. Pillar of Filth is going to come through. Tarzan in the middle of everyone. We see Icon go down. We'll see Tarzan fall as well here. It's SOFM to finish that kill off. Suning lose the Herald. They get a couple of kills. What else can they find? Because they've got to get a gold lead at least.
I mean, Suning win on this play by default, right? You get 2 kills, you're going to get the mid lane turret, whereas the Rift Herald will more than likely only net you a turret as LNG. So Suning coming out the better for wear on that play, and I'm surprised that LNG went for it. We already said, like, ultimates were down. You don't get to team fight, and losing 2 really ain't worth it.
Yeah, certainly not. LNG, bit of an interesting call on this one, and we finally find Suning back in control of the game here. I mean, I just don't really get it. I just don't get why the commitment when, like you say, the ultimates weren't available. You can see LNG don't actually want to fight. They were just posturing to try and take the Herald.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things about this series as a whole has just been like lack of trading for Rift Herald, right? What a lot of teams have gotten really good at doing is, hey, look, you go for Rift Herald, we'll overload like bot side of the map, or we'll take a turret that way. We'll just trade eventual turret for turret now. But we haven't seen it at all this game, and I think that was a really good opportunity for LNG to go, hey, look, we already invested too much in this play. Let's just have people roam bot, see if we can get this bot lane turret, and at least trade for an objective. Instead, they do get the Herald, but they lose 2 kills and that mid lane turret when it could have just been an even trade.
So Dagda, I want to talk game plan for a second here, because it feels like Suning with a 3,000 gold lead, they are the ones that have control of this game, but Light is on this vein once again. We saw in game number 1 of this series that he's able to take over late game team fights. Are we looking at a similar scenario though? Because this time there's no Kennen. This time he doesn't have that same level of massive all-in from the rest of his team.
We may not get crazy late as well. Dragon in 20 seconds, and everyone wants to try and fight for this. So I think the big thing here is, again, like, if I1D finds this mega engage, Tarzan can set up for Light. Sure, you can find these plays where Vayne can take off, but still needs 2 more items under his belt. Whereas Wanfeng, like, those mega Inferno Bombs really starting to hurt now with the Leandri's finished.
It's going towards that Horizon focus as the second item as well, which will be a massive spike for that Ziggs. Suning grouping up Ale, trying to move forward. He's just going to get bomb after bomb after bomb on the face. Light loses half of his HP to the combo. And now in they go. Icon trying to slam, but he's interrupted. Doesn't get his ulti off. Tarzan on the front line, just trying to tank for now. Huanfeng forced to flash by Light with the all-in, but now he's gone too deep himself. The bomb's coming on through, and the rest of Suning trying to clean up. Kick away onto Ale here as SOFM goes in with the flank from Angel. Suning finally finding their footing in this series.
And you can see the difference here, right? I1D gets that good engage, but you get Angel able to interrupt the follow-up from Icon. You don't get that 1-2 punch in the same way that we saw in game number 1. And suddenly Vayne is spending the entire fight chasing members down, then actually being able to finish them off. And Suning managed to take the kills, they'll take the dragon, and put themselves 5 minutes away from that Ocean Sun.
We finally get to see a little bit more from Suning again, but Dagda, I'm feeling a little bit scared, I'm not going to lie. Because I don't know if you remember game number 1 of this series, but at about 20 minutes, Suning had a 4k gold lead. We're about 20 minutes in, and Suning have a 4k gold lead. It could all still go wrong. Icon actually got solo killed by Angel off on the side of the screen there as the fight started.
Yeah, he doesn't quite get solo kill, managed to flash away, but it is that big interrupt, and Icon looking for the flank, but wasn't quite able to find it. And again, you can see here, without that like lockup, there's just not as much that the Vayne can do. Now, a given, we said again, you want a bit more items here as Vayne, right? You really take off when you get that Guinsoo's Rage Blade, so at least a little bit more time to come online for Light. But honestly, I'm still kind of seeing the same issues where if Angel is playing in backline with Wanfeng, Bin is on that front line, it actually becomes really difficult for this Vayne to pop off in the same manner without those big engage tools.
Definitely feels difficult for Light in this one, and especially against the Syndra. Scattered Weak is such a terrifying ability when you're playing a short-range AD carry. It's so hard to get close to Angel without just getting one shot. And, like, let's just take a second to talk about Angel before the next fight happens here, Dagda, because we finally get to see him exist in this series. It feels like he's been incredibly quiet so far across the course of this series, but now 201 has the Syndra that you talked about, one of his most played picks of all time. Feels like he's finally coming online, a player that has been so crucial for Suning all year long.
And especially, as we said, like, seeing this control mage come through gives so much pressure. It's Scattered Weak, yes, but also that big old outplay button with the ore going to be crucial for the likes of Light, trying to dissuade people like Ale from going too far forward. And we even saw him having that major impact in the last fight. So again, I think we're going to be keeping our eyes a lot on this backline from Suning to see if they can stop LNG from advancing. Right now, though, they're playing this map very spread out, right? Using the fact you've got Wanfeng pushing mid to start creating a lot of zones of control up around this top side.
We're starting to see mythics across the board here as well. I think pretty much, well, everyone that's opted into a mythic has a mythic. Bin obviously going for mythic as his second item, I would assume, although to be honest, I'm not going to make predictions on what Bin builds. We've seen that both Bin and SOFM can go a little funky with their builds, so we'll wait and see what he goes for there. But the Phage could be Asterix. Still possible. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly the key thing is items coming out across the board here. 2.5 minutes until an Ocean Soul deck there. Feels like Suning with an almost 5,000 gold lead. Wait, no, I can't count. That's 4,000. Wait, no, it is 5,000 almost. I can count. I did it, Nectar. I'm a real boy.
The math checks out. The math checks out. I like it. And again, as he said, like, 3 + 1 is 4, which will give the soul. So for Suning, when they have full pressure, they have full vision control on the bottom side of the map, it's looking pretty likely that they're going to get to number 4. And you can see LNG, they're like, right, well, maybe we can use this to get vision control on top side, but if you're going to trade the potential Baron for the soul, you got to get a hell of a lot of use out of that Baron and a lot of use out of that.
Oh, no. Got to have a living mid laner to make that trade happen. Kicked away. Icon just going to be locked up, and he tries to do some damage, but he's playing Galio, so that's not an option for him, unfortunately. And, you know, we're talking about the Drake in a minute and a half. Well, Icon's just been picked off, and there's a Baron on the map right now. It wouldn't surprise me too much, but Wanfeng, oh no, fumbles it, and now Ale chases him down. There's a bomb, but it's not going to do much. Needle and Thread comes up trumps at the end of this one. Suning picking on towards the Baron anyway. I don't think they commit to this. I think they're just looking for vision.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of blew up in Wanfeng's face there. Managed to get caught out. Thought he had the support coming from his top side, so thought he's going to be safe, but not going to be the case. And now, the control that we just said Suning had is slowly being worked away at by LNG. Now, still some really deep wards in behind, but Angel's the only one with the teleport available. Bin used it to make that pick on towards Icon in the top lane, so still Suning need to find these ways of controlling River, getting their long-range poke with Wanfeng and Angel down, and preventing Icon from having these magnificent flanks where he can get in off of a TP or some engage flank from I1.
Well, you say these magnificent flanks, we've yet to see it in Game 3. As Icon having a bit of a rough time for himself. He is 60 CS down at this point. See how fast that maths was, Dagda? Pretty impressive. I'm just going to say it. Suning in control right now. 15 seconds until the Drake. And Icon almost gets one shot by Angel. Oh, the bomb! Flash away from Icon. Barely survives. And Suning now. Massive opportunity here. Icon does have his teleport available, so he will be able to rejoin the fray. Bin waiting in the brush. Ale gonna face check him, and immediately Bin looks for the fight onto Ale, gets a good trade going. Icon's TPing into the pit. Gets knocked back by the Drake here. SOFM could jump onto him if he wants to. Satchel charge. Icon, you're not allowed out of the baby cage. He's locked inside. He's on babysit duty and does not get to leave. The dragon is just wailing on Icon this entire time. Finally gets out using his own ulti. Suning are getting blown apart here. LNG have finally found the fight. Light is popping off. The Suning are taken apart. You can never put Icon in the babysitting cage. He will always break free.
And that's the crescendo for the orchestrator that is Iwandi. The beautiful engage onto the front line of Suning manages to set up for Icon as he rips apart his soother out of his mouth, launches himself on towards Suning and gets the play that they need. The dragon goes the way of LNG, and I'm getting deja vu munch. This is take 2, but watch it here. Iwandi again. This big engage. This is why we highlighted this man. Steps up when LNG needs him most in this game. And following up is Icon to give the time and give the space to LNG to carry the fight.
I cannot believe it is happening again, Doctor. We see Iwandi with these insane engages. And, you know, his scoreline is only 1-2-3, but his influence in that fight goes far beyond the scoreline would indicate. And now, still, the gold lead, massively in favor of Suning. They still are one Drake away from getting themselves a soul, but when you think outside of just this one game, right, think big picture in this series. So far, we've got 3 out of 3 games where either Suning gets a lead and they make some really iffy plays and potentially throw it, and then we have one game where LNG just dominated. It's not a good look for Suning overall.
It really hasn't been, and I think in game number 1 and game number 2, a lot of that was just disrespect of what LNG were capable of. Game 1 was these flanks from Ale. Game 2, SOFM trying to make these plays when Tarzan was in a lead because of the champions that they selected. Now, into game number 3 again, they just are not giving the space that they need to stop Iwandi getting these engages. Again, like game number 1, this Rel is putting in the back leg work for LNG.
And hey, you know, Iwandi's playing the horsey champion, so the back leg work very strong. Angel barely fighting out with his life here. SOFM, he's hovering for Angel. Right now, this is a 1v1 between the mid laners, and Icon does not win that. Has to use the Sonya's. SOFM opting into a 1v3. I'm not sure that was the best move you could ever make, but he's going to be okay for now. Could go in onto Tarzan, but the bomb doesn't quite land, so he won't commit to the play. I'm kind of surprised SOFM survived that one. I feel like that was not as hard of a commit from LNG as I expected. And Bin, I mean, he's just AFK pushing at the bottom side. He doesn't think about team fights. He just thinks about towers.
It's been the story of Bin for this game. Every time he's on the Jax, right, it's just, hey, I'm off in the side lane. He's getting turrets, though. Like, LNG aren't being able to find these engages and, you know, suddenly burst open the map in the same way that they had in game number 1. The next Dragon feels like that's going to be the real kicker for this series. Either Suning getting control back, finding some space and room for Bin to breathe in this bottom lane, or you end up in a situation where LNG find these good engages once more, and it's Suning who are sent packing.
And I want to just point something out quickly as well in terms of how this series will pan out, because I think maybe some viewers have been a little confused on the draft phases that we've seen so far, where we've seen LNG being that blue side 3 games in a row. Now, the way side selection works in the LPL in playoffs is that the team with the highest seed picks their side for 3 games in the series. They can choose which 3 games that is. For LNG, it's number 1, 2, and 3, which means if Suning were able to win this game, they'd find themselves in a position where they're getting side selection. Maybe they can go over to the blue side, and that's when territory can get a little dicey for LNG. We're certainly not there yet, but Suning, with an almost 5,000 gold lead once more, feels like they have control. They just need to play it slow. They just need to be safe. They need to avoid LNG's win conditions. We can't see another throw like game 1, Dagda.
It feels like LNG have learned so much from their last bout against Suning, though, right? Because one of the big things we highlighted was Camille in game number 1, Suning LNG. Massive issue, they just banned Camille. As on, I need to be careful.
You say that, he's throwing out some filthy old pillars there and forcing LNG away. A TP comes through from Bin as well. As Suning, this time around, with Drake up in 40 seconds, they are not interested in trading tier 2 towers. They don't have Bin on another side of the map. They have Bin in the fight here. SOFM has to move forward to try and face check this one, try and get some vision control, but LNG are not conceding the river, at least for the time being. On forced away, Ale takes a massive chunk there from Angel. Oh, and just in case it wasn't tense enough, we have a bit of a pause coming on through.
And you can see now, Suning, at least when we're addressing the starts of this Dragon, far more honest, taking it slow, trying to use that range and poke that they have with the Ziggs, with this Syndra as well, and not being able to land are so far, but definitely you can see that big burst onto Ale, making a lot of a difference onto suddenly how we kind of picture this initial team fight going, but we'll have to see exactly what the pause is going to be for.
Okay, so Dagda, while we've got this pause, talk me through the perfect way that this goes for Suning. We've seen so many times in this series that Suning don't set up correctly. LNG get this big combo, Icon slams in, Iwandi gets the big ult, etc, etc. How does Suning play this? Maybe we don't have time. Maybe it's going to happen live instead. Looks like we will have a What? Where did he go? It's a magic trick as Iwandi disappears. And now in Tarzan goes, knocks Huanfeng back, but he manages to get back to the backline once again. Icon flying in to try and save the day, but the damage is there. Triple taunt comes through. Light still going strong. Ale in the middle of everything, but Bin gets a stun. Managing to turn things around a little bit. Bin and SOFM is on the flank here, looking to try and get a pillar in. Light goes down. SOFM finishes him off. Ale cannot get the damage out. Icon with yet another taunt, but Bin still going strong. Another kill for Suning. They finally found the fight.
And that was exactly what I was about to say. Blow up someone with Angel and Huanfeng, and you can win this fight as Suning. And they just barely crested over the line. It was dicey, it was close, but now with an Ocean Soul, it makes things a hell of a lot easier for Suning.
And Iwandi, honestly, where did he go, man? That was just a QE. That wasn't even the ult coming out from Angel. That was just basic abilities. Angel is terrifying. Let's take another look.
And it's
I'm pretty sure this was just a literal one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get a little bit of the, well, you get the damage range, and yeah, it just completely blows him up. Catches Light. Light, by the way, monster in this fight. Watch the mechanics that are on this guy, right? He gets the condemn onto SFM as he tries to ward hop in, which stops him, which is why Light continues for so long in this fight. Even as we go forward here, he flashes forward as well. And it's like looking dicey from this point forward, but Bin then arrives, and with him being able to close the gap on towards Light, it makes all the difference here. SFM flashes in to get that kick, which sets up for the kill. And then, with Bin having gotten a lot of this solo lane XP, having a bunch of this extra farm, he's got the damage to carry through the fight.
And it feels like those long, drawn-out fights like that are perfect for Bin, right? He's on that Jax. He gets so long to stack up his passive to keep just hitting away, getting as many Sheen procs as possible. Angel now pushing onto a tier 2 in the top side. Suning had tempo off of the Dragon fight. They have an Ocean Soul. Surely, this is a game for Suning in this series, and perhaps a window back in. They've still got a lot of work ahead of them if they want to try and contend, but at least they've got something to work with here. There's 2 tier 2s go down. They already took the tier 2 in the bottom side from Bin's push earlier on in the game. It's a 6,000 gold lead. Eldor up in 4 minutes. Baron is available right now, but I'm not sure if Suning really have a window to try and just force it.
SFM's been TP'd on.
Well, SOFM's in trouble. He's going to be taunted. His Icon gets kicked away, so he can't follow up, and SOFM just queues over to the red buff. Very nicely done there by SOFM. Does mean his ult's on cooldown, but, you know, Dragon range for a TP, I think we'll take that trade.
Yeah, and even long-range damage coming in as well. Suning now on the hunt. They know if they can find anyone, it could be Baron.
I mean, look at the builds for Angel and Huanfeng right now. Double Death Cap coming in. Angel on 4 items, including a Void Staff. There is massive burst damage available for Suning. Forget burst, there's massive sustained damage onto this Baron. It just gets shredded. LNG, not even a look in, not even an idea of vision in that river. And now Tarzan, exhausted, low on HP. Huanfeng just waiting for his ult to tick on over before he can use that again. Iwandi could be caught. He's the straggler. These Lions love to pick off a straggler. His Icon will Justice Punch back over to the rest of his team. Suning, they have control. They have the gold lead. They have the soul. They have the Baron. Can they finish this one out?
They still have to be careful of Iwandi's engage. Iwandi, if he can find this mega engage, that could turn it back in LNG's favor. But Suning, as long as they keep poking, as long as they use smart plays like that Baron, where they can use the regen from the Ocean Soul to secure Baron, they can close this one out. The next objective 2.5 minutes until this Elder Dragon is online. Sunni need to make sure that Iwandi isn't finding those big engages, and it's Angel who's able to blow up these key carries alongside Huanfeng before the fight really starts.
And Dagda, we've been talking about animals all day. We've been talking about the chillin, the giraffe, the lion, right? It's been very animal themed on the cast. But right now, what Suning need to do is think back to Aesop's fables. It's the hare and the tortoise, because slow and steady will win this race for Suning. Don't overforce it. Don't put yourself in a position where LNG can engage. Just play it slow. Use your poke. Use the fact that you have this Jax as a strong side laner. That is the window for Suning. Remember, this would only be their first game of the series as well. They still have a long way to go yet if they want to get themselves a win. But hey, it's a good start at very least for them. And it does feel like LNG now, really against the wall, can't even leave their base.
Vision is in favor of Suning though. Makes it really hard for Iwandi to get these good flanks. Flash is available for both Icon and Iwandi though. If they can find this engage, that could be it. But it's so hard. Like, the siege potential from both Huanfeng and Angel is so high.
On getting engaged on here as SOFM trying to zone the rest of the squad away. There's big damage onto On. He goes down, but it's traded for Ale. I think they'll take that trade. Great kick from SOFM, but he's locked up and into GA. Bin is under the tower, by the way. In the meantime, SOFM gets back from his GA. The scatter the weak is terrifying damage. Another GA burnt. That's Lights now on cooldown. He is vulnerable, and Angel ain't finished up just yet. Neither is Bin on the backline getting a stun. Oh, the scatter of the weak just barely misses as Suning look for more and forget the top lane inhibitor. Suning want to end the game, but LNG still have 4 players strong here. The Nexus is open. Iwandi goes in. Icon to follow up, but Iwandi's already gone down. Light falls to Bin in the backline. And Suning, it's not quite a roar just yet. It's more in the realms of a meow, but they get themselves a game in this series.
And it's so crucial for Suning to have gotten Angel this Syndra. The entire way through these games, the scatter the weaks, the burst damage with the unleashed power has solidified them so much in these fights. And now, once again, you see him coming in clutch, picking off Light at the end, shutting down that GA play, and allowing Suning to take game number 3.
Excellently done here by Suning. And, you know, we were saying the slow play is going to work it out. Or Angel just does a scatter the weak. Maybe that's the play instead. Just completely one-shot their entire team. And, well, the rest is easy at that point. Really, really beautifully played by Angel. If he doesn't get MVP for this one, I'll be very surprised. Exceptional performance there in the mid lane. This Syndra is going to be crucial. Attacked. I don't think that they're going to get it another game. I think this is going to be banned for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Syndra's got to go. It looks so good. Angel was a monster on it. And I mean, look, we saw that it got some buffs in this patch, but we know that Angel has always been insanely good at this pick, and we're getting to see it once again here. And I think for LNG, a little bit unfortunate for them, right? We could start to see the pieces coming together when Light had some moments in these fights, but without having the guaranteed secondary follow-up engage, they just fell apart. It gave too much space for Angel and for Huanfeng, and this long-range damage took over this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the damage from Angel and Huanfeng, right? Both of them having the lion's share between them here as they managed to get that work done. And I will say, Bin and SOFM, these fights were messy, right? But it was kind of by design. You saw SOFM and Bin every single fight getting into that backline, disrupting Light, stopping LNG being able to execute this clustered 5v5 that they wanted. It was like, even the 5v5 team fights, it was more like multiple skirmishes as opposed to one giant team fight. And that was perfect for Suning. Bin and SOFM setting these carries up for success.
And I think a lot of that came down to the very early skirmishes that we got at the Rift Herald, right? Because we end up seeing those 2 quick kills going across the Suning, where for some reason LNG tried to fight for Rift Herald with no real ultimates up and available. You get the turret mid, which gave a bunch of map over towards Suning. You got kills going the way of their carries, and it meant that every time that you tried to contest this dragon as LNG, you're struggling with getting vision control, you know, having to deal with these 2 big carries that have been fed. It just never gave LNG an option in this game.
Well, Dagda, we have a series. Thank God we get to see Suning at least win a game in this one. LNG still on the cusp, though. They still have 2, but Suning will now have side selection. This is going to get interesting. We'll see how it pans out after the break.
Hey guys, I'm Eric from Wise Sports. I'm here to show you guys that we have a lot of LPL fans here in Brazil.
Hello, I am Tere, and I am here with my friend Doing B, and he's gonna show you the power of the Phoenix.
Hey guys, I'm Jake from Brazil. I'm a big fan of LPL, and I think RNG will win the split.
Hi guys, Cálice here, the biggest EDG fan from Brazil, and I'm here to say EDG Jayo!
Hello, cheers from Brazil. It's very early here because of the games, but we're every day watching LPL, especially cheering for Reaton, and Fofo is the best mid laner in the world.
Hi guys, Lunacy here, and I'm supporting BLG in the LPL.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I am the biggest fan of Jackalope here in Brazil.
Go Shahoo!
Go Aiming!
FPX win!
IG!
What are we doing here?
See that gutter running along the canal? That's where Clagger got his foot stunning from enforcers. They thought it was funny, so they left him there. He was out all night before we found him. That sign? You see it?
Huh?
Milo tripped over his own paint bucket and nearly fell off trying to draw a giant middle finger. His ass made that splotch. And that? When I was a kid, some guy took my favorite toy and threw it up there. I used to come out here at night, stare at it, hoping maybe the wind or a bird might knock it down. We've all had bad days. But we learn. And we stick together.
Oh, I forgot. These were in my pocket. They're from the apartment.
What are they?
I don't know. Should we show Vander?
No. Let's keep this our little secret. Milo's wrong, Powder. You're stronger than you think. And one day, this city's gonna respect us.
Welcome back to Shanghai, China, everybody, as we get into the fourth game of this best of 5, and Suning have finally found themselves back in the series. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as we head into game number 4, and really importantly, Suning moving over to the blue side now, which has been far and away their more comfortable side of the map during the regular split. We'll see how that's going to pan out. But first, let's talk MVP. Angel going to be grabbing that one off the back of game number 3. I don't think that's much of a surprise to anyone after literally making Iwandi disappear.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was a monster. Consistently finding these big scatter the weeks that set up team fights, bought space for Huanfeng, and the scatter the weeks, one thing, the unleashed power is a completely different beast, as again, like, he just annihilated people in these fights.
Yeah, an exceptional performance coming out from Angel here, and, you know, Icon being on this supportive Galio pick, not really working out. I mean, that clip right there. What can you do? What can you do as Iwandi there when you just get absolutely one shot? It's beautiful to see for the side of Suning, but they still have a long way to go if they want to win this series out for themselves. As I don't know, Dagda, this draft working out for Suning feels like there's still a mountain to climb.
Well, it'll be a little bit easier for them this time, right? They will, as you said, be moved across the blue side, so now they can be the ones that leave open things like the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao that we saw at game number 3, and actually being able to pick them up for themselves. I think this is going to make quite a big difference when it comes to the draft and just helping Suning to kind of guarantee themselves some of these power picks that were slipping through their fingers in game 1 and game 2, especially when LNG were comfortable playing this vein into things like the Zings.
And suddenly some more top lane picks are available as well. As Suning pretty much just keep their bans the same, whereas LNG ban away the Ziggs. It means Aurelia now available. That's been the ban for LNG against Bin the first couple of games of the series. It is going to be Lee Sin locked in though, so Syndra would be available if LNG want to go in that direction.
Yeah, I think you can go for the Xin Zhao, and if you wanted to go towards the Syndra, I think you can take it here. They may just leave it as a ban for the second phase though, and go towards one of the AD carries like a Varus that has been pretty high priority for a large portion of this phase.
Also things like the Lulu available if they want to go for a really strong 2v2, but it is that Varus that you're talking about locked in for the side of LNG, and now Suning have to decide where they want to go. Would not be at all surprised to see the Syndra even as a blind pick. I think it's such a high priority for Angel right now.
I think Syndra Callista here for Suning. Like, we've talked at length about how Suning tend to take the counter pick for on in that bottom lane and leave him for a little bit, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, like, well, I was going to say Callista, Jhin works just as well as that with, like, basically a counter to this Varus and then taking that Syndra. And if you do go Syndra, hell, that's a lot of pick potential, that's a lot of long range damage, and there we go, they're going to lock that in.
Really aggressive composition from Suning so far, right? A lot of early agency, a lot of priority on that bottom side for fighting for Drakes. And obviously Syndra in the mid lane, exceptionally strong in that regard. We already mentioned briefly the Lulu that could come through from Icon. This is something that we've seen this team play a couple of times before, with Tarzan on that Xin Zhao being the primary carry. Going being Hobbit instead might just be locked in for Ally.
Yeah, so basically saying, hey, look, we've got options here in the mid lane, right? We can still go Lulu Karma if we want Enchanter, something that can do okay into Angel, or we can even just go like Lissandra, Galio, still things that pair really well with Xin Zhao. Instead, they want to guarantee the top lane matchup and then ban away things like the Kennen that can do well into it. They want to go back towards the Jax, which we've seen quite a lot here from Bin. I wouldn't be surprised either. And just kind of say, hey, look, we've got a strong team fight composition. We've got a great bit of frontline damage coming through from the Gwen as well. Let's just guarantee ourselves these nice team fights.
All right, Jax being banned away, which I have to say for Bin, that's like a Medal of Honor at this point. Especially after game number 2, he went, what, like 0-5 on the Jax. It's still getting banned out in this series is a testament to the pressure he was putting into those side lanes. But the Lulu banned away by Suning, and now LNG. They need to find something, I think, with a bit more proactivity for this mid lane. Something that can take on the Syndra.
Okay, I actually thought it was going to be the Kennen ban rather than the Narbar ban, sorry, for that top lane. And I mean, look, you still got options here. Suning now, whatever you want to take in towards Bin. Again, I think you need for Suning to have follow-up damage alongside the Jhin and the Syndra. I mean, in the mid game, it's nice that you got this long-range engage and kind of this poke damage, but you need something that's going to be a finishing tool here for Suning. And Bin has been playing a lot of those carries, so I still expect him to go back towards that more carry-oriented style.
A little surprised to see Karma banned away here, but it's the same MO as the Lulu, right? You're trying to remove these supportive mid laners that can just clear the wave. Maybe try and force Icon onto that Galio once again. LNG gonna go with a counter pick for their mid lane as their last pick, whereas Suning need to round out their composition. What are you expecting here, Dax?
Well, kind of been mentioned the Kennen quite a bit, but I mean, you still have options here. The other ones that you could potentially see is like the Akali that could come through. But a lot of those top lane bans already kind of put into place here because like Viego, Renekton, Jace, Camille, Jax, Gnar all banned away. You're running out of options here as Bane.
We'll see. The Brom comes through. No way do we get a Trundle top. I'm not going to be baited by Bin. I'm always baited by Bin. We'll see. We'll wait until it's locked in. It's going to be Angel on the Syndra. We're going to have Huanfeng on that Jhin. And we need to have something that can have a strong side lane performance. And a Kali for Bin. Certainly a carry up on that top side.
Yeah, and what we were kind of saying was, look, we needed to see damage from Bin, right? Again, well, maybe not so much to facilitate Angel, but certainly like you're getting this long range damage. Have something that can kind of dash into backline and use the fact that you've kind of set up LNG to fall. Akali works perfectly in that scenario. Potential for Icon to go back towards the Zerg. This is an Icon speciality. He played this before, I believe, is against JDG, and he is going to lock it in. He had the biggest carry pants on last time we saw him on this Xerath, and I'm excited to see him back on this pick again.
We get a Xerath in the mid lane here from Icon. I will say, immobile mid laners versus Lee Sin often don't have a great time. I feel like a lot of pressure is on SOFM to be able to impact this mid lane matchup because Syndra just gets outranged by Xerath. You are just going to get poked out of this mid lane otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the story of a lot of this, right? Is like, hey, look, you've got longer range on Huanfeng to Lux because you've got the Deadly Thirst and the Curtain Call. You've got longer range on Xerath because he's got his own ultimate that just kind of hits you from like 3 screens away. So there's a lot of fighting back and forth here, contention from where you're kind of trying to lay down that damage. So you're going to need things like the Xin Zhao to really step up to be a secondary carry, provide that front line. Same when you look towards Bin and also looking towards Ale in this top side. If you can get Gwen up and rolling, she can start to play that front line and make it easier for these long-range carries on both sides to hit their abilities.
We'll see if they're going to be able to hit those abilities. Now, Dagda, I've got to call you out on something here. Contestion,
right.
Not a real world. I got not a real word.
It's not a real world.
This the other day. I say contested all the time. Turns out it's not a real word at all. So I'm gonna call you
Language
out on
evolves.
that so that
It's fine.
We can try and figure out how to speak English. We're going into game number 4
Neil,
here.
Bwatlam Conchas Gaelga.
Yeah, I had one, but the legs fell off. Yeah, unfortunate. We're going into game number 4 here between Suning and LNG. Suning now finally on the blue side. They get a draft that looks a lot more like a Suning draft. We've got Angel on the Syndra once again. But LNG with the counter pick for Icon. A lot of pressure on this veteran mid laner who's yet to make it to a world championship. And if he wanted to make it to worlds this time around, he's got a long way ahead of him. But this game would be a start.
I mean, a lot for these guys as well, right? Obviously, like Tarzan 2, who was over in the LCK.
Wait, there's a sequel?
What? Yeah, Tarzan 2. Yeah.
I love that film.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure George of the Jungle has a sequel as well, so we'll have to see which version we get from Tarzan.
I mean, the first one was only good because I was 10. I don't know if it needed a sequel, let's be honest.
True. But look, we're going to nick some of the LCK memes anyway for this, but yeah, I think like, especially since he got on to like with Griffin looking great, and then it all kind of fell apart. We didn't actually see Tarzan playing in summer 2020, so didn't have even the opportunity to go to Worlds in 2020. Like, I want to see now, both Icon and Tarzan stepping up. Like, it is a long shot. They have so many best of fives to get through to get to that world stage, but with 2 games up in this series, staring down the barrel of a victory, they would be one step closer to that.
Man, if this goes to 5 games after LNG just completely style on Suning in game number 2, they managed to get the massive comeback in game number 1. It would be a heartbreaker for LNG fans to come this far. And such a hyped up roster as well. Across the course of this year, I feel like LNG is a team that have consistently been trying to prove themselves and fallen short in spring and now need to prove themselves here in summer. They've had a great showing so far in the series. They've just got to finish things off. We can see the pathing, though, from these 2 junglers. Tarzan moving up towards the top side of the map, and SOFM happy to trade and move towards the bottom side instead.
Yeah, so we're just going to have them trading opposite sides. Angel definitely, or sorry, not Angel, Bin definitely going to get shoved in on this top lane. So unfortunately not going to have much of a contest on this top scuttle. So SFM rightly pointing himself down towards the bottom lane. I want to see, though, if we get some early pressure in towards this mid lane, because both of these mid laners have the ability to set up for ganks. You're seeing Angel pushing incredibly hard in this mid lane, but because Icon kind of has his own sustain coming off the passive, if you end up consistently shoving at Angel, eventually you just run out of steam against Icon.
Especially pre-lost chapter, right? You can see the corrupting potion from Angel, and that's a nice scatter the weak, but Tarzan's off towards the side, so Angel just about dodging the W. Obviously, he already used the wave, so wouldn't have been too much coming off the back of it anyway. As the wave is just going to be mutually cleared, and that's kind of the story of these kind of mid laners, right? They have so much damage, they can just one-shot the wave. SOFM goes for a 1v1 with Tarzan. Icon has been forced back to the base here, but SOFM not really doing so hot in that trade. The top lane priority is going to mean LNG can get the top scuttle.
Yeah, I mean, Angel wasn't really in a position to follow up on that. Maybe if you had a scat of the week, you could have killed off Tarzan, but ambitious to say the most from SOFM, so instead he will get this bottom scuttle as expected. Actually, I think I went across to his bot lane, yeah, so actually you're just putting SOFM behind. Now Tarzan has that advantage when it comes towards the early lead, and is going to be able to finish off his own camps, reset, and look to impact the map again towards this mid lane. Words are hard at this stage. You've thrown me off guard now. My contestation contestation or whatever it is now
just
set me through a loop.
Just contest. We're just overcomplicating it. But yeah, Dagda choking on his words now. About as much as LNG choking in game number 3 of this series. Tarzan moving into the top side here. Bin may overextend. We've seen him do it time and time again. Ally doesn't have any mana, though. Difficult to make this happen. Flash available for Bin. He has gone for this defensive style, right? Where you go for the flash instead of going for the ignite and TP.
Tarzan gonna get a nice trade onto Bin. But the really interesting thing that we're seeing from Tarzan, like as he helps out Ally here, is that like Tarzan is much more aware of, hey, what do my laners need right now? Like, Icon was getting poked out in this mid lane. He needed to reset and find himself some more pots. So you see that gank from Tarzan mid just to alleviate some of the pressure for Icon. Again, Ali running out of mana in this top side. Needed to make sure that wave crashed or Bin could have froze it. So Tarzan gets up towards this top side. Even though we're not getting these early kills, these are still crucial moments that Tarzan is having an impact with. But it is buying time for SFM to try and keep pace with the Xin Zhao in the early game, where traditionally Lee Sin would start to fall behind.
Now, you're praising Tarzan a lot there. Obviously, he's doing a good job. I'd say SOFM is helping out his laners too. He even gave a Skullcraft to Huanfeng to start this game off, whether intentionally or not. But I do just want to quickly mention the Xerath in the mid lane, right? This is not the first time that we've seen Icon on this Xerath playing once in the regular season. 100% win rate across that one game. As gets Scat of the Week, I could have picked the worst time ever to talk about this Xerath, as Icon just gets absolutely bodied by Angel, forced out of the lane, no TP available. And Suning, they could maybe just force a Drake off the back of this one. Icon is going to stick around in the mid lane, though. They're fighting for this crown here. This Tarzan goes in, onto on here. He's just going to be stunned up. Huanfeng roots him in, but it's going to be the Xerath. The right of the Arcane flying across the map. You don't need HP when you're Xerath because you can play from the base.
It's a little bit silly, but it is going to be the mantra of this game. Poke, don't choke. And it is Icon who's able to get the poke off from the back line. Doesn't actually leave it to the hands of Suning. And now Dragon goes the way of LNG alongside 2 quick kills.
Beautifully done here by LNG, calling Suning's bluff. They thought that they had forced Icon out of the play. They could not have been more wrong. And now, 1,000 gold lead in favor of LNG. They get themselves the first Drake. And importantly, that first Drake is a Cloud. Now, the Cloud Drake itself is not that good. What it means is it guarantees that the soul is worth fighting for.
It does. It means that we've actually got some nice dragons to start to scrap over. And look, again, this is just Tarzan. Xin Zhao in the early stages, so strong. You've got this Zereth damage coming off over the top as well. And between everyone just jumping onto 2 members, they're just gone in the blink of an eye.
Blink and you miss it. And, you know, Huang Feng is doing a decent job on this Jhin. He's got himself a CS lead, but in that fight, we see that he doesn't really do any damage just yet. You need a couple of items before Jhin is really going to start to fire on all cylinders there. You can see he's finished this right there. Finished his boots now as well. Similar story in the mid lane is Angel finding a CS lead, but not finding an impact just yet for himself. Gone for the boots first instead of components towards that lost chapter. Obviously just wanting as much upfront damage right now as he can, as Alley maybe looks for an all-in. Misses the first needlework, will be able to go for a second one. That's the ult propped by Bin. Perfect execution to dodge the needlework. Nicely played here by Bin. Third needlework still available for Alley, but I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to really use it, yeah.
No, just going to be able to walk away. So, bit of back and forth trading, but both top laners will start to step away. I say that, though, as everyone started to congregate up for this Rift Herald. Suning going to be the ones to start it off. This is where Icon can get a ton of that poke down, though. And he'll have to, because Suning, they're not wavered here.
Suning going to commit. Now, we've seen this before, and LNG have denied it before. On this Braum tanking up, but he's low on HP. Flash forward from Tarzan. Oh no, I wonder he doesn't even go down. Suning, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. Here we go. Bin trying to capitalize, trying to punish, trying to make something happen. SOFM actually stole away the Herald here. No way does this happen again, Dagda. Suning get the first Herald, and yet again, they cannot actually pick it up.
Bin is trying so hard to get in there, but it would cost him his life, so he's just going to back away. LNG denied the Herald, and they managed to win the fight as well. So, and all said and done, LNG victory there.
Well, Suning, I don't know. I mean, hey, look, at the end of the day, they stole that Herald. They, like, LNG had essentially won the fight, and they managed to sneak it away. So I guess in this context, it's more like Suning denying the Herald from LNG, but even still, like, game number 1, they get the Herald, but it's killed before it hits the tower, and then this happens 2-3 games in a row, is it? I'm not even sure at this point. Just stepping too far forward to start it off.
Especially when you saw the Akali Bin resetting as well. Ali was actually able to get into this fight because he'd gone for the earlier reset, TP's in. So you've just got more numbers here for LNG at the beginning. So they start to pick people off. As you said, SOFM then just managing to steal that away. But look at the kills, right? 1 for Tarzan, 1 for Icon, 1 for Light. We're saying, hey, we wanted to see Tarzan in this scenario stepping up to be a secondary, well, tertiary carry, in this case for LNG, because you've got this long-range poke from Icon Light. You need a finisher. You need someone who's going to give you that fatality. Well, right now, Tarzan, he's stepping up to try and see if he can close out those kills onto Suning's lineup.
It's going to be a challenge for him, but it's certainly a challenge he can step up to. Remember, Tarzan, as a jungler, managing to get the first team All-Pro position for his split here. Certainly a hyped up player coming into the LPL this year over from the LCK, and I know a lot of fans watching are huge fans of Tarzan and his gameplay. A lot of people really excited to see both Tarzan and Viper getting the first team in All-Pro together.
Cough, Chronicler.
Yeah, it feels good to see them together again, but Tarzan certainly having a good series for himself here, but it's not over yet. That's the part that LNG have to remember. They've got to keep their head in the game, try and finish this series out, but Suning's certainly not making it easy.
And I think the big thing here as well, I just give the late game to LNG. Like, this Zereth is obnoxious when it gets to the later portion of the game, and you don't have tanky members on Suning. Like, you've got On who can maybe put up a shield, but very little Xerath cares about. So as this game starts to roll forward, you still see LNG winning out. They've got control of this early stages, Dragon up as well, and they're looking for a pick in mid.
Wandy narrowly dodges the scat of the week there. And now Drake coming up. As you say, it's going to be an ocean trick, and I think LNG are just going to get this one. Feels like Suning not going to go for the contest. SOFM, you can see he's on the top side of the map right now. He's going to look for some chickens or something, but there is no camps available. Right, the Arcane comes down onto Huanfeng, forces the flash. The Q will be out of range. And so Huanfeng survives. Good pressure coming out from LNG. They don't need to stop the Drake. They can try and punish Suning for trying to make a counterplay elsewhere on the map. They try to go for some mid-tower plates while the Drake was happening. LNG just delay the play for themselves. Now good damage onto SOFM. Icon is getting some serious value out of this Xerath pick.
But I misspoke earlier on. He played against TT, and he was, as funny as this sounds, the only reason LNG won that game. Like, TT had LNG on the road, and Icon playing right the way from the back line clawed that game back. He is a seriously talented Xerath. And I'm actually worried here for Suning that they just don't really have the tools to deal with him on the back line. You are hoping that Bin is able to make some sort of play, but when you've got, like, the CC enabled by both carries, it becomes really hard to do so.
Gets away in the top side, and it feels like Ale has lost control of this lane matchup. This does feel like Bin, after getting that kill in one of those early skirmishes, has been able to wrestle control of the lane. I just feel like that top lane matchup, it's one of those matchups where we have these two top laners, and theoretically it's possible to see a solo kill, but realistically, if it's played correctly, neither player should die across the course of this lane. It's more about facilitating the team fights later on for both of these top lanes.
Yeah, and for Bin, as we said, diving backline. And look, I mean, I don't know if you should talk anymore much. That's twice now. You try to hype up Icon, nothing's going to happen. No plays in top. You got to be dangerous.
Yeah, you're right.
The curse is real.
That's true. I keep cursing it. So, I mean, there's just no way that Suning managed to pull off a reverse sweep. I just don't see it happening. There's no way that could possibly happen.
God, Suning casting bias is real, huh? Every time.
To be fair, I've been singing LNG's praises, and I think that they deserve to have their praises sung, especially with this poke composition that they've got working for themselves here. Icon on the Xerath Light, and like the lethality virus as well, which has been probably the strongest AD carry of the split.
Yeah, I will also say you've kind of hedged your bets with WE and top esports also still being in playoffs, but I will agree here that, like, I think LNG, you've been giving them a fair due, and they might give SOFM a fair due here as well as Tarzan.
SOFM and Tarzan just going to be duking it out here, but SOFM is winning it out. There's a great flash kick as well. Tarzan has to flash himself. The Q is on, followed up, and SOFM take a bow, sir. That was a beautiful little solo kill. Very nicely done. And Tarzan, I don't think he wins out this matchup anymore. Results-based analysis, I know, but I think this might be SOFM favorite.
I will also say that it was like Bin, the big brother, standing over his little brother. Like, if you hit him back, Bin is going to come in and murder you. But, Light?
Oh, no. Right, the Arcane getting dodged. No, he can't. The fancy footwork, not good enough. And Icon manages to grab himself that kill. Very nicely done. I didn't see what happened earlier on. I think Light must have managed to land the Chain of Corruption to get that big damage down in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can see it on cooldown, but I mean, Icon teeters into River, gets the kill, and teeters back in time for the mid-wave. I mean, what a time to be alive as Icon on this game. Now as well, you get that bot lane turret. SOFM will trade in favor of this Rift Turret top, but you still need to try and get value from this Rift Turret, whereas LNG, they're just ripping their value straight out of Suning's hands.
It's working out nicely for them. Bin as a blast cone and an SOFM to work with on this top side right now, and he wants an opportunity onto Ale. Perfect execution. The TP is there. SOFM throws the Q out and finishes the kill. They actually managed to do it. I thought he was gone away for guaranteed there. That's not a good sentence, but it doesn't matter because it was a great kill instead.
Our English may not be great, but Suning's League of Legends is stronger. They managed to just barely get the kill through the hollowed mist. And now Light has to move up here to try and cover this, but a nice pick off and a... Oh, Light!
It's not often you see an AD carry flashing towards an Akali, but I guess when his ult's on cooldown.
I mean, look, if you can manage it, it would have worked out, but Light, not quite able to connect. You still, though, things are ramping up for the carries here on LNG. Like, Light being able to set up this play, it looks like, yeah, they're just using this every time. Like, Chains of Corruption, they get the damage onto Huanfeng, and Icon's already moving from this mid lane. Like, this is something that they are actively seeking to do like every single time this ult comes off cooldown. They get the kill. Now, we're back into game though. Terror goes down bot lane for Suning, and LNG off the resets, not really able to answer much as Cat of the Week onto Ale would just do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, the Herald used to take that bot tier 1 tower. And I want to just quickly talk about something that is we basically never get to talk about in competitive. I might not even get to right now, is once again SOFM looking for Ale. Feels like Suning want revenge for what Ale did to them earlier in the series here, but they will have to back away. We're going to see the minigame now between Icon and Huanfeng. Across the course of this game, Huanfeng has to figure out how Icon shoots these skill shots. And Icon has to figure out how Huanfeng dodges these skill shots. We're going to see it every single time right at the Arcane comes out. Keep your eyes on Huanfeng and how that footwork works out. Drake going to be up though. This would be soul point for LNG, but Suning's certainly not going to let that go for free. TP here from Bin. On might have gone too far forward though. He's going to be okay. Backs away for now. There's a route through, and we reset that.
Look where LNG are situated though, right? They've got their poke carries always with an exit route. They're trying to make sure they stop the flanks from Bin and SOFM, and they're just going to be able to start chucking away. Huanfeng needs to try and reposition over to the far side of this fight.
Just going to start this Drake off and see if LNG just won't contest. Of course they will, as the solar flare comes through. SOFM forced away from it. 2,500 on this. Chain of Corruption goes wide. It's going to be the smite. Tarzan gets it. And the Glacial Fissure goes completely wide on this one as well. Bin now into the fray onto Iwandi. Perfect execution available as the fourth shot comes through and hits onto Icon. LNG will back away. They survive. You know what? A death for a Dragon Soul, or for a Soul Point at least. I think they'll take that trade.
Hey, and look, I as a support player like to think that my life matters in this situation, but you're definitely going to take that as shots fired on though. Got to be able to just barely escape away from that one. LNG now trying to put pressure on towards his top side. It feels like you're consistently getting like nice poke coming through from LNG, but Suning, just when they get that engaged, when they're able to find that one member that's separated, can't burst them out so quickly.
Exceptional stuff here from LNG, and you know, happy to trade one support death for a Drake any day of the week. 20 minutes on the clock almost, as it is 4-4 between these two teams. And Suning are now officially on a timer, right? Before it was like up in the air, you know, they could have maybe got the next Drake and whatever. Now they cannot afford to lose a Drake. Not only because obviously it's a soul, but it's an infernal soul. You're against Lethality Varus and Xerath. Like, you don't survive this poke with an infernal soul. It's impossible. Like, it's the... I literally don't have words for the amount of damage that they're going to be doing if they get themselves an Infernal Soul. Especially, you can see Icon with that Hextech Alternator. He'll be going for the Horizon Focus as his next item. His Qs are going to do monster damage.
And I love where we're seeing Iwandi position, right? He's always beside his two poke carries, so there's never a moment where they're separated. Now, though, SOFM spotted out. Does have Angel in the wings.
He knows Tarzan's there. He's like, well, you're not going to stop me double jungling, sir. As he just takes away the camps. One more auto, but the red buff resets. And SOFM didn't have smite available anyway, so I think he's quite happy for that reset to come on through. Is now in the mid lane. Iwandi going in, gets the solar flare, but on happy to tank it for the time being, and the shots coming on through. Iwandi trying to dodge. SOFM in trouble on the front side of the fight. LNG disengaged. Just a trade of ultimates across the board.
Yeah, you still have to be careful though, right? The Arcane open for Icon, so still have to be safe, making sure that they're not getting picked off, especially after the curtain call is down. Icon's free to open up, so bit of trading back and forth, but not a huge amount gone in either way. We're still waiting 2 minutes until this next Dragon's open, and this is where we want to see, right, quick resets coming through from LNG. Let's get that vision control down. Make sure there's no flanks coming through from Suning. Otherwise, you can have been potential to find these nice engages. SOFM, we've seen what is Lee Sin capable of over and over again. If he gets a good kick onto Lighter Icon, that's game over for LNG.
And especially after game number 1 and 2, we've criticized SOFM for being a bit too greedy. We saw the Graves pick that really didn't work out in the first game of the series. It felt like SOFM was not having a good day for himself. But now in game number 4, when it matters the most, 2-1 and 2 so far in this Lee Sin, getting a solo kill on Tarzan in our featured matchup as well, our head-to-head between these two junglers. And it feels good to see SOFM. Feels like he's kind of back on form once again. But still a journey ahead of them. And Dagda, I'm excited to say that we're heading into this mid-game with an exceptionally close gold value. It's 400 between the two teams. Pretty much every game we've seen someone massively ahead at this point and then throws to shake it up. But right now, it is dead even. And I'm really curious how that makes the mid-game look.
Well, we're about to find out, because this is going to be a scrap and a half. TP ward's there for Bin, so you do need to be careful as LNG. If they can get the poke out before the fight starts, maybe, but they have to be careful of Angel.
Oh, Light forced to use his flash very early on before the fight even begins. So that's a big cooldown for the side of LNG. Remember, he has heal, not cleanse. If he gets caught by a Scatter of the Weak, he's done so. SOFM moves into the river to try and clear a ward here. Has Angel to jump onto, get out to safety. But LNG defend their vision in the river. They do not want to lose control of this area of the map. Remember, 20 seconds. This will be solved for LNG if they can grab the Drake.
Yeah, but look at where Sunni are positioned right now. Flanks galore. They are trying everything to just move LNG around. Icon has to check bushes with his Q.
G2 has horrible memories of Bin being in this brush specifically, and LNG could share in the trauma, but it looks like they're not going to move that way just yet. Bin, if he steps out of the brush, will be spotted. There we go. He's on the ward now. So LNG know where Bin is. The flank not as secret as they would like. Dragon down to half as Suning. Just going to commit to this play. Tarzan trying to move in. Scatter the Weak onto Tarzan here. He's rooted as well, but he's in range. Bin behind the play. Uses a stop push. Onto the Drake we go. SOFM takes it. Ally on the front line. On trying to block the damage. And Suning, they've just got to try and escape, but Tarzan won't let them. In he goes. 4 strong here for Suning. As Bin's onto the back line once more. Light could be in trouble here. Tarzan blocks the ulti. 1 HP remaining, and he walks away here. 4 shots coming on through. SOFM gets one. Iwandi goes down. On flashes the right of the Arcane. Dodges from the Eye of Destruction, and the only destruction here is LNG's health bars.
But there's no jungler left for LNG. The Dragon went to Suning, and by some miracle, Suning managed to come out with a kill onto Tarzan and Iwandi as well. LNG, they couldn't get the abilities to land. They couldn't hit the key members, and Suning come out ahead.
By a hair as well. By a cat's whisker on managing to flash away from the damage from Icon at the last possible second there as well to be able to get away with it. But Suning hold on for another 5 minutes.
And SOFM gets a magnificent kick here. Boots Tarzan out of the pit as the Dragon is about to go down, making sure there's no contest. And then they're all just running for the hills, but Angel trying to hit with the Scatter of the Weeks. Icon, I saw this flank, I was like, it's over. But the Q misses. He's not actually able to aggress very far forward because Angel is zoning him out. He's got one Fung is there. And it means that there's actually 2 quick kills that go over in favor of Suning, rather than LNG being able to finish off so many of these low health bars.
And it's so crucial as well that SOFM is just straight up winning the 1v1 between the junglers here. Like, kicks him out of the pit so he can get the smite, then finishes the kill with the Q. Obviously, the solo kill earlier on in this game. In a series that it's felt like Tarzan has had the advantage in the jungle matchup. Maybe it's blue side that has the advantage in this jungle matchup. SOFM doing a great job on this Lee Sin. 2 items now as he has to back away to the rest of his team. Scatter the Weak onto 2, but not enough items yet from Angel to one-shot everyone with that ability just yet. Baron is onto the map here, and it feels like LNG toying with the idea of trying to force a fight using that objective.
I don't think LNG need to force this, but SOFM...
Kick into the wall, though. SOFM can't find the opportunity he was looking for there. Curtain call through. Iwandi, 1 HP here. The shot goes wide, but then the 4th one hits. Tarzan protecting himself as the rest of the team comes in once more. The stun is there. The Shroud keeping Bin safe. Tarzan will go down to SOFM once more. Ale falls to Bin, and Suning are taking over the map. Baron available and no jungler for LNG.
There's 3 dead on LNG's side. You've got the 2 poke carries available. Maybe Icon can make a play happen with the right of the Arcane, but Suning are playing these fights so well. Now LNG move in, but they need to be careful.
Light and Icon, both massive poke characters to work with here. Can they get the kills in the pit? SOFM happy to just tank up the Baron, dodging away from the right of the Arcane. It's not enough damage just yet on. Trying to block this one is Icon trying to move in. They are blind right now. The Q comes in. That was a little too close for comfort, Dagda. But Suning get themselves the Baron, and somehow nobody dies.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta give the fans that little kind of butterfly effect in their stomach, but I gotta say, Suning's still coming out on top. And I want to say before we launched into this, LNG don't need to force these. They don't have the items on Icon yet. We said we wanted to see them scale. Well, Suning are continuously finding these fights before you've got those items coming online, and LNG kind of just giving it to them. You get the curtain call, phenomenal position again here from Wanfeng, sniping out Iwandi. Tarzan, despite having this ultimate, is still getting picked off thanks to the Winter's Bite that connects from on. Like, there's just, you need to play this slow. Let yourselves have the time to get to the late game where Icon's Qs are hitting for half health rather than the 5th of a HP bar that they're hitting for right now.
And Dagda, we're there again. Suning a 4,000 gold up. It's happened again. Every single game, we're getting to this Suning 4,000 gold lead point. And the question once again is, can Suning finish the game or do they throw the gold lead? That seems to be the consistent question in this series. And once again, I want to return to Icon here. 2-0 and 2 on the Xerath, and it feels like he is the guy that has to make this win happen for LNG.
It's so difficult though. You've got stopwatches on SFM and Angel. Zonya's on Bin. There's so much kind of deny Icon his poke and his ability to get that damage off. And Suning, they've got Baron.
Stun onto on, but no real follow-up there, and the Unbreakable gonna block a lot of the damage. Right, the Arcane comes through just to try and get some poke, but the tower goes down, and that's what was important there. Bin, in the meantime, pushing in the bottom side with those Baron minions. I don't think he'll finish this tower off, but at least getting some good pressure out. And you can see pings from Suning up towards the top side of the map because they still haven't even taken the tier 1 just yet. But the key thing, massive pressure here, means SOFM can just move over and solo this Drake.
And that's one of the big benefits of having the Baron. You can keep these waves shoved in, deny LNG the opportunity to take that. And because it's LNG without vision, they don't know when that's being taken. Now, though, they will realize this is where Icon's poke can hit multiple members, and maybe LNG can make something happen.
Suning, you already got the Drake. You have Baron right now. You don't need to fight this one. I think they realized they're just going to back away. But the way SOFM was positioning, I was a little bit worried that he'd go for a little bit too much on this one. 2 Infernal Drakes, though, back to back here for Suning. And as we said before, the 4,000 gold lead, it's now turned into 5,000. Baron going to be about to time out for the side of Suning. And we'll see what the play becomes without that buff to help from Siege, because there's a lot of wave clear for the side of LNG.
Defense is the name of the game for LNG right now, though, which they may not guess.
We're just going to see SOFM 2v1ing. Casually just goes in and obliterates Icon. Icon at this point, I mean, I said he's the guy that's got to carry. What do you do when Lee Sin just completely destroys you with your jungler next to you? You should be safe there, surely. You'd believe it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't quite time the Crescent Guard to actually knock away the engage from the Lee Sin, and he's able to follow up, and now Icon's dead. Suning swarm towards this top side of the map. They want to use this time as best they can before that wave clear tool comes back up and available.
Oh, they're getting onto Iwandi. A stun comes through as well. SOFM is there. The Scatter Weak on cooldown for now. Iwandi will walk away. That Eclipse getting mad value right there to keep him alive and shield him from a lot of the damage. But tier 2 taken in the top side, and that's all they needed because you got Bin pushing on the bottom side as well to take every single tier 2 tower on the map. You can see 6 towers taken now for Suning. They have complete control. It's unarguable at this stage of the game. 10-4 on the scoreline. And that gold lead, it was 4K just a few minutes ago. It has skyrocketed since then.
And the thing is, you're waiting still so long for LNG to get these items. Oh, no.
Tarzan's been caught again here. The Crescent Guard will keep him safe for the time being, but it'll time out eventually. And Iwandi, trying to protect his jungler, might just go down for his trouble. The fourth shot from Huanfeng to finish it off. And so FM has a ward on Tarzan, but he's not going to commit to the play. Tarzan walks away. Iwandi sacrifices himself to save Tarzan.
We said for 23 hours a day, lines sleep. Well, Suning, they've woken up. They get to the final point. They get where their backs are against the wall. And suddenly, we're finding them picking off these stragglers, making these quick plays happen. And it's SOFM who's leading the charge. You've got Huanfeng who's following up on the back line. And it's making it so difficult for LNG to find the space that they want. They would love to get towards these Banshee Veils completed for the likes of Icon. Get towards these 4 or 5 items and be like, cool, we've got this massive late game mage that's taking over the game, but we're not seeing that happen.
He's an item behind when it comes to where Angel's at in the game. And, you know, we saw a Scatter the Week earlier. They didn't one-shot everyone on the side of LNG. That's not going to happen again. He's got a Void Staff. He's got 3 items. He does a lot of damage in these fights now. He's TP'd up towards the top side to make sure that there is prio in every lane. Suning only 3 people in the jungle here. LNG might have just found themselves the opportunity. SOFM into his GA. No way does this happen again, Dagda. Suning caught out here, but they trade 1 for 1 for now. On trying to back away is Angel on the flank. Scatter the Week goes wide though, and Ally gets his opportunity onto Angel himself. Bin has to save his mid laner, but it's a double for Huanfeng. Ally goes down as well. Suning, how have they possibly won this fight? On desperately trying to escape, saving Huanfeng's life for now. Tarzan will fall to the 4th shot. That's 3 for Huanfeng. Make it 4. It's perfect for the Jin player, and Suning enter the base.
How do they manage it? How do they go into a fight, run a man down, they lose SOFM, and somehow Suning managed to come out with a victory in that fight? Now, they have the minion line. They'll be able to take this inhibitor in the top side, but we are not out of the woods just yet. LNG will respawn to a base that's in ruin and on fire.
And just think back to Worlds 2020, Dagda, when Huanfeng annihilated JDG with Jin from inside their own base. This is one of the best Jin players on the entire planet. And he's showing it here against LNG. Now an almost 10,000 gold lead in favor of Suning, and Infernal Drake spawning onto the map, and Suning with complete control of the area.
LNG are running straight towards the Baron. It looks like they might try and just trade this. Like, you have a lot of damage that can come out, but you don't know if you're going to be able to burst that one down in time. Suning are all on this bottom side of the map, but looks like LNG, they're just going to let this one go. 3 for 3 in Dragons, but as you said, Munch, the sheer volume of gold Suning have amassed for themselves is going to make this incredibly hard for LNG to stop this next push.
And the thing is as well, we're getting to the point with these Drakes where it's not just the soul that we're talking about. Because 3 Infernal Drakes is a massive boost in damage. When you have a Syndra on your team, when you've got a Jin whose 4th shot already does like 1,500 damage, you add a bunch of Infernal Drakes on top of that, you've got people being one-shot at this point. SOFM, going with the idea of going in here. Huanfeng throws out W. SOFM seeing the chickens. There's the 4th game in a round of playoffs happening right here, and SOFM is willing to risk it on the chickens, and it doesn't even surprise me. Iwandi is getting 1v1 by Bin here, has to use the Zhonyas. Maybe an overcommit, but Suning, they're going to be fine. 4th shot, just going to be blocked by a teammate there as SOFM now trying to help out Ally and Tarzan running disruption, but they're out alone here, and they don't have help from the team, right? The Arcane looking for SOFM, but he walked back into it. SOFM, you are fine, mate. Just keep going where you were going. Oh, it's a disaster for Suning. It does mean they probably can't do the Baron.
Yeah, jungler for jungler. LNG gonna buy a bit of time here. Ally moving back in, but Suning not dissuaded. They're gonna start this up. Jungler be damned.
And remember, they have a Jin. 4th shot is as good of a smite at this point in the game. Icon trying to move in. He's not been spotted. Bin looks for an opportunity here. Chain of Corruption goes wide. The Baron's still going here, but it might just reset. Bin inside his shroud. He's looking for Icon. He's found a way in. Jin gets the Baron, and Bin gets a kill as well. LNG, everything has fallen apart. The 10,000 gold lead, the Baron, the 3 Infernal Drakes, everything for Suning.
That was 23 health left on the Baron after Light's arrow goes over the wall.
Not even close.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm sweating a little bit after that one, mate. Like, that was insanely close. And look, Bin as well, being able to pick up that kill means that you get these resets coming through from Suning. You're not quite a man, or sorry, you are a man down here for Icon for at least another 15 seconds. And that's 2 inhibitors now that could be exposed.
Dagda, I'm scared. I'm starting to believe that Suning might actually make this happen. We're getting late into the 4th game of the series. LNG won the first 2, and now Suning sieging into the base once more. Super's already pushing in the top side here. Has been pressuring in the bottom lane at the same time. Huanfeng moves in. Has to be careful not to overcommit here. But SOFM is going to escort him to that inhibitor. Drake up in 2 minutes' time. That would be a win condition in of itself for Suning. They want to use this Baron to try and finish the game before that point. Top lane inhib may well be respawning soon. It's about a minute away. So Suning looking towards the bottom lane, at least for the time being, and just trying to keep the pressure on LNG, keep them in their base.
You see Icon, he's firing on all cylinders here, but unfortunately they're fairly small cylinders. Like, he's just not been able to get that damage down. There's just too much magic resist built up in the team. And when he was kind of the guy we were relying on for LNG's late game, it speaks volumes as they encroach in as Suning.
He's firing on all cylinders, but he's, of course, a 1.2 petrol engine. And, you know, he's got one of those big exhausts that makes it sound like it's a big car, but it just ain't at this point. Shots coming in from Huanfeng. Iwandi sacrificing himself once again. His Tarzan goes in. It's a trade, 1-for-1. LNG maybe can find a fight here. Ale low under the tower. Tarzan trying to chase. As Bin is diving the fountain right now. Are you kidding me, Bin? Almost finishes off a second kill as well. Huanfeng still going strong. Has a 4th shot, and it is primed for Tarzan. That's 3. Can he get the second quadra of his game here on the Jin? If that ain't roleplay, I don't know what is. Huanfeng takes over, and Suning take a second game.
Now, we are going to move on right the way through to game number 5. The reverse sweep is in the eyes of Suning, and they are hungry for that victory.
Dagda, I cannot believe what I am seeing in LNG, man. The pressure is mounting after a split where the first 3 weeks went so beautifully for them, and then the rest fell apart. Well, Dagda, we may have crested the 3-week mark in this series, and I'm really nervous for them that the second half of this series is going to look like the second half of their split.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't looking good right now. We've seen them try a multitude of different styles. We've seen Icon go back towards the Sarah pick. It didn't do too much, and it feels like right now LNG not understanding, like, hey, how do we try and trade against what Suning are doing? And SOFM first picking this Lee Sin, and you're seeing why. Objective control, jungle control, 1v1, 1v2 control. It doesn't matter. This guy controlled the entirety of this game.
And, you know, I want to just point out the fact that Huanfeng is topping the damage here for Suning, because when you think about Jin as a lock-in, you don't think of it as your primary damage dealer, right? You think of it as this utility AD carry to enable the rest of the team. Huanfeng, he's a whole different beast. Huanfeng's Jin is terrifying in these team fights.
It's monstrous. It's been absolutely insane. Like, the 4th shot's so consistent landing from the curtain call, the great position on the curtain call as well, where he was constantly forcing LNG back. So one of my biggest worries with, like, Xerath versus Jin, right, is you open up with Jin and the curtain call, and Xerath goes, so that's where you are. I got a big old arrow towards where this Jin is sitting. And he just plonks a couple of the arcane rights down on top of you. You didn't get that chance here, because every time that Huanfeng opened up with it, it was when you were being chased down by Suning. LNG never really got an opportunity to, like, try and amass any sort of defense. It always felt like they're on the back foot, which is why Huanfeng was having such an important impact in this game.
Yeah, really, really exceptional Not just from Huanfeng either, though, from SOFM. I think we have to highlight how good of a game SOFM had for himself when he's had a bit of a rough series, to be honest, across this best of 5, especially the first 2 games. Bit of a shaky performance from SOFM, but here on the Lee Sin, like the fact that he gets a solo kill onto Tarzan halfway through the game, and then so many other fights having super impactful kicks, being able to run distraction for the rest of his team while they take over the fight. Such a great performance from him.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this was, you know, too many things happening at once for LNG. Like, ideally, they'd love to be like, cool, there's like 2-3 guys over here. We're going to line up the shots and take them down. But as he said, like, SOFM playing very much a distraction course off on the side. You'd been looking for these flanks as well. It just never really felt like LNG got a chance to set up.
Yeah, felt like LNG never had a foothold in this game. And Dagda, I can't believe I'm about to say these words, but we're going to game number 5. It's time to line up Silver Scrapes because we've got a 5-game series on our hands. Let's see how this finishes right after this.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady. Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we are cresting into the final game of our first series of playoffs at Dagda. What a way to start our playoffs off here. Exceptional series here as we head into the fifth game after LNG take the first two. Suning are pushing towards a potential reverse sweep. And I tell you, LNG do not want to let that happen. Not after SOFM has never lost to them since leaving that organization. They can't be reverse swept by them, man.
I know, and it's like, it's the final nail of the coffin, right? Like, you watch them lose 3-0 in very quick fashion in spring playoffs, round one as well. And then we get to summer, and it's round one, and Sudi now, the potential for a reverse sweep, it will be devastating to LNG, but they have to try and bring it back. They have to find some of that magic we saw in game one, more so the ones we saw in game two, and fight back against Sudi.
We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen for themselves. Our MVP for game number 4, it's Huanfeng. And you know, game number 4, Jin, It has to be the MVP, right? Like just like the two essential. Well, we had one quadra kill and one double, right? But it still counts. Huanfeng fully role-playing in this one, but 13-1-5 after his performance on Jin at Worlds against JDG as well. Like, name a better Jin globally. I dare you. It's not possible.
I mean, the guy's a monster. Like, he's been so damn good in this pick. And again, I love that we're seeing it come out in responses to things like the Varus, because we got the Ziggs banned away. I thought, okay, cool, maybe we get the Callista, but they went back to this, and honestly, ew. Destroyed them. Like, there was little that any LNG could do. Opening up with these curtain calls, the perfect moments, the deadly flourishes were on point, but we have to see if it'll happen again. Ziggs banned away by LNG. Jace gone. The other one that we saw banned away consistently by LNG was going to be the Camille, so we'll have to see if that one is going to get left open or if they'll mix it up.
I'm curious about the Aurelia as well, because Aurelia was banned by LNG in the first couple of games of the series, but even after it stopped being banned, we've not really seen it coming on through. The Lee Sin getting taken away from SOFM. Can't say I'm too surprised. Dagda, Xin Zhao's available. We could see SOFM finally getting his hands onto that pick, but no. We're going to treat on our hands. Bin brings out the Camille.
And if you remember back to the regular season game number 1, Bin went 4-0 coming out of laning phase on this Camille. They played heavily towards it, and it was the downfall of LNG. Do we get the rinse and repeat here as LNG will pick up the Xin Zhao for themselves? I imagine we'll see a rinse and repeat here for the Varus, or maybe they are a bit too worried about this Jin pick coming out once more.
And I want to give a tiny little bit of extra context on this Camille pick. For any viewers that aren't big LPL viewers, for anyone that doesn't know who Bin really is, Bin's solo QID when he was scouted to become a pro player was Love Camille. This guy was basically a Camille one-trick in the Chinese super server, and he has not lost any of that skill ever since. But Ale is going to lock in that Jax to try and take him on.
And it means that you're going to have your work cut out for you as Ale. You're definitely going to need some help, though, because this early matchup can go one of two ways, and it's either phenomenal for one of these two guys or terrible. So we're going to have to wait and see. Sunny, nope, going to go towards this Syndra pick. Angel has been loving it. It's been a very, very strong pick. And also the opportunity here to take something like the Thresh if they want to into that bot side for the support role. Keep themselves open when it comes to towards the AD carries. Or look towards that jungle for SOFM. And it looks like the Olaf is going to be the call.
SOFM just saying to Tarzan, 1v1 me, bro, because I'm happy to take you down in the early stages of the jungle matchup. But we talked about the Lulu earlier on in this series, exceptionally strong for the 2v2. And once again, Icon opting out of the 1v1 with Angel, not wanting to take on Angel Syndra, instead going for these defensive, supportive mid lane picks.
Yeah, it's such a strong pick, and it's actually what we saw banned away the last 2 times that the Syndra was locked in. We got the Karma and the Lulu banned, so I wouldn't be surprised I can go, right, look, just give me the Lulu. Let's play through this mid-jungle 2v2, enable Ale in this top side, and get ourselves set up where I've got, like, supportive capabilities for a Jax and a Xin Zhao. Like, they become menaces in a team fight with a Lulu behind them.
Yeah, so we'll be able to catch up in with the draft in a moment. The overlay breaks sometimes. There wasn't a ban miss, don't worry, it's just moved to the second ban phase and it confuses the overlay sometimes. We'll catch up, don't worry. So the Lulu, I'm going to assume, was locked in here. I love how we have name tags on the chairs for players, by the way. Never seen that before. I'm surprised that we've got name tags on them. They're not actually in the camera shot, so maybe it was just for the seating plan. I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling here, Dagda. What do you expect to see banned in this second phase?
Yeah, we're going to be kind of going in blind here, but I still think you end up going towards some of the AD carry bans, towards the bottom side of the map. Neither AD carry locked in, especially when you're looking over at the side of LNG. You can start banning away the Jins, some of these, well, Vayne there as well. But I was going to say, like, Jin, Callista, take the Varus for Lice on that opposite side, but it's actually going to be Sunin who are looking to ban away some of these picks. Ziggs is gone, so I'm surprised to see the Vayne ban here.
You have to ban the Cog more, right? Because the Lulu is technically a flex.
True.
We could see the Lulu mid, but we could easily see I1D take it and just go with a hyper carry. So I think that's the logic for this Vayne ban. And by extension of that logic, you could go with the Cogmo ban as well.
Also, by the logic that we're seeing the Ezreal bans, I'm wondering if we're actually going to look, and the Vayne, I'm wondering if we're going to get a Felios. I'm wondering if it's going to be like a Braum Aphelios bot lane coming through here for LNG. So they're trying to get rid of like the hyper carries that can be enabled by the Thresh, like this Jinx. They've taken away some of the aggressive engages that can work well into that lane, like the Rel. So I wouldn't be surprised by an Aphelios pickup here. Or, as you said, a potential Kog'Maw Lulu bot lane.
See what's going to come on through here with the Rel ban, though. I really like this ban away from Iwandi with the performance he's been having on the Rel across the course of this series. But light goes with this Varus once more. We still don't exactly know where the Lulu will go. Likely to that mid lane, but we'll have to wait and see. But it could be another champion there for LNG.
I don't understand this. You had the opportunity to ban away the Jhin, and instead you ban away Ezreal, the Jhin comes out, Wadfong just trounced you on this pick, and for On then, take something like the Braum, you've got the super defensive bot lane, and especially when you're looking at the all-in capabilities of LNG, something that can disrupt that. If you want to not take Braum, the Arcane fits that perfectly as well. Like, it makes it kind of difficult for LNG to operate and gives you a strong side of the map to dive.
Rakan, a pick that was banned by LNG last game as well. On finally gets to go for that Rakan pick. And you know what? Suning are just like, you're going to play that Varus. We're going to Jhin it to win it. And it's looking pretty good for Suning in this draft. I have to say, a lot of picks that really favor them. Bin with a signature, Angel with a signature, Huanfeng with a signature, and On. He may not be that experienced of a player. He's not a veteran that has these signature picks, but certainly Rakan has been one of his standouts.
And we're going to have to see it come out here once again. Like, I'm a little bit worried about this bottom lane matchup, but I will say when we look towards the rest of the map for LNG, I think they're in a good spot, right? They've got really strong potential to play through this top half of the map. Where they can actually like run through the mid jungle 2v2, play towards Ale, let this bot lane just do its thing. And if they step in behind, wonderful. But the problem is Suning are going to be trying to contest that every step of the way as well. Like Angel can set up these big plays with the Scout of the Week. You get the follow up from Bin, from SOFM. The skirmishing is very potent on both sides. It's really going to come down to execution in this sort of game.
And that's exactly what I want to hear, Dagda. That's music to my ears, that we get early action for game number 5 of this series. And a series that, by all accounts, it's been a lot more exciting than I think a lot of people were expecting, to be honest. Yeah. First off, going to 5 games, very exciting in of itself, but also 2 teams that historically have been exceptionally quiet in the early game. Very slow burner games that we've seen from these 2 teams historically, but today we're seeing them bringing out all of the stops in the early game, and now Olaf versus Xinjiao. It's SOFM versus Tarzan. That's the matchup that we've got to see. That's the early game jungle matchup that is likely to decide this entire series.
And we've just seen SOFM deliver Xinjiao's first loss to Tarzan. We'll have to see if we can do the same for Icon now on the Lulu.
Let's see as we head into game number 5. SOFM, since leaving LNG, has never lost a series to the organization. Suning have won this matchup every single time since 2019 summer. And SOFM is not looking to lose that record anytime soon. In spring playoffs, Suning finished LNG off with a quick 3-0 and a 17-minute win in the last game. And now, in summer, LNG started off strong. They've started to dwindle, but it ain't over until it's over. We're into a straight-up best of 1, and we'll see who comes out better at the end of it.
All on the line here. Again, we're going to see both junglers starting off with the red smites down towards this bottom side of the map. I think we're going to end up getting a lot of like kind of clashing between these 2 in the early stages.
I know you've done a lot of prep on smites. You were telling me how SOFM loves the blue smite. Didn't you spend like literally an hour doing research onto the fact that SOFM likes blue smite more? He's not run it a single time this entire series.
So, for everyone at home, I went through every single... We don't have this stat. I went through every single VOD of Suning and checked what smite SOFM had taken. It was like 42 games or 48 games or something like that I went through and sat down. I was like, he takes blue smite. He has taken blue smite in every game apart from one in his last 5 series. It's because they facilitate pick. And I went through all of this. I was like, he hasn't taken blue smite. He takes it like double the amount of time he has red smite, by the way. Like, this isn't just like some random stat that I want to pull out. This was like really cool. And now he's playing Red Spine every single time. I will say, though, it does make sense because he has a 2.5% higher win rate with Red Smite. So he's done the math as well. He has checked the data.
He's inching it out. For anyone at home who was wondering whether or not casters have too much free time, I think that answers your question, doesn't it? We'll see how this early game is going to go down. As SOFM pathing towards his bottom side this time. Tarzan going up to that top lane. We need to talk about Bin on this Camille. It feels like Tarzan has to influence that top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very swingy matchup. Now, the way that you want to try and play this matchup as the Jax is, okay, I'm going to leap in. I'm going to get this very quick trade. When Bin tries to trade back with me, I start, as you can see, the counter-strike there. And it means that it's really difficult for Bin to get this trade as Ali getting a really strong trade there. But you can see right there how this matchup works. If you mess up the counter-strike as Ali, Bin can then turn this trade around really well with the precision protocol and the second burst of damage off the second thing.
And that's how you play as the Camille, right? He jumps in with a counter strike, you leap strike, get the stun, and it gives you time to walk out. So we get perfect examples of how these trades should work from both sides there. Very nicely done. But here we go. We said we wanted Tarzan in the top side. Double TP immediately. We've got a brawl to start off. Game number 5. Stun onto Bin. Flashes underneath the tower. Tarzan is here. But Icon tank in the tower barely survives. Tarzan flashes out. Angel has to do something. He has to answer. Icon barely survives the minions. Tarzan walks away, Sooning annihilated.
Icon! I know I saw 2. I don't know if he went to 1 HP. He was literally 1 to 2 HP at the end of that and just about managed to escape. And LNG, they get away with it. And that massive wave for Bin is now lost to the turret. That is a magnificent play from LNG to start this one out.
Tarzan kicking things off, and you could see both teams knew exactly what was up, right? The instant double TP from the two mid laners. They knew that the party was happening. I cannot believe Icon just barely gets away with that one. And what a way to start our game 5 in this series.
Yeah, and we're going to see the pro view. I want to watch this health bar at the bottom, but you can see here, right? Really smart from Ali. Ends up on the edge of range to keep himself safe. I can see 19, 15, 8. 1 HP! 1 HP!
1 HP!
He went at 1 HP! That is insane! The math Icon just 5 head. The calculations. We thought we were doing good maths earlier on. Icon's on a different level.
See, at the start of that pro view, I was going to criticize Icon for not using his whimsy right at the start of the play. Turns out he knew he needed it to escape the minions on the back half of the play. That's the difference between good players and pro players right there. Okay, 1-0 for LNG to start us off here. And importantly, the kill went to Tarzan. We talked about this jungle matchup. Tarzan already having an advantage.
And again, it's about solidifying this top half of the map because we've seen it time and time again. These Rift Heralds, well, they haven't exactly gotten much done when they're taken, but there has been some major fights around these Rift Heralds when they start to be taken. So I certainly think that we're going to see a little bit more aggression towards this top side. And as Tarzan, like especially with where the wave is positioned now, could look to continue ganking towards Bin, setting up Ali for success, and having that strong top half of the map to play through.
Certainly the window. I mean, look at the CS difference in the top lane right now.
Yeah.
It's almost, it's 25 in favor of Ale. And the thing is, it's not like the wave is pushing to Bin and he's about to get a huge amount. Like, that is just the way it is now for Bin as he loses some trades real badly. And I will say, he's got Grasp, which is like the ultimate top laner copium, right? Where you can take these terrible trades, you're like, yeah, but I got my Grasp proc though, and you kind of like pat yourself on the back and you use that to be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, the big problem though is that he's 600 gold behind Ale, who had that corrupting potion. So Grasp versus the 3 pots extra that Ale had makes it a little bit unfair. He's going to go back and get his own refillable, but now he's just TP'd into Tarzan, who actually doesn't feel confident on this one.
Ale is going to take a couple of tower shots for his trouble on that one. Not sure that was quite worth it. He obviously thought Tarzan was going to come in. Perhaps a little miscommunication on the side of LNG here. SOFM's moving up. Now, ordinarily, I'd say, you know, the jungler's coming up to help his top laner. But this is SOFM. Let's be real here. He's coming up because Gromp spawn.
Yeah, I mean, SOFM is one of the most, probably the most efficient jungler that we have. Like, he's always on point with, okay, I can do this to transition even to the opponent's side of the jungle, and then like constantly clocking and ticking along how his opponent is doing and what these camps are going to be. It does mean though that like oftentimes he's more focused on, hey, this is where I need to be to farm this efficiently, rather than, hey, my top laner needs to make sure that he can get his top wave and not die to another gank from Tarzan.
And you can see that CS lead building in the jungle role, almost 20 in favor of SOFM to start us off in this one. And because of that huge wave crashing for Bin, does mean he's able to, you know, somewhat alleviate the difference in the top side. It's still over 20 in Ale's favor, but hey, it's ever so slightly better than it was. But Suning, let's talk game plan here, because they've got a Jhin, not usually a super aggressive AD carry, right? I feel like last game was somewhat of an exception. Syndra, though, very, very strong. We've broken past that level 6 mark. It feels like this could be a window here for Suning to start to try and put some pressure on the map.
And they're trying to move on up so then they can look towards this Rift Tower, right? You got pressure mid, let's rotate first and have priority on that. Duel in the bot lane.
It's not much of a duel, is it? It's Light just absolutely destroying Quadfong. Quadfong regretting walking up to trade. That's the inevitability of what I was about to call a lethality virus. He has that Hail of Blades, which is customary of lethality, but he's actually gone for a nuke with it. This is going to be an on-hit virus.
And I actually think this is pretty smart. Like, one of the things that Quadfong and the Jhin does well against the Varus is, hey, look, I can actually trade pretty effectively and I outrange you so your poke doesn't do anything. An on-hit Varus with a Lulu gets far more opportunities to take these fights, can work through the front line and actually start to deal a lot of damage.
Getting absolutely railed by Ale in this top side here. And I love how Ale manages to get these trades before the shield comes through. The second that shield is there for Bin, just backs away. Suning start their Herald, but it's going to reset. Can Suning take a Herald and get the eye? It's the age-old question of this series. Ale on a flank right now. Has he gone too deep for this one? No, he hasn't, because Wild Growth exists. He's just going to chase down. He actually flashes in for the play here, trying to finish off Angel. I was totally wrong. He went way too deep for that play, and now the curtain call comes in, and it's Tarzan's curtain call. Make no mistake on this one. I1D trying to protect his jungler. Fourth shot going to be blocked by Tarzan as he takes out on Scatter the Weak. A root coming in as well. But SOFM forced out of the play. Bin on the front line here. Has to jump out, but he jumps straight back into the play once more. Whimsy denies his damage. Now Quadfong, their health bars are low. That's a fourth shot going in. A bouncing grenade. A deadly flourish. And an easy fight for Suning.
Jax has returned though, the TP in, and Suning huddled close to the tower for warmth and for safety, will manage to back away, but we could still see LNG take this Rift out. That was a messy fight from LNG, and honestly, a lot of that, as you said, Munch, off the back of Ale. I actually was a bit worried here, but the stun onto Angel, I think he just back away here, but the flash forward to try and finish off Angel was way too far. Too much CC, too much to deal with. Ale goes down, and SOFM just uses the Ragnarok to stop himself being traded on the opposite side of the fight. And from here, the curtain call is doing so much. Pressing card from Tarzan, actually surprising, I think, on here. Wasn't expecting him to be able to turn that around. But from this point forward, there's just very little left. Light's being pressured by Quadfong and Angel and can't actually get into the fight.
Play on the top side here. Ale trying to get underneath his tower. No flash available. Uses the counter-strike, but Ragnarok says no way. Bin won't finish the kill. What? One more auto would have done it. They don't make the play happen. Ale keeps himself alive.
All right, I'm going to need Pro View again. I'm going to need to see that health bar. Is this going to be a 1 HP situation again? Because, my God, I cannot believe Bin didn't just say auto. He didn't go for it. And Ale barely manages to escape away. That is heartbreaking. Now, you still get a good wave put into the hands of Bin. Like, keeping that out of Ale's control is going to be wonderful. Also getting 2 plates should stabilize the matchup a little bit, but you can still see there's a good 600 gold lead, 400 gold lead going over in favor of Ale. And LNG, they're trading on the bottom side of the map as well, which means SOFM looks like he'll get his hands on the Rift Herald.
Ale returns to that top side, but SOFM moves to the Herald. Dagta, I think you might be calling that one a little bit too early, because LNG are going to come in. No herald will go unanswered in this series. Suning must not be allowed the first herald of the game. LNG are desperate to deny it. Tarzan moves in. Remember, Shinjao before this series was 100% win rate over 7 games. This looked damn good in this series, but SOFM getting the best of it in game number 4. Herald down to 3,000 here. Suning grouped up to try and contest. Dudley Flourish through. The eye is going to be procced. I have no idea who took it. I think it was Tarzan here. Is LNG going to pick it up? Alec gets himself that Herald. Iwandi will jump away to his teammate. Scout of the Week, not quite enough here. Deadly Flourish goes wide, and LNG look like they might get away, but Bin says no. We must find at least one kill, but Iwandi trying to get away. On can't find the knock-up. Iwandi actually gets away with this one. SOFM is furious, and he's desperate to punish them. But LNG, they stay clustered as a group. The friend group stays together. Safety in numbers, Dagda.
Safety numbers and safety with the Lulu as well. Shields, whimsies, wild growths, everything to keep LNG hobbling but still standing. And nothing goes back in the way of Suning in terms of kills, but you will see Bin at least getting another turret play for himself. So in the grand scheme of things, when we look at the goals that has come across, yes, Suning have been able to answer with these turret plates on the top side for what you imagine would be a 3 Rift Herald, or 3 turret plate play with the Rift Herald coming through from Ali.
Okay, so where we're at in terms of the gold, 600 in favor of Suning as we head towards the 15-minute mark here. But a good portion of that should be even up with this Herald on the side of LNG. We've got to check in this top lane again. As, oh wait, it's Ale actually picked up that Herald. On needs to try and tank this if he can, but I think it's in range to just go for the charge anyway. 5 seconds and it will be the plates taken. So Ale gets himself 320 gold off the back of that Herald. Nicely done there. And it means that we are just about even in terms of the gold as we head into the mid-game. Dagda, Drake up in 2.5 minutes. Feels like LNG, this strong top side working out for them. Still a 35 CS lead for Ale, having already finished his first item as well.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of crucial things, right? We already said Ale getting massively far ahead because of the pressure that LNG have given him. Blade of the Rune King to the Divine Sunder. Ale's going to be able to trade pretty effectively against Bin in these scenarios. The other thing that I'm looking at, though, is like first and second items for Icon and Light. Icon's still waiting to finish his rally. Has actually just picked it up off that reset. Light, I still feel like needs the Ruin's Hurricane to really, or at least the Gwinsu's Rage Blade to really kind of come alive in these fights. So right now, just with the utility that Wanfeng is able to offer and providing the opportunity to set up for SOFM alongside Angel, it's actually still going to be pretty tough for LNG to win out these fights straight up unless they're able to bring Ale down at a 5v5 where they can use the fact that this Jax is ahead.
Well, let's talk items quickly, Dagda, as well, before we get into the next fight that could happen in about 1.5 minutes when that Drake is onto the map, because Wanfeng finishing his Eclipse there as well already. And at the same time, Light getting that shield bow. Importantly, Icon going for that Shirelia's Battle Song as his first item, fully indexing into the fact that he is just a secondary support in this game. And that's one of the concerns, really, for the side of LNG, is if you do get to the later stages of this game, do you feel like this team could lack damage, especially with all of your significant damage threats being AD?
I mean, yeah, but you've got mixed damage coming through from the Jax, and attack speed Jax is terrifying, and might be in trouble as...
Well, there's no way out of it. Hextech Ultimatum keeps him here, or does
Not
it?
again.
No way does he get away with it again.
Okay.
Angel comes in and manages to save the play. That was a little bit too close to comfort for Suning, as Ale has really had their number this series, but now 0 and 2, and Bin once again has a bit of a reprieve in the top side.
I mean, Angel needing to come up to show them how it's done, and now Iwandi walking past On, but there is members of LNG here.
On will be able to jump to safety with the Battle Dance, and it is going to be 15 seconds now on this Drake. And honestly, I'm less interested in who gets this Drake, and I'm more interested in what the soul is going to be. Because if it's a Cloud Drake, well, it's not going to be the end of the world. But if it's an Infernal Soul and LNG have 2 Drakes, that's when things get dicey once again for Suning, just like the last game.
I will say, though, like, a Cloud Soul for Ale is actually really nice. Just the extra movement speed you get is crazy good in the Jackson. one of the things I wanted to highlight was, like, you're kind of talking about, like, lack of damage in the late game. Jack's late game is insane. On-hit Varus late game is insane. But the crucial thing is they have mixed damages. Angel!
Angel's caught out. It's a great scat of the week, but it's nowhere near enough. And I don't know why he's trying to stand there. I don't know why he's trying to contest. The rest of the team is not on the same page. And it will be that Infernal Drake. It will be an Infernal Soul this game. And LNG with 2 Drakes already. SOFM? Ragnarok? What is going on right now? On has to go in to try and save his jungler's life here, but SOFM gets flashed on by Tarzan. The Wild Growth already used. Tarzan closes the gap. SOFM will go down. What is happening with Suning? What? Angel and SOFM just taking it in turns to just run 1v5.
SFM's going to rip off the blue jersey to reveal a new blue jersey underneath, which is just LNG. They look at each other and just go, LNG forever. That's what's just
the
going to
sleeper agent all this time. He was secretly always on their side, waiting until it mattered most. Perhaps not. Perhaps we're getting a little overexcited on that one. I don't want to actually start a narrative there that we have double agents going on. Let's take another look. I mean...
Light.
Oh, okay.
That was
very
sick.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, the speed up coming through from Icon to give him the extra little bit of oomph he needed to get into that. And then, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. I am baffled by this. Like, cool. Like, you cleared the wave, but the wave was gonna, they probably weren't gonna take it anyway. And then you get the TP coming through from Ale. Like, I get the thinking kind of, but it feels like it wasn't worth.
We're going to call that creative jungling. Well, Ale, it's time for another rodeo, sir, as he's going to be chased down by SOFM and Angel, but it ain't happening. And
Icon's here
to answer, actually. So is Tarzan. Oh, no, this just got real dicey for Suning. Angel's in trouble here. The double stun from the Counter-Strike. Bin has to get in here, but Angel's already gone down. The Lulu behind everyone keeps them safe as LNG just routs Suning.
And this has been so well played by LNG. We are saying, look, the place that they want to put their money is in this top lane. Use the resources, get Ale ahead, play through this insanely strong mid-jungle 2v2. Well, it's an insanely strong top mid-jungle right now. And again, it's off the back of Icon being able to enable these 2 power lifters in Ale and Tarzan. And now you're looking towards the Rift Herald, which can crack open this mid lane turret and give a more gold over towards LNG. You're looking, if this Rift Herald goes down, at a near 3,000 gold lead over in favor of LNG.
And the last time that happened in this series, LNG did not lose control of that game when they had the lead in the early game. That's what we managed to take game number 2 of the series. We'll see if they can repeat that performance. We're in game number 5, and Suning, after coming back 2 games, being down 0-2, can they possibly fall at the final hurdle? It would be such a heartbreaker for these players.
And the doubt starts to creep into your mind as LNG, right? Like, we've been talking about it. You haven't beaten these guys in 3 years. The last time LNG beat Suning was when SOFM was on LNG. Now, pushed to a game 5. A 1,000 gold lead for LNG right now, but they feel like they're in control. They're the ones with the tempo advantage. Look at the river that runs red with the wards of LNG. They're looking to encroach further and further into Suning's side, making sure that they have the control they need to allow this Jax to split push in and threaten this mid lane turret, and always keep their eyes on the Baron.
Feels like LNG doing their best to ruin these signature picks for Suning, right? Making sure that they're trying to shut Bin down the entire early game. But I'm looking towards Angel this game on this Syndra. We saw it in game 3 of the series. He completely took over. Game before, another great performance. Now game 5, he has the Syndra once more. We need to see him doing work in these team fights. If he can get a stun onto Light, that's where the success can happen for Suning. But ultimately, Light is going to be very safe on this Varus with a couple of supports beside him. Tarzan will survive here, manages to dodge away from the root. And LNG continuing the siege here. A couple of more autos will finish this tier 1 tower. I think Suning have to back away, but SOFM having to use that Ragnarok, staying a little bit too long on that one. Deadly Flourish goes wide, and LNG will walk away. We've got a Drake coming up in 15 seconds, Dagno. Ragnarok is on cooldown. I think this is going to be sole point for LNG with no contest available from Suning.
Yeah, I mean, a Ragnarok-less Olaf just doesn't cut it in these types of fights. There's too much CC, there's too much wayward damage, and he would have ended up going down. So now with that, Sunni forced to back away. Bin will try and trade on the top half of the map. You can see Light and Iwandi going to go up there to collect it, but this is LNG now. Sole point for them. If they can push this across the line, it would mean everything to this squad, being able to bring themselves back from what was looking like a potential reverse sweep from Sunni.
Oh, it's so tense, Dagda. I'm loving every second of this game.
I know.
It's a 1,000 gold lead in favor of LNG. And in 4.5 minutes' time, they have an opportunity to get an Infernal Soul. And, you know, I'd say SOFM has probably had the advantage when it comes to the smites so far in this series. There's only one smite that is going to matter, and it's that last, most crucial one. Tarzan still has the window to win it out. He's the guy that was #1 in the All-Pro team for the Junglers. And we'll see if he can prove himself, because that was, I think, one of the most contested decisions on the All-Pro teams, right? And Tarzan in this series is here to prove himself.
And especially when we look at, like, even from LNG, right? Like, so long we've been kind of talking about these guys as, yeah, they're rebuilding. You know, they're trying to get themselves sorted. But coming into 2020, we saw Tarzan join the roster, like, working with Icon. We're like, this is now a team that you can build around. And then suddenly we saw Light and Iwandi coming up and becoming massive carries themselves, working well with this team. Ale coming through off of Sino Dragons into LNG, being that big Camille player, that carry performer in the side lanes. It all feels like it's coming together for LNG. And in this game, we're seeing those parts working together. Now going to invade on towards this top side. LNG looking to control the Baron area, giving space to Ale. So if Ale ever finds himself in that 2v1 situation, Baron will be turned on to straight away.
And Dagda, we are witnessing a story of personal growth here as well. Because right there, LNG invaded onto the blue buff. SOFM conceded it. He didn't kill himself to try and get that buff, and that's a big step for SOFM. Iwandi takes a bit of damage here, but he'll be able to back away. No Drake for 3 minutes, so I don't anticipate an actual fight will kick off here. As Ally just pushes that wave out on the bot side, somebody's going to have to go and answer. He's just waiting in the brush, though. Ale ward hops over to safety. On was trying to get this surprise engage. Ragnarok used by SOFM. I was totally wrong. We may well see a fight here over the lack of Drake that is available. Bin, the target to start things off as Tarzan goes in. Ale jumps in on top of it as well. Bin has to flash over the wall. The Whimsy a little bit late from Icon there. Tarzan flashing for more. Great knock up from On, though. The damage starting to get turned around. On in trouble here. 1 HP, but the heal comes through. Finished off by Ale. The Unleashed Power not enough to turn that damage around, and Suning lose 1.
The carry conga line is just walking through onto Sunni. Tarzan follows away to the back, and it's just Ale stepping forward to replace him. You've got Light there to replace him, and Sunni, they just can't keep up. This is too strong. LNG, they're too far ahead, and they're plowing through Sunni.
Suning punished for contesting contesting nothing. It was just jungle caps. It wasn't even a Drake, and they're gonna end up losing a death for it. Not the end of the world, but still another play going the way of LNG, and now 4 towers under their belts. And again, it's what you said before, encroaching forward when it comes to control of the map. This is one of the things we usually praise Suning for, right? Control of vision, control of the map. This time it's LNG that are large and in charge.
And that's what LNG are finding here. They're trying to get that vision control, especially towards the next dragon, and make sure that Sunni can contest. But they actually find Sunni in the jungle. They're like, cool, it's a field day. Let's just go for it. And unfortunately, Sunni, you can see how far behind they are. They need to start looking for picks. They need to go back to the style that got them to playoffs. Look for stragglers. Find people in transition and see if you can burst them out. When everyone is grouped up on LNG, it's way too hard to deal with. Too much CC. Movement speeds, healing coming through with the redemption as well. Now, go look for your picks with Bin. Try and see if you can use On to find these big engages that cannot be stopped by LNG.
45 seconds, Dagda, until that Infernal Drake spawns onto the map. Suning have to contest this one. They've not been winning the fights recently. SOFM moving forwards here. Scout of the week available for Angel, and LNG have to be cautious. On, though, gets tagged by the chair. In goes Tarzan over the wall. SOFM the target. Ragnarok already used here. Ale doesn't find his window to jump into the fray. And now the follow-up re-engaged from On. Curtain Call comes through as well. The damage just isn't there. It feels like LNG barely scratched at the end of the engagement. They've got some honey fruit to work with as well. Drake coming up in 10 seconds. On low on HP. There's no Ragnarok available for SOFM. Ale denied the re-engage here, but Drake coming onto the map. LNG can keep this rodeo going all day long. They have 2 supports. They've got a Lulu for shields and the Wild Growth. On jumps into the pit just to try and get some vision. Scatter the Weak goes through. Deadly Flourish is there, but the Infernal Soul is taken, and LNG, after 2 losses back to back, are stamping their foot down in this series.
I will just say that Infernal Dragon Soul was taken by a 1D. So maybe a little bit close for comfort there, Tarzan, but it is still the end of the day. This is the soul now in the hands of LNG, and when you've already been struggling so heavily as Suning, this feels inevitable. This feels like you just don't have control anymore. And the thing that I wanted to point out was the entire time that skirmish, that kind of back and forth was happening between Suning and LNG, you still have redemption for Icon. He hadn't used everything in his arsenal. They were trying to bait Suning in, get them to overcommit so they could take the fight, and now they get to do the same thing at this Baron. Ale's going to push in topside, join them in at this Baron, and when Bin is on the bottom side, if he's not quick to the fight's done before Bin arrives.
On playing with fire here as I1D manages to tag him once again. That's a Scatter the Weak. It is a Brawl. Unbreakable will come through from I1D. He'll be okay, but still good damage coming out. And it really exemplifies how strong Angel is. 2 items there. Huanfeng has finished 3 items as well. Perhaps a window for Suning. They are so far behind in gold, though. 5,000 in favor of LNG as they go for another blue buff. On trying to contest. Deadly Flourish onto Tarzan. But LNG just stay clustered as this 5-man death ball. It's so hard to fight against. On has to back away. Ragnarok used defensively once again. And will walk away with his life, but Tarzan now following in. They're looking for Huanfeng. Scatter the Weak keeps the AD carry alive. Suning underneath their tower. Chain of Corruption. That's one down. SOFM falls. Bin now off on the flank. And LNG, they're happy with one. They're happy with the singular pick because it's the jungler that went down, and Baron Dagda is on the cards.
And how do you try and steal this now? We said that Suning, they need to find stragglers, they need to find picks, but LNG, they're saying there are no more picks. This is it. We are grouped as 5 and we are tearing through you. Now Suning, they need to find the damage.
Where's that clutch factor we've been talking about? Where's the hero plays from Suning? This is the time. Wild Growth on the front line. Scatter the Weak onto everybody. Curtain Call comes on through. Health bars actually starting to get pretty low here for LNG. 4th shot available, trying to be blocked by Light. Hits onto Tarzan here. Bin forced out of the play as well. Deadly Flourish roots up Tarzan. Scatter the Weak should be available again shortly. And LNG forced away. Suning not done just yet. They will not say die.
But you have SOFM who's got to run bot side, so they actually can't start up this Baron and try and sneak it away as LNG look for the reset. Instead, Suning will push out their waves, look to try and contest again, but there, you can see how close it can be. If you allow this poke to hit from Angel, from Huanfeng, it ends up disastrously. But when you're able to run them down like we're seeing with Tarzan, being enabled by Icon, with the Shirelias coming through as well, it becomes child's play for them to just jump and leap and pounce on towards Suning.
Bin looking for these flanks, but when everybody's just grouped up like this, it's so difficult to find your way in. And Light now, 3 items on this on-hit Varus. It's a build that's a little bit weird if you're thinking of on-hit Varus from last year. Not even remotely similar, but certainly incredibly strong single target damage, but also that survivability. And with a Brawl and a Lulu, feels impossible to ever single line out.
And now LNG, they're going to just try and trade this pressure. They're shoving mid, they're falling back to Baron. Bin needs to TP.
Might not do it though. We've seen what Suning are like. 8,000 on the Baron here. Is LNG just going to go for this? They're just going to burn it down. Suning, they're a little bit late to the contention here. SOFM over the wall here does have flash available. Into the pit he goes. He cannot get the steal to happen though. And now LNG look for the fight. Suning low on HP and retreating here. Bin goes in to try and save the play, but he's fallen. Angel flashes over the wall as Ale looks for more, and Tarzan cuts him to size. Suning retreating to the wrong half of the map, and with Baron in pocket, LNG barrel towards the base.
There's still 30-second death timers as well. They will crack open the base. They will take an inhibitor. And you can see that LNG, this is their moment. This is where they can break the curse. And this is where they can take game 5 against Sunni.
LNG proving everyone wrong if they can finish this Nexus off. They were seen as an underdog coming up against Suning, but they're managing to make this win happen after losing 2 games back-to-back, almost getting reverse sweeped. They're now being forced out of their base here. Dagda, I thought it was over. I thought that was the end of the series, but LNG can't quite finish it off just yet.
One Nexus turret falls though. Elder Dragon in a minute. The Baron resets are coming through. You have to fight as Sunni. You have to fight against the Baroned up LNG with nothing left in your base. And when you look at how these fights are going, it's not going to be a pretty sight. LNG have consistently been able to find this terrifying front line with the Jax and the Xinjiao being sped up, shielded up, ward growthed up, and chase down potential sky high on LNG. You need to find these picks. Suning are trying to get control over the area. TPs to the bottom side. Angel and Bin are on the flank, trying to see if they can find a member of LNG.
And Dagda, this series has been scrappy. It's been desperate. It feels like both of these teams are being pushed to the end of what they're able to do here. But LNG, with a 6,500 gold lead, with an Infernal Soul, and with Elder coming up in 2 seconds' time, are poised to take the series. SOFM just desperately trying to clear these supers so that the mid doesn't push while this fight happens. And now, they're just going to go for a fight. Forget Elder, forget the 50-50. Just try and force the team fight. The battle song comes in. Tarzan looks for a way in, but he's stunned up, rooted up, and not allowed entry. Suning survive, at least for the time being, but LNG, they can do this all day. Oh,
yeah, and there they go. Managing to get onto SFM.
He's all right. He's out of there. Now we rinse and repeat once more. Back to the Elder, go LNG.
I don't want to see LNG risk this. Like, this is the only way Sunni can get back into this game is with some monumental steal and a burst across from Angel. LNG are playing this smart. They know that as long as they keep this back and forth, they will eventually outpace Sunni. The lines, they're looking tired, they're looking worn, and LNG still have these fresh footings where they can come in with this movement speed from Icon across the board. Icon, though, needs to be careful he doesn't get caught.
Right, for now, Tarzan stepping forward, jumps into the middle of everyone. Wild Growth is there. His ultimate comes through as well. It's a stopwatch to keep Finn alive, but not for long enough. It only fought a few seconds, and now Suning chased back into their own territory because this Elder belongs to LNG.
The G lane will not be stopped here today. Now, stepping up to the Dragon. No flash in SOFM. No way into the pit. He has to go the long way around, but it's gone.
2,000 on the Elder here. LNG just buying time as it falls, and now the re-engage. Ally can look to try and get onto Wonfong. On has already gone down. And SOFM and the rest of Suning walk back to their base with their tails between their legs. It doesn't feel like there's much they could do. A TP being channeled by Ally to get back into the fray once more. 5 men strong. Iwandi half HP, but it doesn't matter because there's an Elder. There's a Baron. Oh, sorry, there's an Infernal Soul. LNG moving forwards, upsetting the apple cart here. The higher seed moving in to look for a win. Bin goes in desperately. So does SOFM, but they don't have the damage. The Nexus in tatters here as Suning forced back onto the fountain on the cusp of a reverse sweep, but swept aside themselves. LNG make the upset happen.
And they beat Suning for the first time in 3 years. Spring be damned, a 3-0 a distant memory. LNG will take the series in game number 5 against Suning.
For the first time in over 2 years, LNG manages to beat their rivals, and SOFM, the first time that he's lost to his former organization in LNG. LNG also keeping their dreams of Worlds alive. You need to make it to round 3 of playoffs if you want to qualify for the regionals. And LNG, they're up against Top Esports next. It's not going to be an easy road, but it's still possible.
It's a long, long road. To get to finals, they still have to play at least, was it 1, 2, 5 best of fives, and then you still have to look towards potential regionals where they have to play even more in that as well. It is a long road ahead of LNG, but at least this is one step on the golden path back towards a Worlds reappearance for Tarzan, but the first one for Icon as well. But they've got a long road ahead of them.
I certainly do, but I think the most crucial thing here, LNG redeeming themselves from their regular split, right? The second half of their regular split, things had fallen apart. It felt like this team had run out of gumption, right? It had run out of ways to make the wins happen. But here against Suning, they proved that they can dig deep. And coming onto a new patch as well, feeling very prepared, like they knew exactly what they were coming into. And being able to play against that Syndra 3 times here, being happy not to use the bans in that way and finding ways around it.
I think the big one as well is like the individualism be damned, right? We talked about these guys not really interacting between lanes. This game was because we saw Tarzan and Icon playing through LA in that top side, facilitating these early plays. And when you look at their successes in game 1 and game 2, it was the same story. People getting out of lanes and working together as a team. This was the LNG that I wanted to see all split long, but we are getting to see a little hint of it in playoffs. It pushed them to game 5, but they do find the victory here today.
Exceptional performance, and especially from Tarzan. Especially in this last game, we talked about SOFM versus Tarzan, and it definitely was a matchup that went both ways across the series, but at the end of game number 5, it's Tarzan who came out on top. It's Tarzan who was finding the smites. It's Tarzan that was winning out with his team behind him and manages to close out this series. And it's a good sign for LNG moving forwards. It is the end of the road for Suning though. So commiserations to Suning as they will fall out of playoffs. And importantly, that is their hopes of Worlds dashed. Suning can no longer make it.
Yeah, we'll no longer be able to go and try and contest again for that World Final spot like we saw from them last year, dropping out now in round 1. It is heartbreaking to see Suning kind of the slow decline that we've seen from them over the course of the year, but now we get to see kind of the rise of LNG and see if maybe they can do what Suning were not.
I'm excited to see what LNG have ahead of them because I feel like we've seen a version of LNG today that we've not seen in a good old while. It feels like this is a reinvigorated roster, and against Top Esports, a team that could be like one of the best in the entire league, or they could be one of the worst in the entire league. We'll have to wait and see in that next best of 5 that LNG will be moving into. But on the other side of that, we are going to be moving to the other side of the bracket tomorrow. That means WE and OMG facing up against each other. And I think that has all the makings of an absolute banger as well. Both teams known to be a little inconsistent. So we could have a long series ahead of ourselves tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an absolute cracker of playoffs, man. Like, to be honest, like, this has kind of set the tone for me. It feels like every team here can upset everyone else. It doesn't, apart from maybe the likes of FPX, EDG, these kind of guys, the super tip top, you can still see a lot of these upsets that could potentially come through. And I think it started kind of here today with LNG. Despite being the higher seed, a lot of people didn't expect them to be able to take down Suning. As we said, like, it's been a long time since they've beaten Suning. It hadn't been the best end to the split, but what a redemption series for LNG. Like, I loved seeing how, especially when we look towards that mid lane Icon, how much of an impact he was able to have in this series and really spread out, like, just have control everywhere on this map.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And our MVP is going to go the way of Icon, and that's going to feel good for Icon, this Lulu coming through. And I think a crucial thing as well, when you think of Icon historically, it's things like the Echo, right? These aggressive carries that want to try and 1v1, want to play in the side lanes, want to find opportunities. Today, he has shone on things like the Galio, the Lulu, these defensive picks that are playing a different style to what he's known for historically, and it looks good.
And I think you can see the practice paying off for LNG, right? Like, this style, they have played it before, but never to this strength. I think you can see as well that this was definitely a game plan that LNG came in with, right? They had answers for the Ziggs from Quanfang, answers for the Camille in the top lane, where you get this like heavy aggression towards the top side. It felt like LNG came in prepared, came in knowing what their strengths were and how they were going to exemplify that.
And on the opposite side of that conversation as well, Suning feels like in the draft phase, not as prepared as I think most people were expecting. Like, we saw some really creative drafts from them across the course of the split that looked really good, were like counter matchups to their opponents. Today, I mean, we saw a little bit of creative drafting with the Zac support coming out, but it didn't look good, that is for sure. We're going to head over to the stage, though. We have a winner's interview, so I'm going to kick it over to Wendy, who's standing by with Ale.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Ale from LNG. So congratulations on today's win, and we just started our playoffs with such an intense best of 5. So how do you feel at this moment? And at the end of the last game, we heard at the backstage, you guys are all shouted like push the tower and nice to each other. So to just show the excitement. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们今天获得了比赛的胜利，那也是非常非常精彩刺激的一个 BO5。那拿下了胜利，现在感觉怎么样？特别是我们感觉最后一局，你们在最后推塔的时候，所有人都在大喊漂亮啊，然后推塔呀，就是感觉你们也是非常的兴奋。所以说现在有什么样的感受吗？
就打满了5局，然后挺爽的，就赢了的话。
So we were able to get the win after such an intense and full set of best of 5. So we're really happy and excited about this. And also, to be honest, you guys really started the game from the 2-0. And then I'm very curious about what went wrong in the game 3 and game 4. And also, before the very last game, are there any adjustments made by the team in terms of maybe the mentality and also the in-game tactics? Tell us more about this. 那其实你们是首先拿上2分，在2比0领先的情况下，其实第3局、第4局是略有些失利的，所以可能阿乐会觉得第3局、第4局一些失利的原因会在什么地方呢？那么在决胜局开始之前，在心态上啊，包括说游戏里的战术上有进行哪些调整吗？
就第3、第4局的话，我们前面也是有优势的，只不过中期就处理一些小细节失误比较多，而导致我们被对方滚了雪球吧，然后就有点可惜。
那最后决胜局之前有进行哪些调整吗？
就想如果输了的话，就要再等1年，所以一定不能输。
So I think in the game 3 and 4, to be honest, we really got some leads in the early games. But I think in the mid games, we made some mistakes in handling with some details or the in-game content. So the opponent team were able to just punish our mistakes to just snowboard to get the win. And also before the very last game, we just talked to each other. This is the only chance we got. If we lost the last game, we need to wait for the next year to just have more games. So this is the matchup, we just cannot lose it. So with this mentality, we went into the last game. And definitely the last game was super good from you guys. And I want to talk a bit more about the laning phase between you and Bin, because the two players, you guys really have the very similar, very aggressive play style. So how do you feel about this laning phase? 那其实感觉今天我们也特别好奇的，也就是我们阿乐可能对上宾选手有怎么样的一个感觉？因为感觉你们2个人都是对线打得很凶，而且操作型的选手，所以说5局打下来有什么样的一个感受吗？
就我们2个风格差不多，然后都知道对方想要干什么吧，对线就互相发育就好了。
So I really think we have the similar play style on the mid and also Bin. So in the laning phase, we just know each other, what the thoughts from each other. So we just play more meticulously and also just focusing on do our own farming to just scale up a bit. And also my next question is, and now in the playoffs, we have launched a new meta, the 11.15, and some very hot picks on the top lane like Green or Viego. Those champions got nerfed a bit, but it feels like in today's game, those champions can also be seen on stages. So how would you evaluate this new meta and also especially on the top lane? 那其实今天我们在季后赛也是上线了一个新的版本11.15版本嘛，然后我们也感觉到可能之前在赛场上很活跃的像格温啊、佛耶哥这些英雄也有遭到一定的削弱，但是像今天他们在赛场依旧可以有很好的表现，所以说你怎么看待这个版本的可能上单英雄的变化呢？或者说有哪些上单英雄比较强势之类的？
就格温和佛耶哥的话，这个版本应该还是能用，只不过就跟上个版本也是差了挺多的。然后这个版本其实我们也没有搞得很清楚上单有哪些英雄强势吧，我们还会继续去研究，然后在之后的比赛中展现出来。
I think like Green or Vigo, these champions, although they got nerfed a bit, but they still can be very decent choices on stages. And also, I think until now, we still didn't have a very confident answer about what champions can be quite strong in the current meta. But maybe we will just do more studies on this, and maybe we can just give you guys an answer in the upcoming matchups. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And also, coming ahead, there will be more intense best of fives, because in your bracket you're going to face against top esports, RNG, FPX. Those teams can be quite strong, and they got very strong top laner as well. So any outlooks and also expectations or your personal thoughts towards the following matchups. 那最后一个问题也是，其实很多人说你们的半区也是竞争很激烈嘛，那你们接下来一路过关斩将，也要打，比如说像滔博呀、RNG、像 FunPlus 这些很强的队伍，特别是也面对很强势的一些上单选手，所以说对接下来的比赛有怎么样的一个期待和展望吗？
就接下来的比赛中，希望我们都能赢下来，然后也希望每个队伍的上单选手下手轻一点吧。
I really would like to have more wins in the upcoming matchups, and also in terms of the top lane matchups, I just hope the opponent's team, they just don't punish me in the laning phase. But always well, best of luck for the playoffs and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来也都能一路赢下去。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And Ali, after a long best of five, somehow managing to look like he's only just woken up. I don't know how LPL players do it, but it's an impressive theme that they've managed to maintain over the years. That is going to round out our first series of playoffs, though, Dagda. And I have to say, the first series, this is the perfect way to enter into playoffs for LPL. A 3-2 in favor of LNG in the end. They'll move forward to face up against top esports in 2 days' time. But tomorrow, Dagda, we move to the bottom side of the bracket where OMG and WE face off.
And this is, again, another insane series to just kick things off in the LPL. Like, this is going to be an insanely close matchup, and again, another one I'm just excited to get to grips with and see, because we have so many games in this playoff. It's actually insane.
It's a long road ahead of these teams for all 4 of our round 1 teams. Well, I guess 3 now. LNG, OMG, and WE. If they want to make it far in playoffs, they have so many best of 5s ahead of them. That's why they call it a gauntlet, though. We've got a gauntlet into the double Olymp. So plenty of work ahead. And I want to remind people, for anyone that didn't hear it at the start of the broadcast, round 3 is the cutoff for Worlds. If you can make it to round 3, you can make it to regionals. But if you die in round 1, if you die in round 2, you will not be able to make it to Worlds. Suning are officially out of the running after making it to the 2020 Worlds Finals.
Which is insane to say, but I think really speaks volumes about how much the LPL has stepped up in this split. And if you can't keep up, unfortunately, you get to sit down. And that's kind of what we've seen for Suning here today. And there's going to be a lot of teams like that. Like, we've already lost our other Worlds contenders last year as well. LGD out of the mix, JDG out of the mix as well. So we're definitely going to be seeing a couple of fresh faces representing the LPL at Worlds. And I'm excited to see what they look like.
At this point, at least 3 of the teams going to Worlds this year will be fresh teams comparatively to last year, at least. Top Esports, the only team still in contention that made it to Worlds last year. We'll see. There's plenty of playoffs remaining. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow for WE versus OMG. I'm expecting 5 games of that one. I think that's going to be an absolute banger. But from myself, from Dagda, and from production as well, thank you very much for watching. And until tomorrow, we'll see you guys in Champs League.